Hi, welcome back, guys. This is your friend, the Welcome to Fanfic's World, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku encounter All Might Quirk now. Before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel. If you want more videos like this now, let's get into the fanfiction. Sorry, kid. I just don't think it's possible for you to be a hero. The words of All Might echoed to the mind of Izuku Midoriya as he walked with his head down, barely even noticing the sound of crumbling leaves or breaking twigs as he walked down the forest path. Night had fallen, the full moon above bathing the forest that surrounded him with its pale light. If he would just raise his head a little, he could see the countless stars shining brightly above. But that seemed impossible now as he dragged himself forward with his back hunched by the weight of his hero's rejection as he continued to move with no real destination in mind. How long had he been walking now? Since that talk, his body seemed to move on its own with his mind in a haze. He could recall getting on a train and only getting off when they reached the last stop, the end of the line. Yeah, kind of felt fitting for him right at this moment. He had been dragging his feet with all his might, moving towards a dream of becoming a hero his entire life. But no one believed in him. Not the people he once thought of as friends. Not his mother, who had just wept and apologized. Not even his hero thought there was a chance. "It's not wrong to have dreams," repeated the words of All Might when he had walked away, leaving Izuku just standing there with his head down on the roof of a random building. Just make sure they're realistic. "Yeah, I guess I knew all along," said Izuku, his voice breaking slightly as he spoke into what seemed like the empty forest around him. "I really am pathetic. All I've been doing my entire life is fooling myself into thinking." Izuku's words trailed off as he found himself unable to even finish the sentence, his throat becoming dry. Glancing over to his side, Izuku saw a sign warning him of dangerous animals living in this area. The fear that should have gripped his heart, forcing his feet to turn around, never came. No, he oddly felt calm as he continued his walk. After all, what was the point? It wasn't like there was a new dream for him to pursue. Despite what All Might had said, Izuku doubted he could ever be a police officer, a paramedic, or a firefighter. They would take one look at his quirkless status before coming to the same conclusion as the heroes, that there wasn't any point in even letting him try, as they would see him as a liability. Not to mention that statistically, a quirkless person was more than 80% more likely to be denied a job compared to someone who did, even when said quirkless person was more qualified. Quirks were everything. It was just how society worked. They really didn't have any need for someone like him. Then, another memory flashed through the teen's mind from that day, one that had been on Izuku's mind the entire train ride. If you want a quirk so badly, take a swan dive off the school roof and hope that you'll be born with one in the next life, Kakin had said, with no one around to say he had gone too far. Like they agreed with him. An animalistic growl up ahead could be heard, clearly from something big. Despite that, Izuku continued forward. Maybe this would be it. If he got attacked by this or any wild animal, then at least he would be sparing others the horror of seeing his dead body. That, as well as providing some food to some hungry animals, so he would at least be helping them. The only thing that Bakugo's suggestion had over this was that it would be a quick death. Besides, it wasn't like there was anyone waiting for him back home anymore. After several long minutes, Izuku bumped into something. Finally lifting his head, his dulled eyes sprang back to life as he beheld something that warped everything he knew. On the ground before him was a dragon. Massively it towered over him, its jaws slightly open to show that it could easily eat him with a single bite. Looking up at its green scales, the boy saw trickles of red blood running downward caused by a massive sword stuck in the creature's side. Taking a step back, Izuku wondered if this was a hero or a villain. But as far as he knew, the only dragon-like hero out there that could become a dragon was Ryukyu. And she didn't look like this at all. "Human, out of what hole did thou crawl?" Upon hearing that voice, a trembling Izuku looked up to see that the creature's yellow eyes with red slits were now glaring at him. He could see it, the same loathing contempt that was always present in Bakugo's eyes, that he was nothing more than an annoying bug to this creature. "Depart, insolent human. Otherwise, I shall eat you." As if to punctuate the statement, the dragon sent out a blast of air from its maw so powerful that Izuku was flung onto his back. Several times he rolled in the dirt and leaves until he came to rest on his stomach. The teen winced in pain, looking up to see if the dragon would rise to make good on its promise, or to see if flames were filling its mouth, ready to cook its meal first. Instead, it just seemed to lay there for a moment before turning its head to look over at the blade in its side. Alas, I'm going to die. Ha! How tragic is it that the last being I met is a pathetic human. As the dragon spoke, its eyes began to close slightly while lowering its head to the ground. At the same time, something about the resignation in the creature's tone sparked something in the green-haired teen. Before he even knew what he was doing, the young man had rushed over to the dragon's side and was now climbing the dragon's scaly body. "What are you doing?" roared the dragon as it felt Izuku climbing its body, its eyes becoming round white circles. "Cease climbing me at once." "I'm going to pull that out," grunted Izuku. The teen almost slipped as he spoke. Thankfully, he managed to catch himself at the last moment before gravity could return him to the forest floor. The dragon watched him nearing the large blade, its jaw opened slightly. "You fool!" it cried out. "Don't even try. If a mortal were to touch God's sword, then their mind will be torn." Izuku, however, ignored the dragon's words as his red shoes pressed against the green scales, pushing him upwards. By the time he had reached the top of the dragon's back, he could feel himself panting heavily. He could feel sweat gathering on his back between his shoulder blades and moving down, so much that it caked the dirt that had clung to it. Izuku also became aware of the number of cuts on his clothing, caused either from when he had been rolled backwards by the dragon's breath or from the sharpness of the scales. At least his hands weren't bleeding, though they were a little red. Still, regardless of his state, he had made it to the top. After wiping his sweaty brow with his sleeve, Izuku turned and began walking over to the blade. Now that he was closer, he could see that it was far taller than he was. Heck, it was bigger than All Might when he was all muscular. But he pushed that to the side while standing before it, reaching his hands out as far as he could just so that he could grip the sides. With a grunt, he began to push upwards with all his might, clearly struggling with the attempt. His teeth gritted tightly, even more sweat pouring down his face and back as he called upon every bit of strength he could muster, and then some. "Why?" asked the dragon in disbelief. "Would you not obtain a greater prize by claiming my hide? Why risk your soul and mind?" Izuku grunted a bit as he continued to push the blade out. As he did, he could hear the voices he had known his entire life. He could hear Kakin back, when they were children, laughing at him before proceeding to beat him up for trying to stand up to him. He recalled the voices of the teachers back in preschool, the voices of the parents. He remembered how Bakugo had lashed out at him earlier today, sending the poor boy out of his seat and screaming at him to not even bother try to take the UA entrance exam, all while the class laughed at him and their homeroom teacher did nothing. Then came All Might's words, once more telling him to be realistic. Izuku heard all of these things in his mind one after the other, putting him down and telling him to just give up. But Izuku's arms never loosened their hold on the blade as it began to budge. Rather, he continued with all his might. "Because you look like you need help," Izuku managed to say through gritted teeth. It was then that the sword finally exited the dragon's body as it flew up and into the air. At the same time, Izuku fell backward with a smile on his face, watching as the blade dissolved into stardust before hitting the ground with a thud. "I give you my thanks, human," said the dragon, its voice already sounding stronger. "Without your assistance, I would have died, though you are still weak and inferior." Slowly, Izuku got into a sitting position with his head downcast. "Yeah, I get that a lot," Izuku replied. Suddenly, the dragon began to glow red so brightly that it caused Izuku to raise his head. The light was so bright that he had to raise an arm to shield his eyes. Like this, he could see that the dragon's form was no longer visible. Then the light began to shrink, compressing until it took on a more human shape. When it ended and the only glow came from the moon above their heads, a more human figure landed on the ground, causing Izuku to let out a cry as he quickly covered his eyes. "You're a girl," screamed Izuku. "Yes, I am female," said the dragon plainly as she stood there. The dragon woman then raised one of her human arms, parting the brown cloak that covered her body and making Izuku panic more. Though I detest using this form, I thought it would put your mind more at ease, seeing something that would more resemble your dash. That's not the problem. You're only wearing a cloak. Izuku screamed, doing his best not to look. The dragon tilted her head to the side, her oddly shaped horns sticking out her long, flowing blonde hair tipped with red, blinking her red and orange eyes that had slit-like pupils. She looked down at the dirty-looking cloak that covered her form in confusion, while her thick green tail stuck out from the back. Clearly, she didn't understand what the problem was, or didn't care as moving slightly caused some of her form hidden underneath the cloak to be revealed to the boy. Honestly, she was more curious that he was making more of a fuss over this than seeing a dragon. As for Izuku, he did his best to hide his blush while keeping his eyes focused above her neck. His tongue began feeling heavy at the thought that he was now talking to a girl. Sure, a girl dragon, but still a girl. Oh, God, he had never talked to a girl before. So human, began the dragon again as she sat on the ground. Why are you up here in these mountains and not with the rest of your filthy kind? Why do you want to know? Asked Izuku, his blushing face slowly becoming more controlled. I suppose I'm just curious and have nothing better to do to pass the time, replied the dragon girl with a simple shrug. Figuring that was the best answer he could get at the moment, Izuku began his story. How he had always wanted to be a hero, saving people with a smile on his face like his hero. However, when his doctor told him he didn't have a quirk, the world began telling him it was impossible, starting with his mother. From there, he was seen as worthless. That's what the kids around his area used to call him, useless, and adults dismiss him just as easily. All of this leading up to today when the hero he admired more than anyone else said the same thing, to just give up. After that, I kind of just wandered here, without really thinking about it. I just don't fit in anywhere, finished Izuku, a few tears forming in his eyes. You too. That caught the teen's attention. Looking at the dragon girl in surprise, he now saw that she was looking up at the sky with clear sadness in her eyes. A sadness so deep that it almost made him cry for reasons he didn't understand. I don't fit in anywhere either, admitted the dragon. I don't even have a place to go back to. Hearing that caused something to stir within Izuku. He tried to fight it, tried his best to hold it down. But the more he saw the girl's mournful expression, the stronger that feeling became. So nervously he spoke. Would you like to stay with me? If you want, asked the boy. The girl's head snapped to look at him. Her eyes, which had been dull up until this point and looking down at him with disdain, suddenly changed. They widened as she stared at him before lighting up, tears forming. Then, as the moonlight began to shine more brightly upon her, the dragon smiled so warmly. Yes, I'd love to. Tears were leaking out of Izuku's eyes now as a wave of happiness struck him. Tonight, he had done it. He had saved someone in trouble and had brought a smile to her face. He did that all without a quirk. Maybe there was hope for him yet. Great. And don't worry about paying rent or anything, Izuku continued, waving his arms around as he spoke. But if you want to help out, you can do some stuff around the apartment, like a housekeeper or an M-maid, just so you don't feel like why you're taking advantage of me. A maid! That caused the dragon to take on a look as if she were remembering something before her eyes began to shine once more. The next morning, Izuku awoke with a start upon hearing a loud knock on the front door of the apartment, causing him to roll out of bed. Wincing in pain, the young man slowly lifted himself off the ground while still feeling the effects of a lack of sleep. It was honestly a little hard to keep his eyes open and kept feeling like his sense of balance was off. But despite this, he was still able to read the numbers on his all-might alarm clock telling him that he still had about an hour or so before he would need to head out for school. Hearing the knocking continue, Izuku slowly dragged his feet out of his bedroom and toward the front door. As he made his way through the empty apartment, he couldn't help but feel just how much the place had changed since his mother had left to join her husband in the States. Where there had once been a warmth that was present whenever he came home, the place now felt cold and lifeless even when he was here. It was now just a place where he went to hide from the rest of the world when it all became too much. The only one who ever seemed to check up on him was Mrs. Bakugo, which, given the amount of knocking, was probably her. At the very least, he kept it clean. With a yawn, he recalled the strange dream he had the night before about finding a dragon in the forest and helping it out of a jam. A nice dream, but now he was back in reality. Soon he would have to go back to school and figure out how he was going to move on from his dream of being a hero. Opening the door, he was greeted by a sight that made his heart stop. It wasn't Mrs. Bakugo. Instead, Izuku saw the very recognizable head of the dragon he thought had been but a dream was looking right at him. Her head filled his vision as she stared at him. A bright red flash of light later, and she was in her human form now, dressed in more proper clothing. A maid-style outfit now adorning her body. She smiled happily at him before speaking in a much cheerier tone. "Good morning, Mr. Midoriya." Maid Toru reporting for duty. Izuku did not end up going to school that day. Also, he learned that Toru was not a girl with a dragon quirk, but instead a real dragon. It was kind of hard to ignore when the now super cheerful girl began demonstrating so many unusual abilities and behaviors that no single quirk could explain. "All right, Mr. Midoriya," Toru had said as soon as she was allowed inside the apartment. "How can your wonderful, amazingly perfect maid assist you first? Would you like me to help you undress?" As she said this last part, Izuku felt a shiver run down his spine as she licked her lips. That as well as give him a look that no girl on earth had ever given him before. And no, Izuku said as he glanced down at what he wore to bed, a green short-sleeved shirt and all Might-themed boxers. How about you? Clean up the living room." "Yeah, can you do that while I get changed?" "Oh, Mr. Midoriya, I'm good at cleaning," said Toru confidently as she placed a hand over her chest. "Just watch, and this room will be clean before you even set foot in your bedroom." Then, before Izuku's eyes, the girl opened her mouth to show that her normal, human teeth had been replaced with fangs that seemed too large for her body. But that was only the beginning as an orb of fire formed in her mouth. Izuku tried to shout, yet it was too late as Toru unleashed the cleaning attack. In less than a second, everything in the living room was gone. All the pictures, the furniture, the TV, his hard copies of All Might's interviews, and anything else along with the dirt was gone, leaving only a sparkling clean and empty room. "How was that, Mr. Midoriya?" asked the proud Toru. She then turned to look at her master, finding the teen pressed against the wall with his hand over his heart. "Mr. Midoriya, is something wrong? You look a little pale." "You destroyed everything." Izuku managed to yell out, somehow this being the noise that got his downstairs neighbors to pound on their ceiling. "One moment," Toru replied in a sing-song tone as she held out her hands. Before Izuku's eyes appeared two things that he had only ever seen in manga and read in light novels. Magic circles. Both of them were red, and each one was just hovering there in front of Toru's outstretched open palm. Before Izuku could even think to ask anything, everything in the room began to slowly reappear, like they were fading back into existence. "You can bring it be back," stammered Izuku, his heart racing while his mind tried to process how this was possible. "Why, yeah, sure. Why not?" Then, when he noticed Toru watching him expectantly, the teen managed to give her a shaky smile. "Well, you cleaned the place so. Gee, good job." "Oh, Mr. Midoriya," cried Toru, stunning the young teen as she placed her hands on her blushing cheeks. "Since you, got that done real quick, how about you?" Izuku's words trailed off as he tried his best to think of what to ask the dragon woman next. He needed something that would take her longer than a second to do so he could get dressed and get his thoughts in order due to all this craziness. Then, as he felt his stomach rumbling, he got an idea. "Breakfast? How about you make us breakfast?" "Leave it to me," replied Toru, giving Izuku a salute, after showing Toru to the kitchen. Izuku raced towards his room, doing his best not to slam the door behind him in the process. Quickly changing into one of his joke t-shirt, shirts, and jeans, he had begun doing his best to process what he knew about quirks. Everyone got one quirk, and while some of them looked like they had multiple quirks, they were always part of the same quirk. Gang Orca was a prime example. The pro hero not just looked like a mix of a human and an orca whale, but had all the powers of the killer whale as well. Things like being able to swim really fast, dive deep underwater, and use sonar all seemed like separate abilities, but they were all part of a singular quirk. With Toru, he could believe that she had a quirk that let her become a dragon and gain all of its fabled abilities. It would make sense that she could transform into one, fly, and even breathe fire. Yet, when she used the fire to clean the room, he hadn't noticed a single burn mark anywhere. It was like the flames were able to pick and choose what was incinerated. And then there were those magical circles that brought everything back. Those were things he couldn't explain. This left Izuku with one of two choices. One, he had to expand his thinking to believe that a person could have more than one quirks. And that person just so happened to be a dragon woman he found alone in the mountains with a giant sword sticking out of her side. A sword that just turned to dust after he pulled it out. Thinking about these other factors made option 2 all the more likely. That option being, Izuku's thoughts were cut off as he heard a loud explosion, calling out Toru's name in a panic. The teen raced out the room with the clothing he had slept in still in his hands. As soon as he was in the hallway, the teen could see the black smoke running over the ceiling. Heart pounding in even more fear, Izuku dashed into the kitchen to find Toru, thankfully alive and okay, coughing over the stove. "Toru, what happened?" asked the still panicking Izuku. Toru turned to look at him with a pout on her face, holding up the frying pan she had been using. Or, at least, what had once been the frying pan. The thing now looked like it had been both burnt and melted, with the middle of the pan completely gone. Slowly, Izuku's gaze shifted from the pan to the oven, causing his heart to stop. The surface of the stove was in a similarly bad state as the pan. It was charred and half melted down. "Sorry, Mr. Midoriya," said Toru. "I was worried that your pitiful human fire wouldn't be hot enough, so I decided to use some dragon fire. I ended up destroying the eggs I was making." As she finished saying this, she stuck out her tongue like she had made a silly little mistake that anyone else would have made. Then she spotted his dirty clothing. "Allow me to take care of that for you, Mr. Midoriya," said Toru, sounding way too excited to be doing laundry. In a flash, she crossed a small distance between them, taking his clothes from him before shoving them in her mouth. "What are you doing?" yelled Izuku, watching as it looked like Toru was swirling his clothing in her mouth like mouthwash. "Using my saliva to clean your clothing," she managed to say without opening her mouth. It didn't help that she was also blushing like crazy while beginning to sway back and forth. Izuku surprised himself by not fainting. After that, Izuku decided that for the sake of his own well-being, he would have to spend time showing the girl, who he now fully believed was a real dragon, her way around the apartment. Mainly, this consisted of showing Toru where all the cleaning supplies were located, how to use them, setting her own user account on his laptop, and reassuring her that the stove would be enough to cook their meals. He especially showed her how to use the washing machine. As the afternoon drew nearer, Izuku decided to show Toru around the neighborhood so that she wouldn't get lost. Not that it was hard, as the dragon maid clung to his arm tightly, as though they were a couple. The act caused his face to turn scarlet. Along the way, he spotted some workers at a maid cafe wearing the same outfit as Toru. "I needed to know what was considered proper maid attire in this world," Toru had said with a giggle when he brought it up. "So while I was flying, I spotted that place. I just sort of copied their uniform." At that, Izuku nodded, as he didn't have any issue where she got the outfit, as long as she didn't steal it. And while he would never say it out loud, as it was far too embarrassing, he thought it suited her. As the pair turned a corner, they were greeted with a sight that made the young man's blood run cold. There, in the middle of the street, was a figure that was forever burned into Izuku's memory. The sludge villain. Just looking at it brought back phantom sensations from yesterday. The green-haired teen trembled as he perfectly recalled the feeling of that green substance sliding over his body, restricting his movements before forcing its way down his throat. That sickening, mocking smile the villain gave him while thanking his victim and calling him a hero. The look in that monster's eyes that delighted in picking on someone who was helpless. When Izuku had shown Toru how to use the computer, he searched out one of his favorite hero news sites to use an example. It was there that he had read about the fate of the villain. Somehow, he had managed to escape from All Might after their talk. Even more surprising was that the villain had come across Bakugo, holding the teen hostage. Thankfully, a hero managed to show up in the nick of time with a quick suitable to deal with the sludge villain. In the end, Bakugo was freed and then rushed to the hospital where he was reported to make a full recovery. As for the villain, he had managed to escape the heroes by fleeing into the sewers. Now, it seemed like the villain was doing the same thing again. As people ran past the pair, Izuku could only stare at the sight before him. There, within the hold of the sludge villain, was a man Izuku had met the prior morning during Empty Lady's debut. The man with the weird antennae on his head that had called him a fanboy. He was now suspended in slime, nothing more than hostage as the villain broke every ATM and vending machine he saw. A few police were on the scene, doing what they could to keep others at bay while trying to contact a hero. No doubt this was very recent. "Excuse me, Mr. Midoriya?" Came Toru's calm yet slightly confused voice, breaking his attention from the disaster before him. "Isn't our destination just down the street? If we want to make it there before the lunch rush, should we continue?" Izuku could only look at Toru at that moment, shocked by what he was hearing. But what he saw was simple confusion, as though she didn't understand the significance of what she was seeing. But then again, she did come from a different world. There's a villain attack going on, managed to say. So until a hero shows up to deal with it, Then would it be all right if I dealt with this matter? Asked the dragon maid, sounding a little more cheerful, like she was eager to help. It would be no trouble at all. Izuku felt his throat go dry as he knew he should tell her not to, that they had to wait for the heroes to show up and let them deal with them, that they would get in trouble if they tried since neither of them had a license. And that was something that Izuku didn't want for Toru, for her to get in trouble while he just stood there on the sidelines. Then he glanced back at the sludge villain, or rather, the innocent hostage still in its grasp. He could still recall what it felt like when he had been in that situation, how it felt like he was going to die at any moment. That look in their eyes. "Okay," Izuku relented. "Please be careful." "Right." With a salute, Toru seemed to blink out of existence before appearing right in front of the sludge villain. The living pile of sludge barely had a chance to look down before Toru flicked a single finger at its chest, instantly causing it to splatter as the hostage fell to the ground. It had all been done so effortlessly that Izuku's eyes widened in wonder and excitement. So much so that he was still beaming as his new mate returned to his side. "That was so amazing!" cried Izuku, his hands balled into fists in excitement. "Toru, you could be one of the greatest heroes in the world with power like that." "Oh, Mr. Midoriya," cried the dragon maid as a blush appeared on her cheeks. Her hands reaching up to cover them, she began to sway back and forth. "Please continue to praise and flatter me, even for something as minor as taking down such an inferior being as that." By that time, a crowd of onlookers who had stayed in the area began to encircle the two, while the police went to work cleaning up the scene. For the next several minutes, Toru was showered with praise from the crowd, which she took in stride, laughing about how it wasn't a big deal. Then, before they could leave, a few of the officers approached Toru. After talking to her for a moment, it was clear that she didn't have a hero license. But seeing as no heroes showed up to help, as well as this was the first time she had done something like this, they told her that they would look the other way this time. Hearing that, Izuku let out a breath he hadn't known he'd been holding as the police walked away. Grinning, he turned to look at his new maid. "You did great back there. Though, I wish I didn't have to make you do it." "Oh, Mr. Midoriya," said Toru, the giddiness from earlier still in her voice as she spun around. "There is no need to trouble yourself over such minor inconveniences. Not when you have a superior being such as myself as your personal maid. Well..." Izuku paused for a moment, trying to figure out the right way to say this. As the teen collected his thoughts, Toru kept her eyes on him with a smile on her face while ignoring the people around them. "Okay, I'm glad that man got saved," he finally said. "And that's the most important thing. It's just that I still feel like I'm using you to do the things I wish I could do myself." Toru blinked at that for a moment before a look of understanding filled her features. "Oh, I see," the dragon maid replied, pounding a fist into her other open-palmed hand. "You wish to smite that pitiful fool yourself. I understand. There's a certain joy that one feels when obliterating others with your own claws. Well, I wouldn't put it like that." For a moment, that was all Izuku could say as he looked away with a forced laugh. Scratching the back of his head, He couldn't help but think that Kachin would have agreed wholeheartedly with the phrasing of that statement. Well, as your loyal, beautiful, and most amazing maid in the whole wide world, it is my duty to help you then, said Toru, her statement surprising and confusing Izuku. However, he didn't have a moment to ask what she meant by that, as she grabbed his wrist to begin dragging him from store to store as they began what could only be called whirlwind shopping. It wasn't until dinner was served that night that Izuku discovered what Toru meant. On the kitchen table sat a bowl of rice with bits of meat on top of it that he certainly didn't recognize. Slowly he poked at it with his chopsticks several times before asking Toru what it was. "It's meat for my tail," replied Toru happily, the sound of a record skidding to a halt accompanying her. Hearing this caused the teen's mouth to drop in horror, his chopsticks falling to the ground. Looking down at her feet, he saw that, indeed, the tip of her tail had been cut off with the insides looking a lot like the meat he was about to eat. "W.I." was the only thing Izuku could ask. "Oh, that simple Mr. Midoriya," giggled Toru, not seeming bothered by the fact that she had cut off a part of her own body, cooked it, and was now serving it to Izuku. "You said you wanted to become stronger, right? Well, this is how your amazing maid is going to help you. Tell me, does this world of stories about what happens when you eat the flesh of a mermaid?" Izuku blinked at this before replying. "That sound familiar. Something to do with immortality?" "Oh, is that how it goes in this world?" asked Toru, her smile fading as she looked at Izuku while her hands moved to her hips. "Sort of lame and boring, but I suppose that it can't be helped. You see, the human who eats the flesh of a mermaid doesn't become immortal. Instead, they gain a much longer lifespan because they become a mermaid. The same is true about dragon meat." Izuku gasped, his eyes widened in surprise when he heard this. "Now, don't get the wrong idea," continued Toru. "It isn't like it'll be eating a single meal and then, poof, you're a dragon. You have to eat dragon's meat constantly every day for about a year. Missing just one day will kill you. So you will need a steady source of dragon meat, as well as the dragon's consent, so they can remove as much of the poison in their bodies. That's the best way an inferior human can survive the process. Believe me, I've seen plenty of foolish humans trying to munch on the bodies of dead dragons only to die as soon as the meat touched their unworthy tongues. There was even this king, who offered up everything he owned for a piece of dragon meat. He survived the first bite somehow, but died the next day. Still, even if you have me by your side, there's no guarantee that this will work. There will still be poison in the meat, making you sick. That could kill you just as easily as the process. Also, you'll never be able to return to being a pitiful human again. Don't know why you would want to." Izuku looked down at the dish in front of him, watching as the steam rose while taking all this information in. He stared at it, the words of his doubters ringing in his ears. Then, he remembered Toru's smile in the moonlight. He wanted that. He wanted to make as many people smile like that as possible. And as he was now, that wasn't possible. If his dream wasn't worth risking his life, then what was the point? I understand. With that, Izuku went to pick up his chopsticks. However, Toru was faster as she swooped them up as a playful smile returned to her face. And had her pupils turned into hearts? Carefully, she scooped up some of her tail meat along with the rice, before placing it right in front of the teen's lips. "Then eat this," she said before feeding him. The next several months became nothing short of a living hell for Izuku Midoriya. After taking that first bite of Toru's tail, he began to feel the effects of what little poison it still contained. His body began breaking out into a cold sweat, his insides burning, stomach turning, a pounding in his head like rapid-fire machine guns going off, his throat going dry, the world spinning around him, and so much more. Yet the teen steeled himself before taking another bite. When he finally finished, Izuku nearly passed out as he felt the floor with his clothing drenched in sweat. Things did not get any better as the night progressed. Laying on his bed, Izuku found it nearly impossible to fall asleep, spending the majority of the night tossing and turning on the bed. There would be moments when he felt like there was an inferno raging just underneath his skin, forcing him to toss off his blankets. Then, In the next moment, his entire body would feel like he had been walking in a freezer for the last several days despite being covered in sweat. Pain would shoot through his gut, forcing the teen to arch his back while screaming in pain. Sometimes the pain would almost paralyze him, making it so that Izuku could barely move his arm to clutch his chest as he screamed to the heavens. When daylight finally peeked through his curtains, Izuku was in a sorry state, as his hair was matted with sweat, while his eyes looked bloodshot with heavy bags underneath them. But despite this state, he felt glad that he didn't need to face it alone, as Toru had been by his side the entire night. In fact, he knew within his heart that had she not been there, he would not have survived this first night. Though tears swelled in the teen's eyes when Toru brought him some soup with her tail meat mixed in, the teen soldiered on and ate it. Needless to say, Izuku did not end up going to school that day. On the second day, a trembling Izuku managed to finally get some sleep, though it felt like he had only closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them, standing over his bed with a concerned look on her face, was Mrs. Bakugo. Well, her along with two semi-transparent clones of the woman that were rotating around her, but he was pretty sure he was just seeing things. "Kid," began Mrs. Bakugo, a worried look on her face. "You look like shit." To that, Midoriya just gave a small smile, as he didn't have the heart to argue with her, partly because he didn't think that she would believe him if he said it wasn't so bad when he was in the middle of a puddle of his own sweat, and partly because his throat hurt from so much screaming the night before. After that, Mrs. Bakugo walked out of his room without another word to him. Toru, on the other hand, she had a lot to say to, and he could hear everything that Mitsuki Bakugo said, as Izuku felt like the entire building could hear her given how much she was shouting. The mother of his childhood friend/bully wanted to know who the hell she was, which was then quickly followed by demanding that Izuku be admitted to a hospital and see a professional. And given some of the curses that followed, he had assumed that Toru said no. Hearing that caused a few tears of happiness to roll down Izuku's face, knowing just how much the woman cared about him, though you would have a hard time telling, as they were mixed with his tears of pain, brought on due to the renewed pounding in his head caused by all the yelling. In the end, Mrs. Bakugo relented, most likely satisfied that Izuku had someone looking after his well-being 24/7, though she did say that she would be coming by to check on Izuku, and she demanded that Toru promise to call her if Izuku's condition worsened before taking him to a hospital. Needless to say, Izuku didn't go to school that day either, nor did he go to school for the rest of the week. On Friday afternoon, Katsuki Bakugo could be seen making his way towards the Midoriya apartment with a rare subdued expression on his face. The teen walked with his head down, hands in his pockets while wearing his school uniform. Every once in a while he would glance aside where a door was, checking the door number with an expression that seemed almost out of place on the bomber boy's face. He lacked his signature savage smirk brimming with confidence, as well as his angry sneer. Instead, he looked thoughtful. With each step he took, the events of the week played in his head, starting with his capture by the slimy hands of that villain. Needless to say, that had been a major blow to his ego. Despite all the work he had done with his quirk, training with it and studying so that he'd get into the very best hero school in the country, that nobody villain had managed to capture him within its disgusting body. Then, as if to make matters worse, when he had managed to regain consciousness, every explosion that he had unleashed trying to free himself had done nothing. Well, to the villain at least. The streets, cars, and maybe a hero or two were different stories. All he could do was just remain there, waiting for someone else to save him. He felt useless. Probably how Deku felt every day. That thought caused Bakugo's stomach to turn on itself, nearly causing the ashen blonde to trip. He still remembered what he had said to Deku before all that shit went down. How he told him that if he wanted a quirk so badly that he should jump off the roof and hope for a quirk in his next life. Afterwards, the two lackeys that hung around him said that he might have gone too far, though he brushed it off at the time, even he knew they were right. Still, he reassured himself that there was no way a coward like Deku would ever go through with it. When he awoke at the hospital, he was surprised to see that Deku hadn't shown up, nor did the nerd who had followed him around his whole life, calling him by that childish nickname, leave a card. And when he went to school, Deku wasn't there. None of the worthless extras. There seemed to know what was going on with him. Deku was just gone. To be honest, that had made Katsuki worry. It was when he had gotten home that day that he sort of found out what was happening. According to his mom, Deku looked like he was at death's door, though the rest of the conversation became lost on him as the two began a screaming match. He couldn't remember most of the details besides some of his more colorful insults, but he did make sure to call her stupid for not dragging his worthless ass to a damn doctor. Then she hit him upside the head, yelling at her son to just shut his mouth and go visit Midoriya. After that, Katsuki just stormed into his room, where he then fell onto his bed to stare at the ceiling. For several long hours, he ignored the world around him as he became lost in his own thoughts. What were the odds that Deku would get that sick right after he had told the nerd to off himself? Was it like in those stories he had heard about where the person becomes sick because they lost the will to live? Eventually, Katsuki just let out a growl before turning over, as he did his best to shut out the voices in his head. If there was one thing that Katsuki knew, Deku was the most stubborn pebble he had ever stomped on. No matter what he said, no matter how many times he said it or blasted that worthless stain across the room, Deku refused to take the hint. So what made that time so different? Like there was anything anyone could say or do that could break that endless enthusiasm, right? Now, here he was, bringing Midoriya all the assignments he had missed. Thinking about how he'd been saddled with this shitty job brought back some familiar rage that Bakugo was used to feeling. He could still recall how their homeroom teacher had lazily stood at his desk, asking for a volunteer to deliver all these papers to Deku, doing it in the same tone that came when you were doing something you really didn't want to. The worthless extras in his class reacted in the same manner, no one caring at all for the nerd's plight, while whining that they didn't want to waste their time delivering anything to him. Heck, there were rumors going around saying that the damn nerd had some sort of disease that only affected the quirkless, and that if any of them approached him for too long, then they would lose their quirk. But, in the end, the papers had to be delivered, and since Bakugo was one of the few people who knew where Midoriya lived, he had been volunteered for the shitty job. Finally, Bakugo arrived at his destination. Angrily, he slammed his fist on the door several times before looking down into his bag. He shifted through his own books and folders, eventually finding the large stack of assignments for Deku just as the door opened. No doubt it was that nerd having crawled out of bed. "Here's your assignments, you damn nerd," Bakugo half yelled, holding out the stack of papers without bothering to look at the person standing in the doorway. "And don't you dare go all sentimental on me, thinking I'm doing this because I like you or anything. The damn teacher forced me to since no one wanted to waste their time on your ass." When he felt someone taking the assignments, Bakugo finally decided to look up. It was then that his eyes widened, taking a few steps back as he beheld a woman with horns sticking out her blonde hair and wearing a shitty cosplay-made outfit. As she gave him a confused look, tilting her head to the side as she did so, 1,000 questions ran through Bakugo's mind. Who was this? Is she some sort of helper that liked to dress like this? Or did that shitty nerd have some weird taste beyond heroes? Why hadn't the old hag told him about her? Wait, maybe she did and it was lost during all the yelling. Then, the shitty maid said something that caused Bakugo's thoughts to come to a halt while, in the background of his mind, he could hear shattering glass. "Are you what they call at Sundra?" she asked. "Because Mr. Midoriya is mine." And, with that, the girl closed the door right in Bakugo's face. As time went on, Izuku's presence at school was sporadic, to put it lightly. Entire weeks would go by with the green-haired teen's seat being vacant. Then, out of the blue, he would appear in class, still looking like death had its side to his neck, before then becoming absent the following day. When he did show up, the green-haired teen was not met with any empathy from his classmates. Instead, the mocking laughter returned, asking how he could ever be a hero when he could barely make it to class. Thankfully, his studies did not suffer too much as Izuku studied like never before, using it to distract from the constant pain he felt. And whenever Bakugo or one of his female classmates brought him a stack of assignments, Izuku poured every bit of his strength into completing them. The mockery from his class ended one day when one of the other guys in his class came to deliver Izuku's homework. This young man had never expected in a million years to see a maid like Toru opening the door with a cheerful smile. As his eyes trailed down from her face towards Toru's chest, Izuku's classmate couldn't believe that such a lovely maid was looking after the quirkless loser. And when he left, he had to tell everyone about this. Thus, after that day, whenever their homeroom teacher asked for a volunteer to drop off stuff to Izuku, there was usually a fight amongst the guys. This eventually led to some interesting situations. X, come on, man, said Naga, the teen grinding his teeth as he spared a glance away from his comrade in crime to look up and down the walkway. Hey, don't rush me, snapped Aoki as he knelt in front of the door leading into the Midoriya residence. His eyes were focused on his work, tongue sticking out slightly as his hands moved the tools that would pick the lock on the door. Though, despite what he said, the teen knew he had to move a little quicker. There was only so long the two of them could be seen on this walkway in their Aldred Junior High uniforms before someone becomes suspicious. Man, this better be worth it, said Naga as he continued to keep a lookout. If a hero or officer spotted them, the first thing they would wonder was, why were those boys not in school? Before approaching them, are you sure she lives here with the quirkless freak? Pretty sure, responded Aoki. I've been checking this place out. That maid never leaves at the end of the night, meaning she's most likely a live-in maid. Man, I wonder what cup size she is. Probably D or bigger, Naga said, a smile creeping onto his face. We'll figure out after we nab some of her bras and panties. Man, we are going to be legends after we show them to the guys at school. Not to mention trashing the hero nerd's room. Hey, Aoki half yelled, shooting a glare at Naga. Check the goods out first. We might be able to sell some of that stuff on eBay for some serious cash. That got a laugh out of the two. Little did the two delinquents know that both Izuku and Toru were seated in the living room, their heads turned towards the door with exasperated expressions on their faces. Both the dragon maid and her master could hear everything that was being said by the two, who were both too close to the door and not being as quiet as they should be. Izuku, who was propped up on the couch waiting for his bed sheets to finish drying the old-fashioned way, let out an annoyed sigh at what his classmates were planning before reaching off to the side where his phone lay. But before he could call the cops, Toru stood. There's no need to trouble yourself, Mr. Midoriya, she said while tilting her head to the side and smiling. Allow me to take care of this minor inconvenience. Okay, said Izuku, leaning his head back and closing his eyes. As soon as he said that, Toru grinned wickedly as flames seemed to dance around her. Her mouth opened, revealing the wickedly sharp fangs, while her eyes now held a bloodthirsty look. As she raised on her hands, the fingers becoming sharpened claws underneath the fabric of the gloves, Toru promised that she would make them pay, not just for the slight that these pitiful, inferior humans planned to do unto her, but for insulting Mr. Midoriya. For that grave sin, she would see them both flung into the deepest bowels of hell before she personally sliced through their souls. Then she would... Just don't kill them, added Izuku after a moment, not even bothering to open his tired eyes. At his words, Toru deflated back into her normal human appearance. Fine, Toru said, sounding disappointed as she walked toward the door with her back slumped. At the same time, Aoki grinned when he heard the familiar click of the lock being opened. Giving a thumbs up to his classmate, he stood up while holding on to his lock-picking kit in one hand while the other went to his back pocket to pull out a mask. Seeing this, Naga did the same. However, before either of them could put on the masks, the door to the apartment opened. Normally, in a situation like this, the teens would have to quickly choose between one of three options: talk their way out of the situation, overpower the person standing before them, or just run. Yet what they saw caused all the mental processes to come to a grinding halt. There, filling the entire hallway before them, was a dragon's head. It stared at them, blinking with one of those weird dual eyelids that they learned about in class, but never really paid attention to. Then it roared. The force behind the noise was so powerful that it pushed them backwards, their backs pressing against a railing as droplets of spit the size of ping-pong balls collided with their faces. When it was over, the two terrified teens ran screaming as Toru closed the door. Later that day, Toru heard an interesting rumor from some of the other tenants. Apparently, two middle school students had run up to a police officer, saying there was a monster living in the building. While at first the officer was alarmed by just how frightened and panicked the two were, he eventually noticed the masks the boys had in their hands, as well as a lock-picking kit. Both of the students were then detained on suspicion while the police checked security footage, finding both of them trying to break into an apartment, though they did not find any monster. A few weeks later, Izuku found himself dragging his feet home after one of his rare returns to school. Despite having the strength to go in today, his skin was still ghostly pale, and he had suffered various temperature flashes throughout the day. One moment he would be sitting there, shivering from head to toe, as he felt like he was standing in the middle of a blizzard, wearing only his boxers. Then, in the blink of an eye, he felt like he was standing next to a lava flow, wearing his heaviest winter clothing. At the very least, he hadn't vomited yet. As the people on the street gave Izuku room, most likely out of the desire not to catch whatever he had, the teen briefly wanted to reconsider calling Toru and asking for her help getting home. However, that idea was quickly squashed since he was still mad at her for the heart attack she had given him yesterday. Honestly, things had been going pretty well with Toru. Every day, she was understanding more about this world and using the tools man had made. Yet, there were times when she slipped up. Yesterday had been one of those times. Toru had been doing laundry, briefly holding one of Izuku's shirts as she stared at it while panting. It looked like she was about to put it in her mouth again until she noticed Izuku standing on the opposite side of the room, staring at her as he used the wall beside him for support. Thankfully, Toru backtracked on her odd desire to clean his clothing in that fashion, and instead opted to let them fresh air dry. The only problem was that it was cloudy, meaning it was bound to take longer. Her solution? Leaning out the window before firing off 3 or 4 dragon breath lasers right into the clouds, clearing the sky instantly. How could Izuku not have a heart attack, fearing that she might have hit a plane and become a villain? Maybe I'm being a little too harsh with her, relented Izuku. I'll just talk to her again. Tell her that I just don't want to see her getting in any trouble. It was then that he noticed something odd up the street. It was a little girl, most likely an elementary student, with white lavender hair that was tied into pigtails. Her attire seemed a bit off, as it wasn't something he regularly saw. Instead, she had on a white capelet with a fur collar, a pink blouse, a frilly white skirt, and pink shoes that one would normally find on a Western-style doll. Though what made her really stand out were the horns on her head, along with a tail that had what appeared to be a ball of fluff at its end. To make matters stranger, the girl was walking up to random people and objects, giving them a brief sniff before moving on to the next. Something about her appearance and behavior set off alarm bells in Izuku's mind, that this girl might be from the same place that Toru came from. But what were the odds? For all he knew, all of this could be explained away as part of her quirk. Then, the little girl spotted him. She stared at the freckled-faced teen for a moment before speed walking over to his direction, grabbing his pants leg before sniffing. "You smell like Lady Toru," said the girl when she finished, looking up at Izuku with those big eyes. For a moment, Izuku stood there as whatever color he had left vanished completely, leaving him as pale as a ghost. Then he realized something. This little girl had been able to tell he was close to someone just by smelling him, even going as far as calling out the dragon made by name. What's more, this little girl had gone as far as giving Toru the title of lady. Had he been right? Was she another dragon? Well, began Izuku, hoping to figure things out in a civilized manner. However, before he could, the little girl began pounding her tiny fists against his chest. "Let Lady Toru go," she yelled at the top of her lungs, drawing the attention of several people passing by. "I can smell her all over you. You seduced her into staying here, you playboy incubus." Adrenaline quickly began pumping through Izuku's system, the color returning to his body as it did, while the teen made a quick decision. He grabbed the little girl. Somehow, he managed to hold her under his arm as he ran down the street at full speed. All the while, the little girl continued to beat her hands onto his chest, legs flailing about. Oddly enough, the blows didn't feel all that powerful. In fact, he could barely feel them. "That's odd," thought Izuku, his mind analyzing this as he ran. "I've seen what Toru can do with just a flick of her finger. These blows, They should have broken my rib cage and turned my bones into powder. Is she messing around? No. She seems like she's trying to escape from... Wait a minute. I just kidnapped her. Oh no, am I a villain? Quickly glancing around, Izuku noticed that while some people were watching him now, none of them were doing anything else. Wishing to keep it that way, Izuku placed a hand over the child's mouth, hoping to stop her from making more of a fuss. Listen, I'm not a bad guy, said Izuku in a hushed voice. I'm not kidnapping you for any villainous purposes. Just taking you to see Toru. So could you please calm down, Dash? Izuku was then cut off as the girl's mouth opened wider than what would have been considered normal to most, revealing razor-sharp teeth that dug into the teen's skin. Thankfully, the run to the apartment wasn't that far, as he had only been a block and a half away. Panting, Izuku soon opened the door to his apartment with the little girl in tow. The green-haired boy had his good hand pressed against the wall, using it to steady himself while his other hand was covering his own blood, while dripping blood onto the floor. Thankfully, knowing Toru, she could clean all this off with a little bit of magic. "Welcome home, Mr. Midoriya," said Toru as she came to greet them. I trust you had a dash her eyes and widened when they fell on his hand, ending her cheerful expression in less than a heartbeat. "Mr. Midoriya, what fool has dared to harm you? I shall rip out their still beating heart and crush it before their eyes for this offense." Izuku then noticed her eyes darting towards something behind him. It was pretty clear that she had noticed the little girl now, and that seemed to make Toru even more angry. "Mr. Midoriya, are you cheating on me? I will crush this little floozy with dash." Thankfully, the girl stepped out from behind Izuku at that moment, causing Toru's anger to instantly vanish. "Lady Toru," cried the girl as she raced to embrace the dragon maid. Toru just continued to blink in shock as the little girl's arms wrapped around her. "Kana," was all Toru could say. "Mr. Midoriya, where did you find her? And Mr. Midoriya, I forgot you're hurt." Izuku just gave a weak smile at that, ready to wave it off as nothing since Toru was in the middle of what seemed like a heartfelt reunion. But before he could tell her it was nothing and would just bandage the wound himself, the dragon maid was upon him, grabbing the upper arm connected to his bleeding hand. She brought him to the living room to rest for a moment as she searched for a first aid kit. It took her several minutes and several crashes to find it, and when she did, she returned to Izuku's side where she then knelt down to begin dressing his wound. All the while, Kana was giving the green-haired human the stink eye. "So, I take it you know each other," began Izuku, doing his best to break the ice. "Yep," chirped Toru as she finished cleaning the blood off his hand, thankfully not licking it off. "This girl's name is Kana Kamui. She's an acquaintance of mine." "It's nice to meet you," said Izuku warmly. However, Kana just continued to sit across from him on the floor, still giving her host a stink eye. "Lady Toru just vanished one day," said Kana after a moment of silence, her eyes shifting over to the maid. "No one has seen or heard from her in some time." As the younger dragon said this, Izuku felt the urge to ask Toru why. If she had people, dragons who cared about her, the least she should have done was to let them know she was all right. However, when he looked down at her, Izuku noticed that Toru had lowered her head slightly while her eyes seemed to be unfocused, like she was lost in her own thoughts and memories. As he looked at his maid, Izuku remembered that night they had first met, how wounded she had been, left alone, how she had said she didn't have a home to go back to, that she didn't belong anywhere. Did she think that, because of whatever happened to her, that no dragon would help her? Or was it something else? Regardless, this wasn't a subject that Toru wanted to talk about. He knew the feeling. Izuku was willing to bet he had the same look on his face whenever his mother asked him why he had burned marks on his clothing during his early childhood. He didn't want to voice how the person he had always viewed as amazing had been treating him, not wanting to hear how he shouldn't hang out with Kakin. So he did what he had done back then, changed the subject. "So, Kana," began Izuku, gaining both girls' attention, "why were you wandering the streets sniffing things? Were you looking for Toru?" That earned him an affirmative nod from the white-haired girl. "Yes, I saw the blast that cleared the clouds and sensed her magic," she said. "That helped me narrow down where she could be. After that, I decided I should try picking up her scent." So you were just sniffing everything hoping you could find her? Asked Izuku. Yes, said Kana again before a disgusted look appeared on her face. She then began holding her nose as if thinking about something brought back the phantom scent thing. Your world has many weird people. Her attention then shifted back to Toru. Lady Toru, why are you dressed like that? Please come home with me. I need you. I can't, said Toru in a sad yet firm tone. Then, in the blink of an eye, her tone shifted into her normally energetic one as she gestured to Izuku. Because I have fallen head over heels for Mr. Midoriya, and am helping to become a dragon. Toru, yelled Izuku, his face turning scarlet at the dragon's proclamation. I knew it, exclaimed Kana, standing up. Izuku quickly turned to look at Toru, hoping that he could get her to say something to calm the situation down. However, the maid was off in her own little world. Her hands were on her cheeks, a giggle that might have been perverted escaping her mouth as drool leaked from the edges. He then looked back at the younger dragon girl, finding a purple aura of malice surrounding her. He could hear her mumbling something like, I knew it, and a few other choice words that really shouldn't come from anyone that looks that young. Then a thought came to him. Is the reason you need Toru's help because you're weak? Asked Izuku with finger raised. Kana's shock at being called out like that was so powerful that everyone in the apartment could hear glass shattering. What gives you that idea, Mr. Midoriya? Asked Toru, who had calmed down, now shooting questioning looks between Izuku and Kana. While Midoriya was still sitting there with his good hand on his chin, looking thoughtful, Kana looked to be sweating bullets as her face paled. Well, when I brought Kana here, she was struggling to free herself, replied Izuku, earning a gasp from Toru. She was kicking up a storm and punching my chest the entire time, yet they barely had any power in them. And now that I think of it, I think being bitten by a dragon should have taken my hand clean off even if she was in her human form. Izuku then tilted his head as a new thought came to him. Maybe she's not eating right? Kana, how long have you been here? When Izuku looked over at the younger of the two dragons, he almost did a double take when he noticed that Kana had turned around so as to not face either of them. Not my fault, she managed to mumble. Lady Toru is special. This place has low mana purity. A pit began to form in Izuku's stomach as some of the pieces to this puzzle were coming together. Kana wanted to leave this world but lacked the power to do so, hence why she sought out Toru. However, why was she here in the first place? She had admitted herself that no one knew where Toru was, so why go looking for her in another world? So, if it wasn't that, then why was she here? Had some human banished her to this world to save their kingdom, making her someone else's problem? Or had it been some sort of sick dragon hunter, sending dragons to another world where they would be as helpless as a literal child? The explanation Izuku got was not what he was expecting. Apparently, Kana liked to play pranks in order to get her parents' attention. So one day, after a prank went a little too far, her parents sent her to this world in order to reflect on her actions, much like how some parents will kick their children out of the house. Yet, there seemed to be no signs that her parents were watching her, nor did she seem to have any means to contact them. Could you take her back? Asked Izuku, as he continued to process what he had heard. He knew what it was like to live all alone with your family so far away. However, there were some major differences. His mother had wanted Izuku to come with her to America and live with a man whose face he couldn't even remember, but he had refused, stating he still wanted to try and get into UA. While his mother never believed in this dream, she had relented and was still sending him money to live, which was far more than what Kana's parents were doing. Sadly, it would be no use, replied Toru with a shake of her head. If her parents are determined to have Kana reflect on her actions, they would no doubt just send her right back to Earth. So it would be pointless to even try. Nodding in understanding, Izuku turned to look at Kana to see something that made his heart clench. The little dragon girl just sat there, crying as all hope left her eyes. In that instant, Izuku found himself back on that roof with the one hope he had walking away. So, would you like to stay here? He asked. There was no way Izuku would ever allow someone to go through what he had. To have your last hope crushed before being left on that metaphorical roof all alone. That was something that was far too painful for anyone to go through. especially a young girl. In return, Kanna just stared at him dumbly, though some of the light in her eyes began to slowly return. "Why you're trying to deceive me?" she said. "This is some sort of trick." "Not at all," said Izuku with the shake of his head. "If you want, you can stay here with me and Toru for as long as you need to. No strings attached. Just, don't let people around here know you're a real dragon." Seeing the light return to Kanna's eyes, he held out his hand while smiling warmly. The next thing Izuku knew, Kanna had moved past his outstretched hand before wrapping her arms around his body to begin crying into his pant leg. "Just remember, Mr. Midoriya belongs to me," added Toru. "X. All right, class, settle down," came the voice belonging to Bakugo's homeroom teacher as he entered the room. As the rest of the extras in class stopped making so much damn noise, Bakugo remained as he was, leaning back on his seat, arms folded in back of his head. His eyes were closed, knowing that whatever the man was about to spew would be barely worth his time. The explosive teen knew his grades were top of his class, already knew all of the upcoming events. So whatever this man was about to say would be white noise for him. There was only one exception. No doubt, he would be begging the class to drop off assignments to that shitty nerd Deku. "First off, as of today, Izuku Midoriya will no longer be with us," said the teacher, his voice sounding only mildly happy. No doubt glad to not have to pull teeth trying to get someone to deliver assignments to the quirkless student. As the majority of the class seemed to adopt an about-time attitude, Bakugo sat up straight in his seat. "What does that mean?" roared the teen, his eyes wide. "It means that Izuku Midoriya is no longer a student at this class," replied the teacher offhandedly. "That was all I was told." And with that, the man went on discussing other things. Not that Bakugo was paying any attention to that, as an almost alien emotion filled him. So alien that Bakugo didn't know what he was feeling as he glanced over at Deku's empty seat. The green-haired nerd had been the one constant in his life, like a shadow that no matter what he did he couldn't get rid of. Bakugo had always believed with his whole heart he would be glad for the day he would no longer have to deal with Deku, that when he went to Youth A, he would never see that mess of green hair or hear the name Kakin ever again. Well, until the shitty nerd found himself in trouble, and Bakugo was a hero saving his worthless ass. But now that it had happened so suddenly, as Bakugo continued to stare at the desk, he couldn't help but wonder what had happened. Was it Deku's illness? Had it finally become so bad that he was taken to a hospital? Or had he been sent away to a specialist? Movement in his peripheral vision caught Bakugo's attention. Turning his head slightly, he noticed that he wasn't the only one looking at the desk. The two extras that followed him around, the ones who had been there when he had thrown Deku's notebook out the window, were looking at the desk as well. However, their faces seemed to have paled. They also seemed to look worried. It wasn't until their eyes met that Bakugo realized what they were thinking, causing the ashen blonde to turn and look away. "No way," he thought to himself, grabbing a hold of his pencil before squeezing it. He wasn't worried or anything like that. Heck no. The pencil was just pissing him off. That's why he was squeezing it like he was trying to wring its non-existent neck. There's no way Deku would jump. Not after all this, unless they told him he was never going to get better, or that whatever the fuck he is will put him 6 feet under. Meaning that... Bakugo's eyes then suddenly widened as he realized where this train of thought was going. Grinding his teeth, the angry teen increased the pressure on his pencil, causing it to snap in two. What the fuck am I thinking about? That shitty nerd has gotten bad news since he was 4. There's no way he would take his life now. His mom probably finally dragged his unconscious ass with her to the States. With that, Bakugo took a deep breath as he slowly began to feel more like his old, overconfident, and angry self. Mostly because he had just destroyed his last pencil. However, despite that, Bakugo found himself walking over to the Midoriya apartment one last time after school to find it empty to his shock. At that same moment, Izuku Midoriya was walking out of his room within his new apartment, having just finished putting away the last of his All Might merchandise. Slowly, he stepped into the combination of living/dining/kitchen, which honestly made the place feel more open. To his side was a sliding door that led out to a balcony, something his old apartment didn't have. During the day, it would allow for more sunlight to shine in. Well, that as well as allowing the girls living with him to exit that way via turning into dragons if the need ever arose. As Izuku moved to sit on the couch, next to Kanna with Toru humming happily in the kitchen, he was glad he had made the decision to move. While his old apartment held so many memories, both good and bad, it was feeling a bit cramped for three of them to be living there. The kitchen, for example, had been fine back when it had just been Izuku and his mother sitting across from each other. It was the same when it was just him and Toru, but with Kanna now living with them, it just felt more cramped. Same with the living room. So, after a few days of recovering, Izuku and the two disguised dragons went to a real estate office to see if they could find something a bit bigger within their budget. And after several attempts, the trio settled on an apartment whose building had a community roof that the girls seemed to really enjoy. As Kanna turned on the television to watch an anime, a weird one about a tanuki trying to take pictures of a fox girl, Izuku watched along with her, though his attention was a tad more focused on how well this was going to work out. Other than the community roof, both Toru and Kanna got a larger room for themselves to share. Speaking of Toru, she was delighted to discover that this location was closer to an outdoor shopping district that she really liked. As for Izuku, he will be finishing his middle school education at a new school. He only hoped that it would be pleasant. Izuku quickly discovered that his new middle school was much friendlier than what he was used to. It was a shocking experience to see so many people asking if he was okay when he brought up the fact that his health had been on the decline for most of the year. No one asked what was going on with him or about his quirk, Izuku theorizing that they were afraid that his quirk was the source of his health issues. As for Kanna, she decided to go to elementary school herself. There she quickly became friends with a girl named Satsuki Ajui, the younger sister of his classmate Tsu. Because of this, Tsu was the one to always deliver Midoriya's schoolwork to him whenever he was feeling sick. That as well as allowing him to copy her notes as they sat at the kitchen table, the two younger children playing as they did so. This somewhat bothered Toru. "I will agree to allow you into our home as you are a classmate of my master," began Toru in a sweet tone before her eyes narrowed. "However, if you plan on stealing him from me, I shall boil you in oil and feast upon your soul." Okay. If that bothered the frog girl, she didn't show it. And so, Izuku continued to live with his new makeshift family. As time went by, the negative effects of Toru's tale began to lessen. He found himself in a lot less pain after consuming it, able to sleep without incident. What's more, the normally timid teen celebrated the fact that he was calling off from school far less. No longer was he missing a week of school here and there, but only a day or two a week. That soon turned into missing classes once or twice every other week. Then, eventually, the biggest day of Izuku's life arrived. The morning of a UA entrance exam, Toru was in the kitchen, frying up some bacon with chunks of her tail meat mixed in while a nice stack of pancakes was piled up on the counter near her. As the dragon maid worked, happily singing to herself as she did, Kanna sat at the table drinking her orange juice while her own breakfast plate lay before her half-finished. "Lady Toru," said the younger dragon after she set out her glass. "Won't Izuku be late if he doesn't hurry up?" You're right," said Toru as she glanced over at the digital clock. Turning around, the dragon maid brought her hands up to her mouth before yelling out, "Mr. Midoriya, you better hurry or you'll be late for the exam." A loud crash could then be heard coming Izuku's room. At first, the maid paid it no mind, humming to herself as she listened to the various thuds and muffled muttering coming from her master's room over the sizzling of the skillet. Honestly, there was a part of her that hoped that he would be running late, so that she could offer to let him ride her to school. But a sudden loud crack caused Toru to jump where she stood in a panic. Quickly turning around, Toru saw what had happened. It seemed that, due to his hurry, Izuku had tried to open the door while forgetting to turn the knob. This was something that had happened before, mainly whenever there was live footage of the blonde-haired human who hurt her master appeared on the news. Now it had happened again. Only, this time, Mr. Midoriya didn't slam his head into the door or anything like that. No, the door had been torn off its hinges with the green-haired teen still holding it up by the knob like it was nothing. Ooh! exclaimed Kanna, hands on her cheeks as Toru began to dance giddily in place. "Toru, what's happening?" asked Izuku, his gaze shifting between the door still in his grasp to the dragon maid and then back to the door. As panic appeared in his face, Midoriya suddenly dropped the door, looking at it like it were some wild beast that would strike him if he didn't make some distance between them. "Oh, Mr. Midoriya, it looks like the transformation will be finished soon," exclaimed Toru as she zipped across the apartment to wrap her master in an embrace, one that forced his head to become nestled between her breasts, causing him to blush bright red. "I'd say you'll become a full dragon any day now." "Really?" asked Izuku after he managed to pull away from Toru. Not that she seemed to mind, seeing as the moment he was free the dragon girl brought her hands together while swaying from side to side. The teen only took that in for a moment as he looked down at himself. He seemed, well, rather normal, maybe a bit thicker in the arms and legs. But that was it. His skin hadn't turned any different color, nor had scales appeared. There were no additional limbs like a tail, and he hadn't noticed his shirt getting caught on any horns. Heck, he hadn't even breathed fire last night when Toru had made him extra spicy chili with dragon tail meat mixed in. Doesn't seem like it. He eventually, as he finally lowered his arms. Shouldn't there have been more changes before this? Like getting stronger gradually or my body changing over time? "Nope," replied Toru in a giddy tone. "All the changes start once the process is near completion, and you're no longer going to die. First, your body starts getting stronger, building as time goes by until the body undergoes a sudden magical transformation where you leave behind your former pitiful self for the superior form of the dragon you. I've never seen it, but it's supposed to be wicked," added Kanna simply from the kitchen. "But until then, I suggest that you be careful," advised Toru as she dragged Izuku over to the kitchen table. Once he was seated, the blonde dragon girl continued to talk as she served him his meal. "Your strength will be in a constant state of flux as it continues to grow stronger. Simple things like opening doors will constantly take a bit more concentration. Well, unless you want to destroy those poorly constructed objects. Seriously, whoever thought to make them out of such flimsy material?" With that, Izuku would eat his meal while a still gushing Toru went to fix the door using her magic. Despite eating his meal at a rapid pace, practically shoving the food into his mouth, Tsu arrived before he could finish. Thankfully, Toru was still in such a good mood that she politely asked the frog girl to wait just a moment without any threats or outright hostility towards another girl entering the domain. If Tsu was alarmed by this, she didn't show it as she simply stood there while letting out small rib bits as she waited for her friend. Once he was finished, Izuku gave a quick goodbye to both dragons before heading out the door. "Have you put on more muscle since yesterday?" asked Tsu before the door closed. "Oh my, such an impressive variety of applicants this year," said Nizu, the chimera-like creature who ran UA as its principal, as the practical part of the entrance exam was gearing up to begin. As Nizu took a long sip of his tea, along with several other staff members, sat in a dark room lit only by the many monitors within. Several of the larger screens covered the wall before them, showing a mass of students as they stood in front of the various training areas where the exams would take place. "I hardly know which screen deserves my full focus. Wouldn't you, All Might, is everything okay?" Lowering the teacup from his mouth, Nizu glanced over at the slender figure of a number one hero. Said man's gaze was focused downward at the armrest of each seat, was a smaller monitor that allowed the person sitting there the option to focus on a particular student should they catch a hero's attention. Now, normally there wouldn't be anything odd about this. However, it was unusual for a teacher to do this before the exam had even begun. Even more unusual was the deep frown on the symbol of peace's face as he stared at one student in particular. But upon hearing the principal's voice, the man seemed to snap out of it. "Sorry about that, Nizu," All Might said awkwardly. "I was surprised to see someone taking the exam." Curious, Nizu quickly pulled up the same image. Now on his own personal screen was a green-haired young man with diamond-shaped freckles on his face. He seemed a little plain to the unidentifiable mammal, even as he stretched his limbs. With only a few taps on his screen, Nizu brought up the examinee's profile. "And what has this Mr. Midoriya done to earn such a frown from you?" asked Nizu as he began to skim the file rapidly. Surely, he doesn't have a criminal record, or else he would have been barred from taking the exam. The slender man didn't answer right away, taking in a deep breath before speaking. He asked if a quirkless person like himself could ever be a hero. Naturally, I told him no. Given how he reacted, I had assumed that he had taken my words to heart and had given up on this foolish desire of his. But it seems I was wrong. Nizu made a small noise as he picked up his cup, keeping one eye on All Might as he sipped his tea. Oh, how time and injuries change a person. There was once a time when this man would have focused more on the spirit of the young man, praising him for trying even when the chips were down. But now, with his powers waning from the injury All for One gave him, he had become far more jaded. It was a sad sight to see, especially to those who knew of the great hero's origin. Well, there is nothing in the rules saying that he can at least try, replied Nizu diplomatically. All Might just shook his head, his long blonde locks waving as he did. It was a mistake to change the rules to allow the quirkless a chance at entering the hero course. It only gives him false hope. When this exam is over, I'll be sure to scold him for endangering himself. Nizu was thankful that his teacup hid his frown. Over in the testing areas, Izuku was stretching his limbs while doing his best to keep calm the way he knew best, examining quirks. There were just so many around him, with some of the students even having specialized equipment to help them. His fingers itched, wishing that he had his notebook to take notes and make sketches. That is until he noticed a familiar face glancing disapprovingly in his direction. Izuku slightly wilted under the gaze of the tall, blue-haired, bespectacled teen. It was less than an hour ago that their very brief interaction had occurred. Izuku had been sitting in the massive auditorium next to Tsu, listening to present Mike as the hero gave them the lowdown on how the practical would play out. Simply put, there were 3 different types of robots spread out over a cityscape that the school provided. Students would gain points based on the type of robot they destroyed. It was during this time that the blue-haired teen had a question, his voice already sounding irritated, an irritation that only seemed to grow after he had been allowed to speak, pointing out on the documents that they had all been given that there are 4 types of robots listed and demanded if this was a mistake. Then, before President Mike could answer, the teen had spun to the side to point out Midoriya, as he had apparently been muttering under his breath during the entire explanation. Has it really been that bad? Izuku had whispered to Tsu, leaning close in hopes that nobody could hear. Not really, Ribbit, Tsu whispered back. Maybe he's just nervous. Back in the present, Izuku noticed a blue-haired teen marching over to him with a frown on his face. Yet before he could take more than a few steps, the massive gates suddenly opened to the surprise of all the students there. For several seconds, they all stood there in stunned silence as they were unsure of what to do. Hey, came the loud voice of President Mike. Looking up at where the voice was coming from, the students saw the blonde-haired man standing on top of the gates with a savage smile on his face. Why are all you little listeners wasting time? There are no countdowns in real life. The exam has already started. As soon as he heard that, Izuku took off running along with the rest of the examinees. Yet it felt odd to him that, while he was keeping pace with them, it felt to him like a light jog, like he could go faster, much faster. At the same time, Izuku felt his skin beginning to itch like crazy, but he managed to ignore it for now. It took a few more seconds before spotting the first group of robots, several of the 2-pointers surrounding a 3-pointer. All of them faced the onrush of student hopefuls, ready to attack once they were close enough. Desiring to see what he could do after 10 months of eating Toru's tail, Izuku decided to increase his speed to its max. When he did, his senses must have kicked in because he did not see the world around him as anything like a blur. Rather, he perceived everything as if it were nearly standing still. Before he knew it, he was in front of one of the 2-pointers with his fist pulled back. Then he struck as time seemed to resume around him. The effect of his punch was beyond anything he had expected. Not only had the robot been destroyed, but the winds he generated also blew away the other robots. Even the heavy 3-pointer was lifted off the ground as it was flung into a wall. Izuku stood there, his arm outstretched as wisps of smoke rose off his knuckles. Around him, the other students' jaws nearly dropped. And who could blame them? This seemingly ordinary, plain-looking boy had just destroyed a whole group of robots like he was the second coming of All Might. As for Izuku, he just stood there with his eyes wide as he continued to process what he had just done. Then, panic began to set in as he surveyed all the damage he had just caused. He had all this strength, but didn't know how to control it. That was bad, really bad. If he tried punching another robot like that with other students around, he might end up hurting them by accident. So, after glancing around, Izuku decided to make a break for it and find a more secluded area. X, back with the teachers. All of them had seen what Izuku Midoriya had done as a score shot up. Several of them were standing in amazement, their eyes glued to the screen. "That level of strength is mighty impressive for such youngin'," said Snipe with a loud hoot. "I'd say that kid there might even give All Might a run for his money someday." "It is impressive," added Midnight as she leaned back in her seat, a thoughtful expression replacing her normally seductive expression. "Though I wonder why he's running around like that." That's when a figure in black saved the white scarf around his neck, pushed himself off the wall he had been leaning against to get a little closer to the screens. As he spoke, "It's pretty obvious that he doesn't have full control over his strength," said Aizawa in a tired tone, his eyes never once leaving the image before him of the green-haired teen. If you were looking at his face, you could see that he was surprised by the amount of devastation a single punch could do. Not surprising given the irrational stances on quirk usage. However, he's not letting that stop him. At that moment, the screen showed a robot coming after Midoriya. The boy looked at it, bringing a fist up ready to destroy it, only to then run in the opposite direction. Seeing this brought a smile to Aizawa's face. "See that there?" continued the underground pro as he gestured to what else was on the screen. He didn't punch that robot because he spotted people close by, people who would have been swept up in the windstorm a single punch would make. That or would have been showered in chunks of metal. It was a rational decision on the boy's part. Nizu nodded, having spotted the same young men and women who would have been in the path of destruction created by Midoriya had he attacked. An act that, had he carried through, would have cost him the exam. Instead, he was picking his battles, attacking only when he could see that there was no one else around. And while this wasn't giving him the highest score, it was the right mindset for a potential hero. "He told me he was quirkless." Nizu's ears perked at All Might's words, barely above that of a whisper. The principal turned to look at the man, finding his head down to watch his own personal screen. Though his messy blonde hair hid his face, Nizu could see the way he gripped the arms rest of his chair, as well as the tone of his voice. Was he lying? No. His posture screamed insecure. That look of dejection. There was no way he could have faked it. So how did he become so strong? It's impossible for someone other than myself to give him a quirk. And since I still have one for all then, oh no. Oh God, no. I killed him. But it's the only thing that makes sense. H, he survived. X. Meanwhile, back in the exam area, Izuku continued to make his way through the false city in search of more robots. However, this was easier said than done as, while they found plenty of foe villains to destroy, the other examinees had been too close. At one point, he found a cross-section of the street where dozens of UA hopefuls were just trashing the robots while calling out their scores. Thus, he had been forced to run around the area like a chicken with its head cut off. Hoping to find the center of the city empty, Izuku began heading in that direction when a sudden rumbling caused him to skid to a halt. The ground then shook violently as a machine referred to as a zero-pointer rose from the ground. A machine they had been told was worth no points, meant more as an obstacle that should be avoided at all costs. For a moment, Izuku saw his big chance. Everyone was running away from a robot. He could take full advantage of this to search for more 1, 2, and 3-point robots within the city, while everyone headed to its edges. Grinning happily, he began to turn until a cry for help caught his ear. It didn't take the teen long to find its source. There, lying on the ground, was a brown-haired girl with rosy cheeks. She clawed and scraped at the ground, looking over her shoulder at both her legs, which were pinned to the ground by a mountain of rubble, as well as the looming figure of the zero-pointer. Anger began to bubble in Izuku's chest and heart as he watched the others flee, some even looking back at the girl only to continue to run. No one was trying to help her. No one was willing to save her. Feeling his canines beginning to grow in his mouth, Izuku let out a howl of rage before taking off. The world around him turned bright red for a moment before the color shifted to green, a glow that he later realized emanated from his own body as it began to shift. The teen's body began to grow rapidly, clothing ripping to shreds in the process, while his skin turned both scaly and green. Nails transformed, becoming thick black claws that dug into the street below him as easily as wet clay. When it was over and the light faded, a massive green Western-style dragon stood in his place. His large, bat-like wings were easily as massive as Kanna's, and around his head was something like a lion's mane of the same color. But Izuku paid no heed to his new form as he flew right into the zero-pointer. Its metal arms tried to grab Izuku, pry him off, and toss him away. But Izuku's claws dug into its metal shell like it was wet cardboard, his fangs biting into the robot's neck as they both fell backward. The dragon teen bit down hard with all his might, the metal neck snapping in an instant. As the zero-pointer lay there, Izuku stood upon its lifeless corpse as though it were his hoard. Wings extended. Midoriya let out a cry that sounded like that of a Tyrannosaurus Rex from the old pre-quirk Jurassic Park movies. Everyone around paused to watch the sight before them. Then the exam was called, and Izuku's green-slitted eyes became nothing more than white circular voids. His body began to shake and tremble for several long seconds until finally he looked down at the crowd. I can't seem to turn back," he asked in a booming yet panicked tone. "Can someone please help me find my phone? I need to call for help." Everyone there felt their eyes twitch. It took a couple of minutes as the brown-haired girl, along with a few others who were healed after recovery girl arrived at the scene, searched for the missing phone. In the end, it was a teen with the engines coming out his legs that found it. Almost sheepishly, the teen asked Izuku who to call. "Go to home in my contact list," said Izuku, relief in his voice that a guy had found his phone. If there was one thing that he had learned by this point was that Toru would jump to some pretty insane conclusions whenever he was found around someone of the opposite sex. A woman named Toru should answer it. At that, the teen nodded. After unlocking the phone, a password that Izuku would be changing after he turned back to normal, the blue-haired teen almost instantly found the number he was looking for. And after just 2 rings, it was answered. "Hello? Midoriya residence," came a cheerful and friendly voice. "Hello, my name is Tenya Ida. I may be a little forward in asking this, but is your name Toru?" asked the now-named Ida. "It is," came Toru's reply. "Thank you," said Ida with stiff politeness. "The reason for this call is that there is an unusual situation here at the UA testing grounds. The person who told me to call you appears to have used his quirk to transform into a dragon, but is having difficulty turning back. Has he not had enough practice with his quirk? Because if so, it was very dash, however. His words fell on non-existent ears for the moment. He mentioned Izuku turning into a dragon. Toru was off, opening the sliding balcony door with enough force that the glass shattered and the frame was flung toward the ocean. The dragon maid leapt into the air, where she then transformed into a dragon. Instantly her perception magic took hold, hiding her from the sight of the humans below as she flew toward the school so fast that she created hurricane-level winds in her wake. Another instant later, and she was at UA, bouncing giddily in her human form next to Ida, who was still talking on the phone. Well, until the wind hit him. He, along with nearly all the students taking the exam, were swept off the ground and flung down the streets. Seeing this, Izuku began waving his large claws in a panic, but was too caught off guard to help many of them. As for Toru, she didn't seem to notice any of the destruction her actions caused. Instead, she had her hands holding her cheeks as she stared at Izuku with heart-shaped pupils. "Oh my!" giggled Toru, almost dancing with joy as she approached the dragon teen. "I knew you would make a handsome dragon. It would be just a shame to turn you back to looking like an inferior human." "Toru," hissed Izuku, his eyes darting over to the rest of the examinees. While most of them were struggling to get off the ground, a few even embedded in the wall, like old Saturday morning cartoon characters, there were a few who had managed to stand, albeit on very shaky legs. "Fine," sighed Toru, a look of annoyance appearing on her features as she raised a gloved hand. "Just let me cast this spell, and you'll look like your old self." With that, Toru snapped her fingers, causing a light to envelope Izuku once more. When it faded, he looked just like he had when he had left that morning. X. For the next couple of weeks, Izuku practiced magic with Toru and Kanna as he waited for the test results to come in. The main thing he wanted to get down was the spell allowing him to turn from human to dragon and vice versa. And within a couple of days, he managed to get the hang of it. Mostly, he was having a bit of trouble hiding his new wings, and his eyes still had the slit-like pupils. But other than that, he was handling things well. He also learned something else. Mr. Midoriya, I hate to tell you this, but even though you are now a dragon, you only have the strength of a newborn. Toru had told him one day after he had been feeling very confident in his progress. Even Kanna is stronger than you. This naturally floored Izuku, his brain crashing as he tried to process this new information. During the exam, he felt like a demigod just based on what a swing of his arms could do. But to find out that he was considered weak among dragons, that even Kanna was stronger than him, this became something the teen had learned thoroughly after the three of them had gone out to a wide field in the middle of nowhere for what they called some light roughhousing, more like a battle. Now that Kanna had managed to figure out how to restore her mana, oddly enough, all she had to do was plug her tail into an electrical socket. She was able to fire beams of magical energy and do things that boggled the teen's mind. And when Izuku asked if he could join, Kanna dodged everything he tried while kicking his head so hard that he found himself deep underground. Yeah, he still had a long way to go. Then, one day, a knock came at their door. "Coming," came Toru's voice as she left the kitchen. Izuku looked up from the kitchen table. Kanna sitting across from him doing her homework while he helped to watch as his maid moved quickly across the apartment toward the door. "Hello there. How may I help you?" asked Toru after opening the door. "Oh my, is this the Midoriya residence?" Izuku blinked at the high-pitched, unfamiliar voice. It didn't belong to any of the neighbors he knew, as he had met them all. To the right of their apartment lived a kind woman, who was always happy to share with them some of the extra food she made, though it was a little worrisome that they could all hear the rather loud noises she made while cooking, perhaps a part of her quirk. On the left was a strange man who was a musician of sorts. Both he and Toru had visited this man, finding that his idea of music seemed to be screaming into a microphone while screaming his head off with his tongue hanging out the entire time. But other than that, the man was chill. He even mentioned that his cousin, a girl by the name of Kyukijiro. Directly above them lived an old man whose quirk allowed him to turn his fingernails into small blades. With it, he made a living carving wooden statues and selling them online. As for their last neighbor, she was a tall woman whose quirk gave her fox-like features, as well as being a bit taller than normal. She was perhaps the shyest out of all Izuku's neighbors, as well as the most timid. "Yes, this is," came Toru's voice, breaking Izuku out of his thoughts. "If you are here to see Mr. Midoriya, then please come inside. I'll make us some snacks. Would you like some tea as well?" "Tea would be lovely," said that high-pitched voice again. A moment later, a rather odd-looking animal in a suit entered the apartment, followed closely by a man in a trench coat. After greeting them, Izuku and Toru brought them both to the living room before serving some tea and chill fruits. Out of the corner of his eye, Izuku spotted the animal sniffing the air deeply, but otherwise ignored it. "You have a simply wonderful little home here," said the creature as it sat in the chair they had provided for him. As for the man in the trench coat, he stood behind and slightly off to the side of the unknown animal. "Now, where are my manners? Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Nizu, principal of UA. The man behind me is Naomasa Tsukauchi, a good friend of mine. It's a pleasure to meet you both," said Izuku, eyes wide as he stared at Nizu. He had heard the rumors that UA was run by an animal with a quirk that made him super intelligent. However, he could never get his hands on any hard facts to back up any of the rumors. Oh! He was just dying to ask Nizu all sorts of questions for his notebooks. "Please forgive the surprise visit," continued Nizu, something in his voice causing Izuku to halt his fanboying as he looked on at the creature with some trepidation. "However, there were some issues when it came to your letter regarding your admittance into our school. It has been a rather humiliating situation. Delightful tea, by the way. As Nizu said this last part, he held up the teacup he had been sipping at as if to toast Toru. "Thank you," replied Toru, leaning to the side a bit with her hands behind her back. "I found it in this nice little shop in the shopping district. None of that instant stuff you find in those creepy department stores." Nizu nodded before sipping his tea slowly as if savoring the taste. "If you wouldn't mind, could you please write down the address?" he asked, eyes closed briefly while his body seemed to relax. "I would hate to allow such an amazing discovery to slip through my paws. However, such things will have to wait. Now, before I can tell Mr. Midoriya how he did on the exam, there seem to be a few glaring flaws on file. For example, you were stated to be quirkless, and yet, from what I saw during the practical shows, you clearly do have one. Yeah, guess I'm a really late bloomer," said Izuku as he nervously scratched the back of his head. "I've been sick for most of the past year, as my body began to adapt to this power." Nizu gave him a nod. "Yes, I am aware of the health issues you have suffered," replied Nizu with a nod. He then glanced over briefly at Tsukachi, whose expression was stony. If that bothered Nizu, he didn't show it as he turned back at Midoriya with a sympathetic smile. "Terribly sorry you went through that. Thankfully you had people around you to help take care of you." "Of course," exclaimed Toru as she placed a hand on her chest in an exaggerated motion. "As Mr. Midoriya's personal lovely maid, it was my duty to take care of him with all the love I possess." Nizu nodded before continuing to ask questions. Like who Kana was as their records showed that Izuku was an only child, to which Izuku answered honestly that she was a friend of Toru's and he offered to allow her to live with them. And now, they were like a sort of patchwork family that he appreciated with all his heart. Then Nizu began asking his various questions, which seemed meant to test his knowledge of quirks and villains. Finally, "So, in your humble opinion, what would you say is the strongest quirk out there?" asked Nizu. Izuku hesitated for a moment, thinking as he tapped his chin. "I want to say All Might's quirk, since he is the greatest hero Japan, perhaps even the entire world, has ever seen. The problem is that nobody knows what his quirk does. Is it some sort of invulnerability quirk, a massive strength enhancement, or converting the damage he takes into physical power? So, with that said, I think Stars and Stripes' new order is probably the most powerful. I don't know all the details about it, but I do know that by using it she can give a command to whatever she touches." "I see," replied Nizu with a nod, understanding the boy's logic. No doubt also seeing just how uncomfortable he was by the simple act of not picking All Might. But what if there was a quirk out there that allowed one to steal quirks, use them at will, and give those stolen quirks to another? "Well, that would be scary," replied Izuku with a laugh. "Can you imagine what someone could do with a quirk like that? Good thing such a quirk doesn't exist." At that, Tsukachi leaned down to whisper in Nizu's ear. The small mammal nodded before beaming a smile at Midoriya. "Well, I believe we have taken up enough of your time," said the principal of UA as he reached into his pocket to produce several papers. "Please, allow me to personally congratulate you and welcome you into UA. Nizu, how could you even consider accepting Midoriya into UA?" demanded All Might as he stood before the principal's desk. The emaciated hero's sunken yet brilliant blue eyes stared at the small creature of unknown origin with a mix of horror and worry as his slender fist slammed onto the wooden barrier separating them. Detective Tsukachi, who stood next to Nizu, flinched slightly at the sight. It had been years since he had seen his old friend this worked up. However, Nizu just continued to sit in his seat, looking up at the slender blond man with his front paws pressed together. "Oh, my dear friend, the answer to that is quite easy. Because he passed our exams," exclaimed Nizu in a pleasant and upbeat tone. "Now, would you like some tea? I just received a wonderful batch from that small shop that young Midoriya's maid guided me to. It is simply marvelous." "I can't help but notice how you said that last part like it was an afterthought," said Izuku, eyeing the dragon maid from a seat at the kitchen table with slight annoyance. If this bothered her, Toru clearly didn't show it as she continued to clean the dishes from the day's meal. However, it didn't last long as he was too happy to remain cross with her. Not when he had finally achieved the first part of his dream, to go to one of the top hero schools in the country. The same one that had taught many of the greatest heroes in Japan. People like Endeavor and All Might. Just then, Izuku felt a tug on his shirt. Looking down, he saw Kana looking up at him expectantly. "Is it okay if I invite Satsuki?" she asked while giving Midoriya a look that would melt even Endeavor's stony visage. "Sure, that sounds like a good idea," said Izuku, causing Kana to gasp while her eyes widened in delight. With a smile on his face, Izuku reached down to pat the girl on the forehead. "You know what? How about we ask if the entire Azuri family wants to join us?" As he said this, Izuku noticed Toru's behavior shift drastically out of the corner of his eye. The maid was no longer washing the dishes. Having stopped the moment, Izuku began to pat the younger of the two dragon girls' head. She stared with blatant jealousy that even a blind man could see, along with desire to rush over there and demand the same level of treatment. That was until Izuku brought up inviting the entire Azuri family. "I suppose you plan on inviting that Tsu girl as well," said Toru, clearly not meant to be taken as a question. Around her, a dark aura appeared to surround her, while veins grew out of her forehead. "Well," began Izuku as he fished out his phone. It took a moment, as he was careful not to crush it with his newfound strength. But when he did, he brought up the text messages that he had received from his classmate. "She told me that she got in as well. So I thought it would be nice if we celebrated together. Our family with hers." At that, Toru frowned as irritation took over the rest of her features. She then walked around the kitchen sink with her hands on her hips while the dragon's eyes locked on Izuku's. "Mr. Midoriya," she began, only to then stop when she was halfway from her target. The dark aura that surrounded her suddenly faded as a thoughtful look took over. After another moment, a weird smile began to form as did a look in her eyes that Izuku had seen more than once. "Did you just say our family?" As if we were lovers, living together with all of our passion. Separate from the frog girl, inviting her over to look upon our love, to rub it in her face how madly in love we are. "Ah, just inviting a friend and her family," said Izuku, though a part of him knew that Toru wasn't listening. The dragon maid was off in her own little world right now, twirling around the room while giggling in a way that sent small shivers down the teen's spine. Then an idea came to mind. Come to think of it, I'm sure Kakin got in. "How about we make this a grand celebration? Is there anyone you want to invite?" he asked, causing Toru to stop and look at him. "Let's see," said Toru as she brought a finger to her chin. "I do have some dragon friends who have been wanting to check up on me, and it would be so nice to see them again." Upon hearing that, Izuku found himself relaxing. Hopefully, if there were other dragons around, they would be able to help keep Toru in line if she tried anything. A few days later, on the night of the party, Tsu was the first to arrive with only two other people with her. Standing to the frog girl's right was a boy that Izuku had never seen before, but judging by his appearance, the dragon boy was certain that it was Tsu's younger brother. Samidare Azui had the same wide mouth that Tsu had, along with dark green hair that was cut shorter than his older sister's, though it was long enough and parted in a way that made only one eye visible. Satsuki was there as well, her dark green hair tied up in the back like always. "My parents couldn't make it," said Tsu after Izuku welcomed them to their home. "They both have to work late. Ribbit, but they said we could stay here as long as we like." Tsu then gave Izuku a knowing look. "What about your parents? Are they coming?" At that, Izuku couldn't hide how uncomfortable he felt in the moment before forcing a smile on his face. "No, they can't make it," he said, "but I sort of expected this. And I did get a message from my mom telling me that she's proud and that they will be sending us more money from now on." What he didn't say was that his mother had left out the part about him getting into the hero course. Something that stung the teen's heart, as he hoped it didn't mean what he thought it did. "But not your father?" asked Tsu pointedly as they all walked into the living room. There both Kana and Satsuki had already pulled out some cards to begin building a house out of them. At the same time, Samidare had pulled out a game station from his backpack to begin setting it up. "And no," stammered Izuku, looking even more uncomfortable, something that Toru noticed from her spot in the kitchen. "Oh, I forgot to mention this, but a few other guests won't be coming," she said. "Mrs. Bakugo called earlier to inform me that both she and Tsundra won't be able to make it." How did she even pick up on that term? Asked Izuku under his breath, though he was thankful for the deflection, so he turned his focus to Toru, giving his dragon mate his full attention. I'm sorry to hear that. Did they say why? Toru simply shrugged. Something about not wanting our home destroyed by the thunder when he sees you, commented Toru before looking slightly annoyed, which is rather silly. As your wonderfully skilled and sexy maid, it's my duty to make sure that the home remains in tip-top shape at all times. So naturally, I would never allow any harm to fall upon it. Still, she did ask me to pass along her congratulations on getting into the hero course. I don't think the apartment is their only concern. Ribbit, said Sue, upon hearing that put Izuku more at ease as he began to enjoy the party. As the party slowly began to get into the swing of things, a few people showed up to offer both teens congratulations on getting into the toughest hero school in the world. The first was Izuku's neighbor Yana, who gifted the group with a large bag of mandarins. As he left, loud noises could be heard coming from Sasakai's apartment, making everyone at the party a little nervous. Just as Sue was suggesting that they go to check and see if there was a problem, there was a knock on the door. It was Sasakai who had brought them a nice chestnut tea cake that she had just whipped up. A few minutes after she had left, Mr. Sohn knocked on the door with a wooden carving of All Might as a gift. As Mr. Sohn went to place the carving on the kitchen table, with Sue being impressed with his work and asking if he could make her a frog carving, the door rang again. I got it, said Izuku, wishing to give Toru a hand, as she was both busy in the kitchen as well as helping their guests. Quickly, he made his way to the door and opened it, finding himself staring at something that made his face turn bright red. The chipper tone used by Nizu only seemed to rile up Skinny Might as he grabbed the desk edge with both hands. For a moment, it seemed like the man would bulk up at any moment to fling the desk across the room in order to reach the scarred white animal. Thankfully, that didn't happen, though when All Might spoke, next it was done in the lowest of growls. Please, no games, Principal, spoke All Might, his eyes locked on Nizu's to show how serious he was. You know how serious this is. Nizu, for his part, barely reacted beyond a small frown before speaking. Yes, I am fully aware how serious your concerns on the matter are, given that you outright refused to even record that young man's acceptance letter. It was for that reason I decided to personally interview the young Midoriya, discreetly questioning him to see if he was connected with All for One in any way with Detective Tsukachi by my side. It was my hope that hearing this would alleviate your concerns about the boy. Yagi, I never once left Nizu's side during the entire thing, stated Tsukachi, his words causing the pro-hero to turn and look at his friend. For the most part, he was completely honest with us. He genuinely doesn't know about All for One, believing that such a quirk doesn't exist. As for the maid and that young girl, nothing they said would lead me to believe that they were using Midoriya for that man. For a moment, All Might looked at the duo before his eyes seemed to lower in both defeat and acceptance of their words. For the briefest of seconds, it felt like he was going to accept the matter. Yet, when he looked the detective in the eyes again, his hardened gaze told him that he was not yet satisfied. You said he was honest for the most part, said All Might as he picked apart what he had been told. When was he dishonest? Tsukachi fought the urge to sigh as he looked back at his old friend. It was when he said he was a late bloomer, admitted the detective. I will admit, when he lied about that, I was concerned. But that was the only thing he lied about. And as Nizu continued to question him, my doubts faded. Those words did little to reassure the symbol of peace as he looked at Nizu imploringly. Tsukachi relayed this information to me as soon as we were in the car, driving away from the Midoriya residence. I happened to be in full agreement with him, stated Nizu. I disagree, All Might said with finality in his voice. If there is even a chance that All for One is still alive, then we should not leave anything to chance. I say we suspend young Midoriya as we conduct a proper investigation, even if that means solitary confinement, until he tells us the full truth. All Might look like he wanted to keep talking, but Nizu cut him off by simply raising a paw. All Might, while I appreciate your vigilance, I shall not go hauling students off the property and into police interrogations on mere suspicions. I shall need more proof, stated the unidentifiable mammal, all traces of pleasantness void from his voice. Instead, he was using a tone that indicated that he was beginning to lose his patience with the topic. Seeing that the conversation was over, All Might bulked up into his more muscular form before storming out of the office. Meanwhile, within the room of Katsuki Bakugo, he found himself in a weird emotional state as he looked at his test results. Ever since Deku had left Aldera, the explosive teen had felt off. There would be moments when he returned to his angry, overconfident old self. However, for the most part, he seemed to be in this weird state where he just fell out of it only to then be pulled out of it at the strangest moments. Like when he heard about a new pro hero making the scene, imagining how excited Deku would be as he scribbled in his notebook. That would bring a brief, fond smile to the teen's face before shaking his head. Or there were the times when he would see a weird puff of green hair, causing the teen to feel nervous and hopeful at the same time. But every time when the person turned around to show his face, a weird pit formed at the bottom of Bakugo's stomach, when it was revealed not to be that shitty nerd. It was like he missed Deku or something. But those feelings were pushed to the side for the first time in months when All Might appeared on the holographic screen to give him his test results. Now the teen felt pride as he heard his idol praising him for his tenacity and his combat skills during the practical. A pride that did not diminish even when All Might slightly chastised him for not receiving any rescue points. Then it happened, just as All Might seemed ready to say that he had gotten first place, fulfilling Bakugo's fantasy to make this moment perfect. The pro hero was interrupted by someone off-screen. While the teen couldn't hear what was being said, he could see the shift in the pro hero's expression. The smile faded as the hero began to look so irritated that it was impossible for him to hide it. For the first time in so long, Bakugo sat at the edge of his bed whilst gripping the sheets tightly as fear began to course through him. Had he fucked up somehow? No, that couldn't be it. If he had, then why send him this recording? They would have just sent a normal letter telling him what he had done wrong to make all his hard work be for nothing. Only a sick, sadistic asshole would pull something like that. Fine, grumbled the pro hero, looking displeased. Just make sure we fix this in post. The image of All Might then turned to face the camera again. The recorded hero tried to smile, but any idiot with eyes could see that was forced. As much as I would love to inform you that you got first place young Bakugo, at this moment I cannot. There is a technical issue with one of the other student scores that is being looked into right now. With that, the scoreboard appeared on the screen, and what Bakugo beheld caused the entire world to mute. All Might was still talking, but nothing reached the explosive teen as he just stared at the name right above his own. Izuku Midoriya. His points were blanked out, but it was clear that somehow the damn nerd had gotten a higher score than him. Then he felt something inside of himself like the spark that lit the fuse of a massive explosion. Deku wasn't dead. He was still kicking around, alive and well. He wasn't sick anymore, looking pale as a ghost while on the verge of vomiting. How could he be? There was no way that shit stain could possibly have made it to the practical in that state. What's more, Deku had gotten into UA. Deku is going to UA, growled Bakugo aloud, fingers cracking as they curled on themselves. As the teen glared at the name, his old self began to surge back up to the surface. He was going to go to school with the damn nerd once more. There he could get the answers to everything he wanted before putting that useless Deku back into his place. Never again would he be made to feel like he had been all this time. And as the savage grin appeared on his face, Bakugo knew he would be counting the days until they met once more. At the same time, "I think this calls for a celebration," exclaimed Toru. "To celebrate Mr. Midoriya, leaving behind the feeble human race to become a superior dragon. Oh, and getting into that inferior human hero school. I can't help but notice how you said that last part like it was an afterthought," said Izuku, eyeing the dragon maid from a seat at the kitchen table with slight annoyance. If this bothered her, Toru clearly didn't show it as she continued to clean the dishes from the day's meal. However, it didn't last long as he was too happy to remain cross with her. Not when he had finally achieved the first part of his dream, to go to one of the top hero schools in the country. The same one that had taught many of the greatest heroes in Japan. People like Endeavor and All Might. Just then, Izuku felt a tug on his shirt. Looking down, he saw Akana looking up at him expectantly. "Is it okay if I invite Satsuki?" she asked while giving Midoriya a look that would melt even Endeavor's stony visage. "Sure, that sounds like a good idea," said Izuku, causing Kana to gasp while her eyes widened in delight. With a smile on his face, Izuku reached down to pat the girl on the forehead. "You know what? How about we ask if the entire Azui family wants to join us?" As he said this, Izuku noticed Toru's behavior shift drastically out of the corner of his eye. The maid was no longer washing the dishes. Having stopped the moment Izuku began to pat the younger of the two dragon girls' head. She stared with blatant jealousy that even a blind man could see, along with a desire to rush over there and demand the same level of treatment. That was until Izuku brought up inviting the entire Azui family. "I suppose you plan on inviting that Tsu girl as well," said Toru, clearly not meant to be taken as a question. Around her a dark aura appeared to surround her, while veins grew out of her forehead. "Well," began Izuku as he fished out his phone. It took a moment as he was careful not to crush it with his newfound strength. But when he did, he brought up the text messages that he had received from his classmate. "She told me that she got in as well. So I thought it would be nice if we celebrated together, our family with hers." At that, Toru frowned as irritation took over the rest of her features. She then walked around the kitchen sink with her hands on her hips while the dragon's eyes locked on Izuku's. "Mr. Midoriya," she began, only to then stop when she was halfway from her target. The dark aura that surrounded her suddenly faded as a thoughtful look took over. After another moment, a weird smile began to form as did a look in her eyes that Izuku had seen more than once. "Did you just say our family?" As if we were lovers, living together with all of our passion. Separate from the frog girl? Inviting her over to look upon our love? To rub it in her face how madly in love we are? "Ah, just inviting a friend and her family," said Izuku, though a part of him knew that Toru wasn't listening. The dragon maid was off in her own little world right now, twirling around the room while giggling in a way that sent small shivers down the teen's spine. Then an idea came to mind. Come to think of it, I'm sure Kakin got in. How about we make this a grand celebration? "Is there anyone you want to invite?" he asked, causing Toru to stop and look at him. "Let's see," said Toru as she brought a finger to her chin. "I do have some dragon friends who have been wanting to check up on me, and it would be so nice to see them again." Upon hearing that, Izuku found himself relaxing. Hopefully, if there were other dragons around, they would be able to help keep Toru in line if she tried anything. A few days later, on the night of the party, Tsu was the first to arrive with only 2 other people with her. Standing to the frog girl's right was a boy that Izuku had never seen before, but judging by his appearance, the dragon boy was certain that it was Tsu's younger brother. Samidare Azui had the same wide mouth that Tsu had, along with dark green hair that was cut shorter than his older sister's, though it was long enough and parted in a way that made only one eye visible. Satsuki was there as well, her dark green hair tied up in the back, like always. "My parents couldn't make it," said Tsu after Izuku welcomed them to their home. "They both have to work late. Ribbit, but they said we could stay here as long as we like." Tsu then gave Izuku a knowing look. "What about your parents? Are they coming?" At that, Izuku couldn't hide how uncomfortable he felt in the moment before forcing a smile on his face. "No, they can't make it," he said. "But I sort of expected this. And I did get a message from my mom telling me that she's proud and that they will be sending us more money from now on." What he didn't say was that his mother had left out the part about him getting into the hero course. Something that stung the teen's heart, as he hoped it didn't mean what he thought it did. "But not your father?" asked Tsu pointedly as they all walked into the living room. There both Kana and Satsuki had already pulled out some cards to begin building a house out of them. At the same time, Samidare had pulled out a game station from his backpack to begin setting it up. "And no," stammered Izuku, looking even more uncomfortable, something that Toru noticed from her spot in the kitchen. "Oh, I forgot to mention this, but a few other guests won't be coming," she said. "Mrs. Bakugo called earlier to inform me that both she and the Tsundra won't be able to make it." "How did she even pick up on that term?" asked Izuku under his breath, though he was thankful for the deflection, so he turned his focus to Toru, giving his dragon maid his full attention. "I'm sorry to hear that. Did they say why?" Toru simply shrugged. Something about not wanting our home destroyed by the thunder when he sees you, commented Toru before looking slightly annoyed, which is rather silly. As your wonderfully skilled and sexy maid, it's my duty to make sure that the home remains in tip-top shape at all times. So naturally I would never allow any harm to fall upon it. Still, she did ask me to pass along her congratulations on getting into the hero course. I don't think the apartment is her only concern. Ribbit, said Sue, upon hearing that put Izuku more at ease as he began to enjoy the party. As the party slowly began to get into the swing of things, a few people showed up to offer both teens congratulations on getting into the toughest hero school in the world. The first was Izuku's neighbor Yana, who gifted the group with a large bag of mandarins. As he left, loud noises could be heard coming from Sasakai's apartment, making everyone at the party a little nervous. Just as Sue was suggesting that they go to check and see if there was a problem, there was a knock on the door. It was Sasakai who had brought them a nice chestnut tea cake that she had just whipped up. A few minutes after she had left, Mr. Sohn knocked on the door with a wooden carving of All Might as a gift. As Mr. Sohn went to place the carving on the kitchen table, with Sue being impressed with his work and asking if he could make her a frog carving, the door rang again. "I got it," said Izuku, wishing to give Toru a hand, as she was both busy in the kitchen as well as helping their guests. Quickly he made his way to the door and opened it, finding himself staring at something that made his face turn bright red. "Hello there," came a female voice, causing Izuku to thankfully raise his head from the rather large breasts that were currently at his eye level. He looked up at a woman who had long, wavy light green hair that began to turn a shade of blue when it reached her waist. On top of her head was a pink cap that had horns sticking out of it. She wore a skin-tight black tank top and mini jeans along with black stockings. "Ah!" began Izuku before he paused to gulp loudly. "You must be a friend of Toru's." "That's right," said the woman as she stepped in. "I'm Quetzalcoatl, but my friends just call me Lukoa." She then bent down so that she was eye level with Izuku. It was then that the teen noticed her eyes, which had been shut up to this point, opened to reveal a strangely mismatched pair. "And you must be the new dragon boy that Toru has told me all about. Thank you so much for looking after her." "It's nothing," mumbled Izuku, feeling like he was under the gaze of a god or something. "To be honest, she's been looking after me a lot more." At that, Lukoa smiled as she began to pat Izuku's head. "You're a very honest young dragon," she said while closing her eyes. "But you've been helping out Toru just as much as she's done for you, so don't sell yourself too short." With that, the dragon moved around Izuku and made her way into the living room. Pretty soon, the green-haired teen could hear the excited cries of Toru that flew through the air. Just as Izuku was about to join them, another knock was heard. With a shrug, the teen turned right back around to open the door, only to find a horrific visage before him. Darkness from this living nightmare seemed to creep and ooze into the apartment for only a moment before Izuku finally slammed the door shut. "Toru!" shouted Izuku while pressing his back against the door and spreading his wings to the fullest. Of course he knew what he was doing was pointless, as this thing could not only easily destroy the door, but the entire building in an instant. But he had to do something. "Yes?" asked Toru as she approached. "I think one of your friends is out there," said Izuku as he turned his head to glance at the door. "But they, well, aren't dressed for the occasion." "Oh!" replied Toru as she tilted her head. Izuku nodded his head before reluctantly pulling himself away from the door and then opening it. When Toru saw what it was, she frowned. "This will just take a moment." With that, Toru stepped out of the apartment while closing the door behind her. For several long seconds, Izuku heard two voices arguing with each other, one clearly belonging to his maid, while the other belonged to a male. When the door opened again, Toru walked in along with a man with long black hair, whose attire reminded Izuku of a butler or a well-dressed nobleman of sorts. Honestly, he could see it going either way. "Come on," said Toru as she elbowed her fellow dragon. "Introduce yourself to Mr. Midoriya." The man turned the lone eye that was not covered in his long, black bangs to glare at Toru, who just smiled at him pleasantly. He then sighed before turning that intense look at Izuku. "My name is Fafnir," he said, "and I despise you all. I shall kill you." "Oh, nice to meet you, Fafnir," said Midoriya pleasantly as he offered his hand. While the man was intimidating in his own right, Izuku was sort of used to louder proclamations of the same threat. Now, if he had said that in his dragon form, it would have been a different story. As for Fafnir, he just looked at Izuku for a moment before walking away in a huff. Soon after that, Mr. Sohn left and dinner was served. Toru had outdone herself, as there was a wide variety of dishes that circled around the wooden carving of All Might. There was something for everyone to enjoy, and they did with great gusto. Sue let out content ribbits as she ate the fried shrimp while her younger siblings ate katsudon along with Izuku, though his dish had a few extra pieces added in, namely Toru's tail. Still, he ate it since he was used to it by now, and he didn't want to make a scene at the party, though he was slightly worried as Toru's eyes morphed into beating hearts again as she watched him eat her tail meat. He would have questioned what was going on had she not quickly latched onto his side, rubbing her cheek against his wrist, issuing the usual proclamations of her undying love for him. It was really embarrassing. As dessert was being served, most of the crowd began to form their own little groups. Izuku hung out with Sue as they began to speculate on what would be happening once school began. Off to the side, Luko was talking to Toru about something over tea. As for everyone else, they were watching Sammy Dare as he played a game, one that Izuku was slightly familiar with. It was a fantasy game set in medieval times that was sort of like those old Halo games of the pre-quirk era. Basically, your knight went around a large dungeon collecting loot and killing monsters. If you were killed by a monster, then you lost half of your loot. But if you were killed by another player, then the one who killed you got everything you had. Currently, Sammy Dare was doing a 1-versus-1 battle against a guy calling himself Handy K with Fafnir, clearly interested in how the game worked. The dragon was on the edge of his seat, watching with laser focus. Eventually, Sammy Dare grew tired of constantly getting killed and asked Fafnir if he wanted to play. This drew the attention of everyone in the room, who then gathered around the television to watch as the dark dragon took hold of the controller. Things did not go well for Fafnir. When his avatar wasn't getting eaten by mimics disguised as treasure chests, Handy Decay killed him over and over again. To further irritate the dragon, his opponent in this game began to childishly taunt him by calling him noob and having his avatar teabagging him. Eventually, Fafnir's frustration reached a boiling point as he grit his teeth while handling controls more violently. Izuku was glad both Lukoa and Toru were there to calm him down when he threatened to find a miscreant and burn his home to the ground. The next morning, Shigaraki woke up feeling refreshed. The previous night had been a good one, having trounced some stupid noobs on one of his favorite games. Grinning to himself, he powered on the television and game station at the same time to check the leaderboard. However, his smile fell and his eyes bulged when he saw something. A new player had risen through the ranks last night, seemingly staying up all night just to do so. Like a man possessed, he had climbed his way up half the ranks, and in doing so, had knocked Shigaraki's place down a bit. This left the villain to wonder one thing. "Who the hell is this Fafnir?" he asked aloud. A few weeks later, the day finally arrived for Izuku Midoriya to begin his life as a UA student. And when he arrived, things got off to an interesting start. "Take those shitty fake wings off before I rip them off, you damn nerd," screamed Bakugo. "Keikachin, I see can't," cried Izuku as he raced around their shared homeroom. "They're real." Most of the class won a watch from the corners of the classroom as Bakugo clung to the back of their green-haired classmate, biting down on one of his green dragon-like wings with his teeth while his hands tried pulling them off. As Midoriya continued to cry out, flailing his arms around to try and knock him off, his newly formed friends tried coming to his aid. Eureka, the brunette he had saved during the entrance exam, was doing her best to try and pry the blonde off along with Sue. Both were using their quirks on him. Eureka to remove Bakugo's gravity, while Sue had her long tongue wrapped around the teen's waist as she tried to pry him off. At the same time, Ida, a blue-haired teen that had just finished apologizing for chastising him during the exam, demanded that Bakugo cease his barbaric behavior. Yet, despite their best efforts, the explosion quirk user refused to get off Midoriya back. "If you won't take these damn fake wings off, I'll do it myself," screamed Bakugo as he tightened his grip on Midoriya's back. As Izuku continued to run around the classroom like a chicken that had his head cut off, Bakugo began to bite at the wings. Over and over again, the ashen blonde continued to gnaw at the base of one of the wings while the other flapped around in a panic. Then the door to the classroom suddenly slid open, an action that Izuku caught with his heightened dragon senses. There, lying on the ground, was a shabby and tired-looking man in a sleeping bag. Figuring this had to be either a teacher or someone employed by the school, Izuku shot to his seat with Bakugo. It was almost comical, as Bakugo hadn't even noticed that Midoriya had stopped running as he continued to bite the wing, without ever drawing a drop of blood. "Well, at least one of you knows not to waste time," said the man as he unzipped his sleeping bag from the inside. A moment later he stood, revealing his all-black attire as he carried his yellow sleeping bag under his arm. As he entered the classroom, his words slowly began to take effect with the rest of the class, and it suddenly dawned on them that this man was their teacher. Quickly, everyone raced to their own seats to sit at attention, save Bakugo. The angry blonde still had his teeth on Izuku's wing, growling and tugging on it the way a dog does with a bone. He even went as far as using a hand on the other wing to try and tug it off. But when even this failed, Bakugo was forced to give up. With one last growl, he moved his seat right behind Midoriya, though his angry eyes never left him. "It took nearly all of you too long to react to my presence. This will not do. Time is precious in the heroics," continued the man as he made his way toward the front of class. His eyes moved on him slowly across the students, as if analyzing each and every one. "My name is Shudo Aizawa. During your stay here at UA, I shall be your homeroom teacher." With that done, the man proceeded by pulling out a pile of UA gym uniforms from his sleeping bag and placing them on his desk. As the class looked at them with confusion and a little bit of revulsion, Aizawa ordered his students to put them on and met him outside in 10 minutes. While all his classmates did as they were told, Izuku quickly grabbed one of the uniforms before heading to a bathroom where he used a magic Toru taught him to make it look like he was wearing one of them. Then he placed a uniform he had taken from the teacher into his backpack in case he needed to turn it in somewhere. If he didn't, well, then he would have an official UA tracksuit as a souvenir. Because of his quick change, Izuku was the first to reach the field with plenty of time to spare, while earning a brief approving look from Mr. Aizawa. For a minute or two, the pair stood there in a comfortable silence. That ended when Izuku noticed his new homeroom teacher shooting an irritated glare off to the side. Looking in that direction, the Dragon Boy had expected to see something like other students running late for class or misbehaving. At first glance, it would have seemed like there was nothing there save for the buildings and trees. It was only thanks to his heightened dragon senses that he knew there was someone hiding behind the corner of a building. Who that was, he had no idea. But seeing how Aizawa wasn't doing anything beyond glaring at it, the teen figured it wasn't anything he needed to worry about. It was only when they were nearing the end of the time limit set by Aizawa that the rest of the class began to make their way onto the field. "Good. You all made it within the allotted time," he said once the last person arrived. "Though, in the future, try not to cut it so close. This could mean the difference between saving many lives or none at all. Every second counts." Then Aizawa paused, allowed a sigh. "Today, you will all be participating in a quirk assessment test. While UA has received the physical assessments that all of you had during middle school, they are pretty much worthless. The reason for this is that none of them take your quirks into account. This is the fault of the government, as they are still trying to pretend that we are all equal. This is irrational on their part. Thankfully, UA does things differently." Once more, Aizawa became silent as he reached behind his back to produce a ball. As he held it in his hand, he slowly began to eye the students. For a moment, his gaze locked onto Midoriya, while seeming ready to toss it at him. However, he stopped halfway as if rethinking the idea before tossing the ball at Bakugo. "Bakugo, what was the longest distance you ever got in a ball throw?" the man asked. 67 meters, I think," replied Katsuki, his eyes moving from the ball in his hand to the teacher. At that, Aizawa nodded before pointing over the circle in the field before them. "Good," he said. "Now move into that circle and do the ball throw. Only this time I want you to use your quirk." Upon hearing that, Bakugo's confused expression changed as a savage grin appeared on his face. Confidently, he marched over to the circle with the ball gripped tightly in his hand. Once there, he shot a quick glance over at Midoriya before pulling his arm back. "Die!" he screamed as he tossed the ball, an explosion instantly igniting in his palm at the same moment. Most of the students there raised their arms over their faces, using them as shields to protect themselves from the force of the wind. There were only 3 that didn't. The first was Izuku, who felt like this was nothing compared to the winds generated when Toru and Kana were play fighting. The second was a boy with half-red, half-white hair who just tilted his head to the side. The last was a boy with purple balls for hair, who was using this moment to stare at the asses of their female classmates, reaching out with a hand as if preparing to squeeze them. Thankfully, this never happened, as several small pebbles flew into the pervert's eyes, causing him to howl in pain. Moments later, a beeping noise could be heard coming from a small device in Aizawa's hands. After giving it a careful look, the man then showed it to class, revealing that Bakugo had thrown the ball over 700 meters. "This is the most accurate way to measure your current full potential," said Aizawa as he lowered the device in his hand, while Bakugo returned to the group with a superior grin on his face. "For the rest of the day, all of you will be participating in a series of exercises meant to fully gauge your capabilities." "But sir," cried Ida as he raised his hand high into the air, "what about orientation? Surely you don't intend on having us miss such an important event so early into schooling here?" At that, Aizawa's gaze hardened on the bespectacled teen. "You are all here to learn how to become heroes," he said while Ida lowered his hand, trembling slightly as he did. "I'll only have 3 short years to make sure you're ready for everything that the world will throw at you. As such, we don't have time for meaningless things like orientation." "All right," cried a boy with blonde hair that also had a black lightning mark in it. "This is what I'm talking about." "We're going to have so much fun," said a girl who was almost completely pink. That, however, seemed to be the worst thing she could have said, as the aura around Aizawa became much darker. "Fun, you say?" he asked rhetorically. "You think your time here at UA will be all fun and games? Fine then, let's play a little game. I shall be recording everyone's scores during the assessment. Whoever gets the lowest score when this is all said and done will be kicked out of the hero program and expelled from UA." Upon hearing that, fear gripped at everyone's hearts as they gasped at the teacher. "You can't do that," cried Uraraka. "It's just not fair after we all worked so hard to get her." Aizawa let out a little huff at that before turning his attention to the entire class. "I suppose some of you have heard that UA is not confined to such stringent practices that most other schools follow. Here, we teachers are allowed to run our classrooms as we see fit, meaning we can decide who stays and who goes. So, yes, I can do just that. As for it not being fair, then tell me this. Is it fair when a villain attacks at random? What about natural disasters? Are they fair? No, the world is full of unfairness. As heroes, it is your duty to combat all that is unfair in this world. Use these tests to prove to me your resolve. Show me that you all deserve to be here." Those words seemed to change the atmosphere of the group, as all the students grew a more somber look, like the seriousness of what they had all signed up for was finally settling in after the excitement of getting into the school. All of them had a look in their eyes that said, "I will not fail." Seeing this look on his students, Aizawa nodded in approval before telling them that they would be starting with the 50-meter dash. Yet, as Izuku made his way to the area with the rest of his class, he felt a hand land on his shoulder. Stopping, he turned to look, finding Aizawa standing there. For a moment, they stood in complete silence. "Midoriya, there's going to be a special rule put in place for you," said the homeroom teacher once everyone else had moved on. "I was there, watching your performance during the entrance exam. Needless to say, you have potential. However, it will be meaningless if that monstrous strength of yours hurts your allies or the people you're trying to save. So for these events, I want to see what you can do without knocking anyone down unintentionally. Every time you do, you will receive a 0 in that event. Am I clear?" Izuku looked at his teacher with wide eyes, his cheeks beginning to burn with embarrassment before nodding. At the very least, it was a pleasant embarrassment from a teacher, the complete opposite of what his teachers back in Aldry used to inflict upon him. And he understood precisely what Aizawa was telling him. After all, he wanted to be a hero who saved people with his power, not hurt them. Thankfully, he had been working on control with Kana and Toru, so he should be fine. He hoped. After watching several other students using their quirks on the 50-meter dash, it was finally his and Bakugo's turn. Naturally, Bakugo was snarling as they made their way to the starting line, and looked like he would rather use his explosions to blow his classmate up rather than win the race. "Prepare to be sent packing, Deku," growled Bakugo as he got into a sprinting position. Izuku said nothing as his wings pressed along his back and shoulders as he too got into position. Neither teen had to wait long as one of the robots helping with the test fired a starting pistol into the air. Instantly, Izuku pressed into the ground so hard that it left a decent-sized crater in the ground before seeming to vanish from sight, only to reappear at the finish line. All before Bakugo could launch a single explosion from his palms. "Time .0001 seconds, announced the robot aloud. With a smile on his face, Izuku turned to look at everyone. For a moment, the joy he was feeling in that moment began to diminish as he saw that looks of open-mouthed shock. Briefly, he wondered if he had done something wrong or had messed up in some horrible way. Yet such thoughts were quickly put to the side as shock morphed into pure excitement at what he had done. At the same time, Aizawa gave him a nod in silent approval. "Deku!" came a cry from behind him. What the fuck was that? Turning around, Izuku saw Bakugo shooting forward with his explosions. Except he wasn't moving toward the finish line, but towards Izuku himself. With eyes filled with blood rage, the ashen blonde looked ready to kill. However, he never got the chance as his explosion suddenly ended. Confused, Bakugo skidded on the ground while checking his hands. He was so focused on trying to figure out why he could no longer use his quirk that it came as a surprise when white bands wrapped around him. "This isn't combat training," stated Aizawa firmly as he held onto the ends of the white strands which turned out to be his scarf. With the scarf no longer around his neck, Izuku noticed the special goggles that still hung around his neck, which he instantly recognized. "You're the pro hero Eraserhead," exclaimed Izuku, eyes widening in excitement as he stared at the man. The hero nerd then turned to look at his classmates, expecting them to start gushing at meeting one of the best underground heroes in Japan. However, they all just blinked in confusion. "You know, the pro hero whose quirk allows him to temporarily erase other people's quirks just by looking at them? He also graduated from UA alongside Present Mike." Everyone just shook their heads, indicating that they had never heard of the man. "Only 1 out of 20 students know who I am. I suppose it's a decent ratio," commented Aizawa as he tugged Bakugo back. "If I see you attacking another classmate unprovoked or outside of training, we will have problems. I would rather not have to use my quirk too often. It gives me a serious case of dry eyes." With that, Aizawa told Bakugo to finish the exercise as his time had not been paused. Needless to say, Bakugo had the worst time in the 50-meter dash. From there, the day went by fairly easily for the green-haired boy. He only failed one test, the grip strength test, when he destroyed the machine as though it were made of wet cardboard. What's more, he had done it so quickly that the machine never had a chance to measure his grip strength. But as for the rest, Izuku passed him with ease only ever found in his wildest dreams. The second-to-last exercise that Midoriya took was the standing long jump. When it was his turn, Izuku leapt into the air. His leap wasn't nearly as high as when Toru and Kana played on the seesaw, but it was high enough so that he was well above the main campus building. When he landed, the teen could have just crashed there while leaving behind another crater. Instead, he used his wings to gently land on the ground as he feared that he might damage the area. "Dude, that's amazing," cried Kirishima with a wide grin. "I wonder how high you can go with those wings." "That is a decent question," said Ida as he brought a hand to his chin. "Though I suppose that might be the best he can do in this form. During the entrance exam, myself along with Uraraka witnessed Midoriya becoming a dragon. While I didn't see much, it seemed like that form was far stronger than normal." "I bet he's 1,000 times stronger," added Uraraka, lifting her hands into the air as she began to wave them all around. He went charging right into the 0-pointer, like it was nothing, just chomping right into its neck, like it was soft mochi. "You have got to be shitting me," screamed Bakugo in pure rage. "Wait, he can turn into a dragon?" asked Mineta as he turned to look at his green-haired classmate. "Then, why haven't you done that once?" "Well," began Izuku, lightly tapping his cheek with a finger as he looked away from the group in embarrassment. He was still not used to having everyone's focus on him, at least when he was out of the apartment. There was also the fact that he didn't want to tell them all about the special rule that Aizawa had given him. The man had, after all, made sure that the conversation between them had been private, so telling them about it might cause more problems. Thankfully, an idea quickly came to him. "When I transform into a dragon, I'm really big. I doubt I could compete beside any of you in that form. We would probably waste a lot of time having to adjust the fields and stuff just to accommodate one student." "That is understandable," said Ida. "Still, these tests are meant to gauge our current overall potential. To not have a full grasp of what you can do would be a great disservice to yourself, as well as all the fine students who have walked these halls before us." Ida then turned to look at their homeroom teacher. "Mr. Aizawa, surely you agree that to not have a full understanding of what Midoriya is capable of would be irrational?" At that, Aizawa let out a hum as he stroked his chin. For several long seconds, Izuku, along with the rest of the class, watched him like a hawk, all of them wondering what he would decide. Then, finally, he nodded slightly. "You bring up a good point," said Aizawa. "We need to have an understanding of what Midoriya can do in both forms. However, to do so, we would need specialized equipment that would have to be made from scratch. Also, as Midoriya pointed out, we would need to repurpose the fields to accommodate his altered size, things that we do not have time for today. As such, it would be more prudent to do all of this at a later time. With that said, I am also curious to see what he can do in his dragon form." With that said, Aizawa approached his green-haired student while producing a white band that reminded Izuku of a bracelet. Once the man was close enough, he handed the item to Midoriya. "That is a special measuring device we use here for special cases," he explained before glancing up at the sky. "I want you to fly up as far as you feel comfortable. Once you do, come back down as fast as you can." After nodding, Izuku gestured to everyone to give him some room. Once his fellow heroes in training had backed away enough, Izuku transformed into his dragon form. Everyone let out a gasp upon seeing this, but that was the last Izuku heard before he shot up into the sky. Several times he beat his wings, soaring above the buildings and into the clouds. Higher and higher he went, never seeming to notice the winds buffering his body or the changing temperature. It was only when he began to see the stars in the sky did he pause before looping around in the air. With the mightiest flap of his wings, Izuku shot down toward the earth so quickly that he could have sworn he heard several booms behind him. While he knew he was traveling extremely quickly, his dragon senses allowed him to perceive time differently. Everything around him felt like it was standing still while he gently glided down toward the school below. As he neared his landing spot, Izuku opened his wings to come to a sudden stop. On all fours, he dropped onto the ground as time seemed to resume at its normal pace. It was then that a shock wave exploded all around him from the massive air displacement caused by his actions. All of his classmates were flung from where they stood, rolling across the ground. Izuku's dragon jaw dropped while a sweat drop appeared on the side of his head, worrying deep in his heart that everyone would hate him for this. Then, "That was frickin' awesome!" yelled Zero as he got up. "I know, right?" shouted Kirishima as he too got onto his feet, instantly running over to the dragon that looked down at them. As the rest of the class began to rise, Izuku, who was still in his dragon form, got onto his hind legs before bowing in shame. "I'm so sorry, everyone," he said with tears running down his face. "I hope no one got hurt." "It's fine," said another classmate, a girl by the name of Yaoyorozu. She approached the dragon's jaw before placing a hand on it. This was something that many of us asked to see. You were merely complying with our wishes. And seeing as how no one was hurt, it would be wrong for any of us to place blame upon you. "Speak for yourself," complained Mineta. However, he was quickly silenced as most of class began talking excitedly. Meanwhile, Izuku turned his attention to Aizawa, who, somehow, remained standing where he had been. The man was looking at the tablet in his hands, eyes almost comically wide on his sleep-deprived face. When he finally looked up, the man had managed to regain most of his composure as he told the class to stop wasting time and to move on to the final exercise. This was the ball throw. Like before with Bakugo, everyone went into the circle and proceeded to throw the ball as best they could. Izuku, who had turned back into human form as the ball was simply too small for him to hold in his dragon form. He watched in silent amazement at all the different ways that the rest of the class used their quirks to try and get as much distance as possible. For some, like Kirishima and Kaminari, this just wasn't their event, while people like Uraraka got massively higher scores. The only one that had Izuku tilting his head was Yaoyorozu, who created a cannon to fire the ball. Now, mind you, it was an impressive feat to create something that big, but why a cannon? Couldn't she create a rocket launcher or something? Or was she going with simpler is better? He would have to ask her later. Then, eventually, it was Izuku's turn. Midoriya, since everyone is a fair distance away, I'd like you to go all out on this one, said Aizawa as he handed his student the ball. Izuku nodded as he mentally thanked himself for all the weird trivia he had gathered over the years about UA. Like, for example, through all the sanctioned quirk usage and the potential for something to go wrong, the area above the school was a no-fly zone, meaning that, unlike with Toru's attempts to get a sunny day with her laser breath, he didn't need to worry about hitting a plane by accident. Now in the circle, Izuku tossed the ball with all his might. Hurricane-level winds seemed to shoot out from all around him as the ball rocketed through the air. The force that the teen used was enough that it created a large hole in the clouds before escaping Earth's orbit. Though this hole wasn't as big as the ones Toru could make with her dragon laser breath, which spanned about half the size of the city, it was noticeably big. Once the tests were over, and the threat of being expelled had been revealed to be nothing more than a logical ruse, Aizawa walked away from the training grounds, allowing the robots to pick up the mess. His tired eyes were fixed on a corner, where he knew a certain pro hero had been hiding since the start of these exams. Seriously, All Might, said Aizawa once he was close enough. Watching a bunch of children from behind a corner? An action like that might give people the wrong idea. Sheepishly, All Might stepped out of the shadows, making his impressive presence known. Ha ha, laughed the great hero. Sorry about that. I was just a little curious to see how the new rookies were doing. Well, I'd better be off. As All Might turned, Aizawa let out an annoyed sigh before his eyes flashed red. The sound alone was enough to make the large man halt in his tracks. Just watching the students, huh? Spoke the underground hero, his tone less than amused. Wasting your precious time in that form when you could have easily just pretended to be a different teacher or monitor them from inside the teacher's office. No, you had your eyes on only one of my students. Don't think I didn't see you flinch whenever that student stepped up to use his quirk, or how you gritted your teeth when the class cheered him on. For a moment, neither hero said a word as All Might kept his back to Aizawa. Then, slowly, the underground hero let out another sigh. What do you have against Midoriya? Asked Aizawa at last, not wanting to beat around the bush any longer than he had to. That caused All Might to turn his head to look at his fellow teacher, the man's famous smile gone from his face. I sadly cannot say, said All Might, in a rare, harsh, and serious tone that not many would associate with the hero. Not now, at least. Just be wary of the boy. With that, All Might began to walk away, leaving behind a frowning Aizawa. I'm in no mood for your dramatics, was all that the darkly dressed man could say. The next day, Class 1A sat with brimming excitement as they awaited their first heroic lesson of the school year. For most of the class, the day had gone by like they were in any other school. The lessons were what one would call fairly standard, with things like art history, English, math, classical literature, and so on. The only difference was who was teaching them. The heroes. For Izuku, he sat in every class doing his best to contain the utter joy he felt until he was vibrating with excitement. Literally, and due to his new dragon abilities, his vibrations destroyed his desk more than once. This led to some interesting conversations with the staff. Oh my! Cooed midnight when Izuku's desk fell apart, when the screw somehow embedding itself into the wall. Looks like someone is happy to see me. The older woman then licked her lips in a manner that caused most of the class to shiver and blush. Izuku, on the other hand, "You have no idea," he exclaimed with his hands balled up into fists while standing next to the remains of his desk, waiting for the robots to return to repair and reinforce it. Again, still he stood there looking at the woman with stars, rather than lusty hearts, in his eyes. "You're Namuri Kiyama, the pro hero Midnight. You hold one of the highest records in Japan for the least amount of property damage and villain injury. In fact, I think how you took down the Grand Taylor bank robber was a perfect showcase on why your quirk is so amazing." "Do you now?" purred Midnight, gently placing 2 fingers over her lips, giving the teen a sultry look as she leaned against the teacher's desk. However, while everyone else blushed and looked away, Izuku didn't seem fazed. "Oh my, do any of my other students remember that one? No? Oh, you're all such naughty boys and girls. Midoriya, do you mind recounting that story for class?" "Of course," replied Izuku, stars still his eyes as he nodded. "Grand Taylor had a quirk called Blood Thread. By mixing his blood with various threads to create clothing, he could take control of their movements for a certain amount of time. But it was only the parts of the body that were covered, and it had a time limit based on the amount of blood used. He managed to add some of his specially made threads into security guard uniforms of certain banks, forcing them to wear gloves in order to gain control of their hands. Then he would rob them and use his captives as human shields. Only, on his last job, he chose the city where your agency was located. Rather than bursting through the door, Midnight managed to get into the air duct system, where she then used her quirk. Everyone practically fell asleep at the same time. "Lame," muttered Bakugo. "Oh, yes," cried Midnight as she began to hold herself, body trembling as she began to sway. "Such a good boy you are." Her cries and the tone she used had a certain effect on her students, many of whom began to leak blood out of their noses. None more so than Mineta. "No!" cried the grape-themed teen as his nosebleed began to go out of control, one hand holding his nose while the other was doing its best to scoop up the life-giving liquid. "No. Stay in your home. Daddy needs you there to stay alive. It's also rumored that you and the pro-hero best genius might be a couple," continued Izuku, his tone indicating that he was one of the few students who had not been bothered at all by how Midnight was acting. Speaking of the woman, the pro-hero instantly froze as she looked at Izuku. "Though, honestly, I don't put a lot of weight behind it. Just because you both donate to similar orphanages and are seen there together could be just a coincidence. Still, I really love the picture of you helping the children with their art projects. Helping those who really need a smile is something really heroic. Oh, my desk is fixed." It was true. While Izuku was speaking, one of the many robots on campus had quickly repaired the desk. As he sat down, the entire class just watched him like he had grown a second head. Even Midnight had stopped in her antics, eyeing the green-haired boy with a slight blush on her cheeks, though that was mostly from embarrassment. "Midoriya," whispered Mineta from behind the dragon teen, his skin looking a little pale due to blood loss. How are you not affected by the advances of such a sexy older woman?" For a moment, Midoriya turned in his seat to look at Mineta before looking around at the rest of his classmates, the states they were in. Thankfully, most of the people who had nosebleeds had died down with only Kaminari and Mineta still having them. The rest had wiped them away, though Izuku, with his dragon senses, could still smell the blood in the air. He could also feel the heightened temperatures of his classmates, with a few of them even fanning themselves with their hands. The only one who didn't seem as affected was Bakugo, though he did have a slight tint of red on his cheeks. He then looked back at Midnight, who also seemed to be calming down, much faster than the rest of the class, before glancing up at the ceiling. Now that he thought about it, if this had been a year ago, he probably would have reacted the same. So Wyatt, Izuku's eyes then narrowed slightly as memories came back to him. Flashback. "Here you go, Mr. Midoriya," giggled Toru. The pair were alone, sitting at the table back in his old apartment. The dragon maid was sitting right next to him, pressing her chest right into his arm, causing the poor boy to go rigid. In her hand, Toru held the chopsticks, having just blown on a large chunk of her tail meat with rice, covering the top. Slowly she brought it to his mouth, gently depositing it onto his tongue. "So, she said in a whisper, her breath tickling his ear as he chewed. How do I taste tonight? Izuku then began to choke on his food. Another flashback. Izuku, what's this? Asked Kana. Izuku looked away from the mechanical pencil pack he was holding in his hand to see what the little dragon girl had brought him. She held the item in both hands like it was the most precious piece of All Might merchandise in existence. That's a pen, answered Izuku as he took the bulky item. It was a large, multi-ink color type with the Pro Hero Hawks running along the side and waving at an imaginary audience. Briefly, Izuku wondered if she had wandered into the boys' section of the stationery supply shop they were in, or if someone had just put it there thinking that a staff member would put away from them. Regardless, Izuku slipped out his damaged notebook, the same one that Kakin had exploded on both ends before tossing out a window and into a pond. Quickly, he turned to a blank page that had no burn marks but some minor water damage. Damaged, but still usable for something like this. After selecting the color pink, Izuku wrote Kanna's name down before switching to green to write down his own. Finally, he ended with Toru's name in red. When Izuku showed what he had written to Kanna, the young dragon girl's eyes began to sparkle. She then let out a low sound of excitement as she placed both her hands on her cheeks. That's so amazing, cried Kanna. I know, but you can't use it for school, replied Izuku as the pen vanished in a blur from his hand. According to the list the school sent you, you can only use pencils, either wooden ones or the mechanical ones. That's dumb, grumbled Kanna as she began to pout. Just as Izuku was about to explain why this was, either because the teachers didn't want to deal with messy pages full of students scribbling over their mistakes or something, his notebook was shoved in his face. Look what I did, Mr. Midoriya, cried Toru. After pulling the notebook away from his face, Izuku could now clearly see that Toru had, I love Mr. Midoriya, over and over again with a heart drawn between each sentence. Seeing this, his face began to turn bright red. Even more so when he noticed a slight drool coming out of the dragon's mouth as she showed her handiwork to him. That's, nice, said Izuku as he quickly shut his notebook, before either of them could say anything more. Kanna had picked up something else and was holding it up for Izuku to identify. After breathing a sigh of relief, Izuku explained that it was a stapler. Like with the pen, Izuku showed both Kanna and Toru how it worked before the young dragon went off to find something else. What's this? She asked, holding up a seal stamp. Oh, that's easy, said Toru before Izuku could say anything. Hands on her hips, she had the look of someone with smug superiority. It's a tool used in slave branding. You use it to mark your property. Izuku felt his jaw drop at just how wrong Toru was. He was about to shout that she was dead wrong when all of a sudden Toru's eyes opened, giving her the appearance of someone who just had an amazing epiphany. She then squatted on the ground, opening up her blouse so that she exposed her bare back to Izuku. Toru then turned her head to look at him, hard in her eyes and drool escaping her lips again. Mr. Midoriya, would you please brand me as yours? At that, Izuku felt his soul leave his body. Yes, another flashback. Oh, Mr. Midoriya, cried Toru as the bathroom door burst open, causing Izuku to let out a loud cry. The teen was seated on a stool, washing the sweat off his body before getting into the bath with his back facing the door. But as soon as he heard Toru, he instinctively turned around only for his face to turn a bright red. Standing there in the doorway was his maid, wearing nothing at all. Please allow your maid to wash you using her own body, she said with a giggle. And oh, yelled Izuku, I can do it myself. Back to present. Honestly, said Izuku at last as he went to rest his chin on his hand. Compared to what Toru says and does on a daily basis, Midnight feels a little tame. Though Izuku had only been speaking loud enough for only the people sitting next to him to hear anything, somehow the entire class heard him clear as day. Almost everyone in the class turned to stare at him with wide-eyed shock and, in some cases, envy. The only one who didn't was Tsu, who just brought a finger to her chin. Come to think about it, you have a point. Ribbit, said the frog girl with a knowing look. No, there's someone out there that dash might not have got no further as a newer, more powerful nosebleed occurred. One that literally launched him away from his desk, spraying the surface with his blood as the bite-sized pervert flew upwards before landing on the ground. A moment later, 2 robots carried my Netta away on a stretcher. From there, the day progressed normally with my Netta returning from Recovery Girl's office right before lunch. By this point, Izuku was feeling over the moon with joy as he had collected autographs from every single hero, while also asking a few questions about their quirks. Even the cooking hero lunch rush was no exception. Honestly, there was a part of him that wished he could preserve the first meal he had gotten at this school. However, all of that paled in comparison to the single class that would be taking up the remainder of their afternoon, the one that only people in the hero course would be taking, heroics. So it was no surprise to see that everyone in 1A was looking excited. "I wonder who our teacher is going to be?" asked a very excited Izuku, doing his best not to destroy his desk again. While they were not programmed with a personality, somehow Izuku could tell that the robots here were getting really annoyed with him. "I bet it's All Might," exclaimed Kirishima, Izuku's red-haired classmate with sharp, jagged teeth. "I mean, who else are they going to get?" That caught Izuku's attention, causing him to whip his head around and stare at Kirishima. "Wait! All Might is teaching here." As Kirishima looked at the dragon teen in confusion, Tsu turned to give Izuku a look. "Don't you remember Midoriya? He said it himself in my acceptance video." "Ribbit." "Whoa, seriously? All Might was the one giving you your acceptance speech?" asked a shocked Kirishima. "You're lucky. I got Principal Nizu. But afterwards, he did tell me that All Might was joining that staff. Guess whoever did yours just failed to mention it." "Oh, didn't get one," admitted Izuku sheepishly, suddenly finding the surface of his desk extremely interesting. Apparently, there was an issue when they went to record mine, so the principal had to come over himself. "I see," said Tsu while Kirishima gave his dragon classmate a sympathetic look. "I was wondering why you weren't more excited when we had our graduation party. Figure it was either that the shock hadn't fully subsided or you were trying not to make a scene." Kirishima gave his classmate a sympathetic look. But before he could say anything, Bakugo loudly set his feet on his desk while leaning back in his seat. "They were probably lying to you," stated Bakugo, loud enough for the entire class to hear him. "Didn't want to waste a special holographic recorder on your shitty ass." Then, before anyone could respond to that, "I am here coming to the door like a normal person," declared All Might as the door was thrust open. The class gasped and cheered in delight as All Might strode into the room, taking large, exaggerated steps toward the front of the room. And, for a moment, Izuku joined in, allowing his fanboy nature to shine brightly once again. That is until All Might began to scan the room, the hero's famous smile vanishing when he looked directly at the teen. What replaced it was the sort of look a hero would give a villain, making the teen's blood run cold as his own cheerfulness vanished. Thankfully, All Might didn't dwell on Midoriya for long as a moment later he turned to look at the class as a whole while flashing that brilliant smile of his that had almost been a source of comfort to the teen. But for Izuku Midoriya, that moment seemed to last forever. What's worse was that he wasn't the only one who noticed his frosty look. While All Might spoke about the battle trails, Aizawa's class kept shifting their gaze over to Midoriya. Then, when the hero finished speaking and left the class in a hurry, Tsu said what they were all thinking. "Is there a problem between you and All Might?" she asked, looking directly into her friend's eyes. "Ribbit, because it looks like he really doesn't like you." "I'm, not sure," responded Izuku, unable to hide his crestfallen expression. With a sigh, Izuku then got out of his seat and headed towards a briefcase that held his costume. As he walked over to it, he noticed that most of his classmates were still giving him curious looks. While they hadn't known Izuku for very long, they could tell that he was both a very humble and honest person. It was also painfully clear to them just how much he looked up to and admired heroes. So they knew that having All Might, being the only person to give him a look like that, hurt him. The lone exception to this was Bakugo, who had a triumphant smirk on his face. "I bet he remembers me from that rooftop," thought Izuku as he grabbed his own case, swallowing down the worry that was forming in his gut. I mean, how could he forget the stupid kid who grabbed onto his leg and then found out a secret? He probably thinks that I lied to him about being quirkless, or that I could blab his secret at any moment. I need to apologize to him somehow and explain it in a way that doesn't expose Toru or Kana. Just need to figure out how. Asterisk. Once more, Izuku went into the changing room where he shifted his appearance using magic. When he left, he wore a green skin-tight outfit with black lines running down the sides, along with long white gloves. Though he did not head directly to the training area where the exercise would be held, as he didn't want to be alone with All Might right now. He needed some more time to figure out what he was going to say, as well as not wanting it to get interrupted. So there he stood in the hallway waiting for the rest of the class to arrive before they all made their way down as a group. Now assembled at the entrance to the mock city, All Might went to work explaining the exercise in better detail before randomly selecting teams. It seemed that luck was on Midoriya's side, as he was not partnered with Bakugo, but instead Tsu. Yet that was where his luck ended, as not only was he going to be a part of the first hero team to do the exercise, but he was going up against Bakugo and Uraraka. If only that were the worst of it. After the villain team went inside, All Might handed the heroes their capture tape, as well as a blueprint of the building to Tsu, all while keeping his frosty gaze on Izuku, causing both teams to feel like at any moment one of those fists would collide with Izuku's skull. Then, "I will be watching you closely," said All Might, teeth gritted so that his voice came out as a growl. That was all he said before walking away as though nothing had happened. "He really has it out for you." "Ribbit!" said Tsu once the man was out of earshot. She then turned to look at Izuku, her eyes filled with concern. "I think you should talk to Mr. Aizawa about this. Or maybe Principal Nizu." Hearing that caught Izuku off guard. A brief moment of panic appeared on his face. The teen knew that Tsu was just looking out for his well-being, and that she had a point. While he had only known Aizawa for a short amount of time, it was pretty obvious that he was a no-nonsense type of person who took heroing extremely seriously. Because of this, he would see All Might's attitude and behavior towards Izuku as a hindrance. The same would probably go for Nizu. So talking to them about this was probably the smartest thing he could do under normal circumstances. Only, these weren't normal circumstances. The problem was that both of them were really, really smart. If Izuku went to talk to them about this, there was no doubt in his mind that they would begin asking questions. If he wasn't careful and slipped up, he might reveal how the two of them first met. And if All Might was angry with him now, there was no telling how furious the man would be if they found out about his weakened state. That was supposed to be a super big secret, after all. It's nothing, Tsu. I've dealt with worse," replied Izuku honestly. "That doesn't mean you should." "Ribbit," countered Tsu. "I'll be fine," said Izuku as he tried his best to weigh the concern. "Besides, it's like what Mr. Aizawa said. It's a hero's job to face the unfairness of the world. I'll just work hard to show All Might the type of person I am. So, let's start right now and figure out how we're going to win this." While Izuku said this with his brightest smile, he could see that Tsu remained unconvinced. Yet she didn't push it, instead moving closer to the dragon teen as they began to plan out their strategy. "This should be really simple," said Tsu, glancing down at the floor plan and then up at the building. "You could just turn into your dragon form and crash through a window to grab the bomb." As she spoke, Tsu brought a finger to her chin as she imagined how that would go. Her imagination was, for some reason, drawn in crayon. There, a cartoonish, more friendly version of Izuku's dragon form stood next to a poorly drawn version of the building. She then watched in her mind as the dragon reached into the building before plucking out the bomb. "Maybe, but wouldn't that defeat the purpose of the test?" questioned Izuku. "This is supposed to be a team indoor training exercise. I don't want you to be graded down, because I did all the work. Plus, what if we get marked down if we cause structural damage to the building?" At that, Tsu tilted her head. "Do you really think you would do that? I mean, heroes damage property all the time, and they never seem to get into any trouble." "Not all the time," said Izuku as he called up some of his memories of watching hero news. "There have been times when a hero got penalized for excessive damages. When that happens, it's mostly because it was their first choice and they ignored other options." Tsu let out a noise of agreement as she nodded. "All right, then how about your fire attacks?" she asked. "Didn't you tell me that you were somehow training your fire breath to only target certain things? We could use it to knock out both villains without damaging the surrounding area. Then we could capture both them and the bomb at the same time. Ah, about that, began Izuku while scratching his cheek in mild embarrassment. I've been making progress with it, but only so much. Right now it's to incinerate everything within a certain space without damaging the walls level. Not even at the point where I am comfortable testing it on a living thing above a bug. And I really don't think Recovery Girl will be able to heal them from ashes. At that, Sue paled. Good point, she agreed. So do you have any ideas? Izuku hesitated for a moment before nodding. I've known Kakin for as long as I can remember. He's never been the type to sit and wait for something to come to him, meaning as soon as the exercise starts, he'll come right at us. He's also not the type of person who likes to rely on others, so he'll most likely go off on his own, leaving Uraraka to either follow him or guard the bomb on her own. Since he knows I can fly, he's going to assume that I'll take us to the roof, meaning that's where he's likely to head to as soon as we start. So, rather than do what he wants, we go in through the front door. After a minute or two, he'll realize he was wrong and burn up more stamina heading for me. Oh, sorry. I guess I should say us. No worries, replied Sue with a nod. He hasn't really hidden it all too well how he feels about you. If Aizawa hadn't stopped him yesterday, he would have attacked you for sure. Ribbit. But now he has full permission to fight, even using his quirk. I'm pretty certain that he'll be gunning for you specifically. Ribbit. Now it was Izuku's turn to nod. And that's what I plan on taking advantage of, he stated. Yesterday's test with Aizawa showed me I still have a way to go with controlling my strength. One wrong move, and I could potentially cripple or even kill Kakin. But I know I can take his blasts. So while Kakin focuses on me, I'd like for you to deal with Uraraka and the bomb. We know that she can remove the effects of gravity of anything she touches, but I feel confident that you can jump out way before she can get too close. And even if she does touch me, I can just stick to the ground. Added Sue, understanding where her friend was going with all of this. Also, Uraraka only knows a little bit about my quirk. I never showed her what my tongue can do. So, if she tries to come at me after making herself weightless, I can just wrap my tongue around her before capturing her. This way, we're both contributing as a team, finished Izuku with a smile. X. Meanwhile, as the hero team was making up their plan, Uraraka could be found sitting on one of the large crates situated along the sides of the room. As her legs kicked back and forth, she shot a glance to her teammate who was just pacing across the room. The same thing he had done since they had gotten here. Neither had said a word to the other. No planning. No coming up with any ideas. Not even a "it's nice to work with you." The only noises that could be heard was when Uraraka's feet hit the wooden crate a little too hard, and Bakugo occasionally grinding his teeth a little too hard. Finally, Uraraka couldn't take it anymore. She wanted to pass this test. She had to do well in this class if she wanted to fulfill her dream to better support her family, meaning she had to take the plunge and talk. So, she began, her voice sounding as awkward as she felt. Do you want to talk about how we're Dash? You do whatever you want, snarled Bakugo as he suddenly stopped in his pacing. Currently his back was toward her, hands clenched into fists that would have drawn blood had it not been for the special gloves he was wearing. I'm going to beat that worthless Deku in the frog myself. Deku? Echoed Uraraka, her face scrunching up a little as she thought about the word. Isn't that what you called Midoriya yesterday? Suddenly, her eyes brightened to the point where it was like sunshine was emanating from her body. Is that like a childhood nickname? Like that word for you can do it? That's so sweet of you. You two must be friends to Dash. Uraraka was then silenced as Bakugo finally turned his head so that he looked at her with one eye. Somehow, that red orb seemed all the more murderous. That little shit is not my friend, he snarled. He's worthless. More than that, he's been hiding that quirk from me for years, pretending to be quirkless, all while laughing about it behind my back. Then he goes and pretends to be sick, living alone in that apartment with that stupid, ugly cosplaying maid of his just so he can get us to drag our sorry asses to his place to deliver him his missing assignments. Bet he was laughing at us the moment the door closed. Then he makes all the other losers worry about him by suddenly changing schools. Bet that's when he finally dropped the act so he and Frog Bitch could have a good laugh. Maybe it's just me, But I don't know what's so funny about that, said Uraraka. Seems needlessly drawn out for some kind of joke. Are you sure you're not projecting your dash? Before Uraraka could finish her sentence, All Might's voice came booming in to inform everyone that the test had started. Without missing a beat, Bakugo raced out of the room screaming the entire way. As for Uraraka, she just sighed before giving the bomb a deadpan expression. Guess it's just you and me, Bommy, she said. Then, a slight smile crept onto her face. So, since it's just us girls, what do you think of calling Midoriya Deku from now on? It's kind of cute, don't you think? The bomb remained silent, causing Uraraka to let out a huff. Well, I think it's cute. But moving on, do you think there's something going on between Deku and Bakugo? Like their dash? I am not at Sundara, screamed Bakugo as he ran past the door, heading back from the roof toward the ground floor at frightening pace. Eep! Cried Uraraka as she jumped to her feet before hiding behind the bomb. Bommy, protect me. Izuku and Tsu walked carefully side by side through the deserted hallways of the mock building. Both carefully listened for sounds of footsteps running down the hallway, a slew of swearing or explosions as they went. They didn't need to wait too long as, by the time they had reached the second floor, Bakugo rounded a corner ready to heat things up. Deku! Yelled Bakugo, pointing an open palm at a green-haired teen while his eyes held a savage, bloodthirsty look. Die! As the blonde screamed, he unleashed a mighty explosion. X! Meanwhile, the rest of Class 1A watched the scene unfolding before them as the blast obscured the image of the hero team on the monitor. The sound of the blast dominating the room, save only for the laughter coming from Bakugo. There was no way to tell what was happening, only allowing their imagination to paint the picture of what they were hearing. And what they were all fearing was not helped by the last image they had of the blonde bomber. In the limited time they had spent with Bakugo, it was pretty obvious to everyone there that he was intense, as well as having some sort of issue with Midoriya. Yet, that last look they had seen on his face right before the explosion made him appear almost unhinged. But what was even more unsettling was how All Might reacted, or rather, didn't react. Since the man had entered the monitoring room, he had barely said a word to anyone. He watched Izuku as he spoke to Tsu like a hawk, paying no mind to what was happening on the other monitor with the villain team. And even now, he was keeping his focus on where Midoriya had been standing while seeming to completely ignore what Bakugo had said and done. And that scared more than half the class. Yet after a moment, the dread that the observers were feeling vanished as the flames subsided. Standing there, having never moved an inch, was Midoriya. The teen's dragon wings had somehow grown, wrapping themselves around him and Tsu, with the wings unfurling slightly. The class could see that she was pressed against Izuku's body with one arm wrapped around her waist to pull her in as close as possible. Ashido would have been jumping up and down, calling it romantic, had it not been for the look of shock in the frog girl's eyes. Shock that slowly turned into relief as she said something to Midoriya before he let her go. Did you see what Midoriya did there? Asked an excited Kirishima. Dude took a surprise blast and protected his partner with his body. Damn, that's so manly. Indeed, said their bird-headed classmate Tokoyami with a nod. Then he glanced over at Bakugo. Meanwhile, Bakugo seems to be taking to his role as a villain well. A sneak attack like that, along with no hesitation to do serious harm, is what one would expect from one with a black soul. Maybe taking to a little too well, said Toru, her gloves and shoes shuddering. That guy gave me the creeps. Ida, for his part, said nothing as he focused on the scene before them. He watched as an enraged Bakugo charged forward while screaming something once more. Then, just as the flames and smoke were erupting from the blonde's palm, Midoriya took Tsu as they sidestepped the attack together while his wings expanded once more. With them outstretched like this, they created a barrier that allowed Tsu to hop past Bakugo easily. Soon, it was just the two in the hallway, while a different monitor instantly lit up. Following Tsu as she made her way through the building, the largest screen kept its focus on Midoriya and Bakugo. X! Damn you! Screamed Bakugo as he lunged forward, ready to deliver a powerful right hook. There was a look in the teen's eyes that Izuku could easily read, one that believed that the green-haired teen would never see it coming. That couldn't have been farther from the truth. He had known what was coming even without relying on his enhanced dragon features. So, as time seemed to stand still once more, Izuku sidestepped the attack just at the last possible second. Then, once time began to move normally again, he watched as Bakugo sailed past him harmlessly. At least, at first he did. The moment Bakugo realized that Izuku had managed to dodge the attack, he corrected himself by using a series of explosions to change course while at the same time adding to the momentum. Now his attack was an arm swipe aimed directly for the head, only for Izuku to bend down, so the attack sailed over him harmlessly. "Damn it!" screamed Bakugo as he landed, jumping back to get some distance. But only briefly, for as soon as his feet touched the ground, the teen brought his hands back. In the span of a breath, massive explosions sent the teen flying faster than ever towards his target. Bakugo then twisted his body, ready to punch Izuku right in the face with all the force and momentum he had. "Stop looking down at me, you piece of shit." Izuku's response to this was to catch the attack with raised palm. Bakugo could only stare with wide eyes as his body came to a complete halt, the wind from his charge whipping past the dragon teen, who remained unmoving. Then, before Bakugo could fall to the ground, Izuku applied the smallest bit of pressure to his palm as he pushed forward. The next thing they knew, Bakugo was sent flying backwards down the hallway, while screaming the word, "Fuck!" the entire way until it was ended with a crash. "Kakin!" cried Izuku. "Are you okay? I didn't hurt you, did I?" For several tense seconds, the silence that followed ate away at the teen's nerves, fearful that he had injured a long-time friend. But before he could say anything else, an explosion erupted from the dark hallway. "Stop looking down on me!" screamed Bakugo as she rocketed towards Izuku, though the blonde's anger only grew when Izuku, rather than becoming timid or looking horrified that Bakugo was back on his feet, let out a sigh as relief washed over his face. "Oh, good," said Izuku in a genuine tone. "You're okay." This comment only caused Bakugo to scream all the louder. As the time ticked away, the students in the monitoring room constantly shifted their attention from the fight between the boys and the girls, as Izuku simply dodged everything that was thrown at him by Bakugo while running away, forcing his attacker to give chase. Sue had found the bomb room. It hadn't been hard to figure that out, as Uraraka, once she had moved out from behind the bomb, had begun to create a wall at the door. Using her quirk, she had removed the effect of gravity from all the crates before moving them in front of the door. So, when Sue opened the door that led to the bomb, she was met with a decent obstacle. The class watched as Sue hesitated for only a moment before acting, searching for another way inside. This came in the form of an air vent which took her right into the room. Thankfully, Uraraka had decided to stay close to the bomb. So when she saw Sue landing in the room, Uraraka used her quirk to pick up the thankfully fake explosive device as she began to play a game of keep away with it. Meanwhile, back with the other explosive device, Bakugo looked like he was getting frustrated. Midoriya was using his wings more now to fly backwards and gain more distance between him and his target. Or he would create a powerful gust of wind that would send Bakugo flying backwards, saved from falling down on his ass by his use of explosions to right himself at the last moment. Still, Midoriya was avoiding throwing any punches of his own. Given what a seemingly light push had done, nearly all the class could understand why. Only one didn't see it that way. "Stop looking down at me," yelled Bakugo as Izuku continued to dodge his attacks. "Do you think I'm so weak that I can't take a little punch?" It's not about you being weak," said Izuku as he used one of his wings to block another explosion. "I mean, I know just how strong your quirk is. It's just that I don't think you're strong enough to not be instantly liquidated if I use too much force. I could never forgive myself if you suddenly became goop splattered on the wall." Izuku had said all this with pure concern and honesty in his voice, without a hint of pride to make it sound even somewhat condescending. But despite this, that's exactly how it sounded to Bakugo as new veins seemed to appear in his eyes. "Deku," he growled, "but you think you were really funny, don't you? Hiding that quirk from me all these years. Pretending to be sick." "I really was sick," shouted Izuku. "I don't believe you," shouted Bakugo. Then the ashen blonde teen noticed his grenade-shaped gauntlet light up, causing him to grin. Slowly, He raised one arm up to the dragon teen, while the opposite hand reached for the pen. "Since you're such a quirk nerd, you know how mine works. I sweat nitroglycerin from my palms, which I can then ignite. The more I sweat, the more powerful the explosion, which is why I asked for these babies. See, they're not decorative." Since the start of the fight, they've both been collecting sweat and storing them up for the biggest explosion of all time. And guess who gets to be their first victim? X. "Surely Bakugo is not so careless to unleash such a blast?" asked Ida loudly, though his voice sounded unsure of his statement as he looked at the murderous smile on Bakugo's face. And he wasn't the only one who had his doubts. It sure looks like it," whispered Shido. "Midoriya better dodge, unless he wants to be cremated," commented Todoroki, doing his best to hide the flinches of phantom pain he was experiencing as he had been on the receiving end of high-powered flames many times at his home. "All might, sir," said Ida as he walked over to the massive hero, unable to take the danger they were all witnessing any longer. "With all due respect, this exercise is getting a little out of hand. All might." By this point, Ida had gotten to All Might's side, so that he could now see the pro hero's face clearly, and what he saw frightened him. All Might's attention was hyper-focused on Midoriya, and Midoriya alone. He hadn't noticed anything that Bakugo had done, nor did he seem to register the danger that Midoriya was in at the moment. He just kept staring at Midoriya, with narrowed eyes and a scowl, with a new wave of panic. Ida reached over to grab the pro hero by the arm. The sudden touch seemed to snap All Might back to reality as he jumped in surprise before looking over at Ida in confusion. "Young Ida, what dash," began the pro hero, but was further surprised when Ida interrupted him. "You have to stop this," shouted the speedster while pointing to the screen. "If that explosion hits Midoriya, he could die." That caused All Might's eyes to widen as he turned to look at what his student was pointing at, taking a step back as if noticing the seriousness of the situation for the first time. But before he could tell Bakugo to stand down, a massive explosion, unlike anything any of them had seen before, was unleashed. A blast so powerful that it rocked the building as well as the monitoring room they were in. And, for a moment, everyone there thought that Izuku Midoriya was dead. That was until the smoke cleared, revealing Izuku's dragon wings, which had extended themselves outward to create a barrier. Wisps of smoke rose from parts of the unblemished wings, showing that no harm had come to them. And when they retracted back to their normal size, Izuku looked perfectly fine as well. As all signs of victory left Bakugo's face, a buzzer sounded signaling that Tsu had captured the bomb using her tongue. After calling all the young heroes back to the monitoring room over the PA, All Might place a hand over his face as sweat began to cover it. Now he could feel the quickened pace of his heart, while a rush of adrenaline began to course through him. Too late to do anything about the situation, only making the realization of what had just happened on his watch all the more horrific. I could have gotten one of my students killed, he thought. No, I could have gotten all of them killed. All it would have taken was enough damage to support, and the entire building could have collapsed. What's wrong with me? It was early the next day, Toru humming a tune as she washed the dishes in the mostly empty apartment. Mr. Midoriya had already left some time ago in order to make it to that pathetic excuse of a human school with a bit of a spring in his step. It seemed that the excitement from being taught by what this world considered the best heroes had not died down. Meanwhile, Kana was still getting ready to go out. However, unlike most weekdays, she lacked her red backpack, which reminded the dragons of blood, due to an accidental quirk used by one of the students. The school was closed as repairs and decontamination were needed, whatever that meant. Honestly, the foolishness of humans never ceased to amaze Toru. If they just got off their lazy behinds and learned magic, then they could have fixed the problem in an instant. Well, at least Kana wasn't going to waste a day, as she was going to do a little exploring in this world. "Okay, I'm heading out," announced Kana now that she was ready. Toru looked up from her work to give the girl a once-over. She was dressed in her normal attire, but there were a few carry-on items. The first was a small pouch tied to the dragon girl's wrist, which held a small wallet with some money, should she need it, as well as a smartphone. Mr. Midoriya had been very kind to get them these phones, as his family plan had a few extra lines available. On the phone was the apartment's landline number, Toru's number, and his number in case she ever needed emergency help. While Toru insisted that a powerful dragon such as themselves had very little to fear in this world, Mr. Midoriya seemed rather insistent. There was also a GPS app on it that would help Kana should she ever get lost. "Have fun exploring the city, Kana," said the dragon maid once she saw that the younger girl was ready to head out. After quickly drying her hands, Toru followed Kana to the front door. "And remember what I told you about crossing the street." The young dragon girl nodded as she looked up at Toru. "Always look both ways for cars before crossing. If I don't and I get hit by one, I might end up smashing it," she said simply. Toru smiled approvingly as she waved her young friend off, knowing that as soon as the door closed, Kana would use the perception-blocking spell that she had recently learned before taking to the skies in her true form. Indeed, a few moments later the dragon maid could hear the giant wing beats, as well as feeling a sudden increase in wind speed. Now alone within the apartment, Toru's smile turned from kind to something completely feral, revealing her draconic fangs as she raised her hands while cracking every finger just by clenching them. Her eyes even seemed to glow red as she shot a glance at the kitchen, pot, and pans to ready, while a wide spread of ingredients lay spread. It was now time to take on the poor, pitiful fool who thought he could challenge her and prove her superiority. As the dragon maid went to work cooking, she thought about how this had begun when Mr. Midoriya had told him about his first real day at UA. Tora had sat there sipping tea, pleased that her master was enjoying himself at his dream school and listening to him going on about all the amazing pros that worked there. Mr. Midoriya even went on to talk about their meager accomplishments, as if they were really anything to brag about, like this power loader person who was teaching them science and had built his own exoskeleton suit. Big deal. She had known plenty of knights who bragged about crafting their own enchanted armor before eating them, or how someone named Ectoplasm was teaching them math, and how he once dealt with several emergencies at the same time by making clones. Like that was something to be proud of. With her speed, she could do the same thing without needing to make lousy copies of herself. At first, she thought her biggest issue would have been this midnight person who seemed to flirt with her students and taught modern art. But after listening to Mr. Midoriya, she realized she had nothing to worry about. After all, why go after Granny when he had the sexiest dragon maid in the entire world waiting for him at home? A sexy dragon maid who would do anything for him, and only him, while this midnight person had to be shared with everyone? Also, she could tell that this woman wasn't Mr. Midoriya's type. Still, like any reasonable dragon, you can never be too careful when protecting your treasure. If Granny Midnight tried going after her master in earnest, then she would need to remind Mr. Midoriya what a real dragon had to offer. However, it was after that Toru learned about the one who was her biggest threat to keeping Mr. Midoriya all to herself. The single most dangerous hero in the world, making him her mortal enemy for all eternity. And get this, Mr. Midoriya had said, "Lunch rush cooks our lunches. He's so amazingly talented. His cooking is almost as good as yours." Almost. That word seemed to echo through Toru's head as she sat there, eye twitching. That word implied that this mere human thought that he could compete with her when there should be no contest. She had to do something. Well, other than flying out into the night sky, hunting this hero down, and destroying him for his crime. She was sure that, if she did that, Izuku would scold her and be mad at her for a while. Plus, she might get caught. While she wasn't afraid of the heroes, having them constantly coming after her, and her wiping them from existence would just be too much of a hassle. Plus, it would get in the way of her time with Mr. Midoriya. So, she needed to prove that there was no one around who could do anything better than a dragon like herself. With that in mind, she went to work, putting her all in the creation of a marvelous lunch. Soon delicious scents filled the apartment, so strong that any passerby's mouth would begin to water. It took her a while, but when the dragon maid of destruction was finished with her cooking, she lovely packaged her creations before placing them into a basket. Once everything was packed, Toru headed out to UA with a smile on her face. While Toru made her way towards the train station, Kana found herself walking down the sidewalk of one of the many cities of Japan. Which city it was, well, she had no idea other than she had never been here before. But the fact that it was a city and a crowded one at that meant that there were bound to be many things that the young dragon girl had never seen before, meaning it was a good place to go exploring in her human form. The young dragon's eyes sparkled at every new discovery she spotted, whether it was some weird human thing or just someone who looked unusual due to their quirk. However, while this was very exciting, it was just a bit lonely as she had no one to talk to. Izuku still had to go to school and couldn't just take a day off to spend time with her. As for her best friend, Satsuki wasn't allowed to leave her apartment. Lady Toru was busy with something else, though Kana suspected that she wouldn't have been the best guide. Izuku and Satsuki knew much more about this world. Hopefully, she could find someone who wanted to talk and play with her. But in the meantime, she could take a whole bunch of pictures of all the weird things she didn't know so she could ask Izuku about it when he came home. This wish was granted several minutes later, as Kana's ears picked up odd sounds. 2 pairs of footsteps, one of someone bigger than most, and the other much smaller, wearing no shoes. This piqued the young dragon's curiosity, wondering if people were playing some sort of game. Taking off at what humans would consider a light sprint, Kana headed toward an alleyway just up ahead where the sounds were coming from. She had timed it so that, when she arrived at her destination, someone would be making their way onto the main street. The first human that Kana saw was a young girl with white hair and a single horn coming out her head. Her red eyes looked scared as she raced towards Kana, wearing that thing she saw humans wearing in hospital shows. Izuku called a medical gown. Behind her was a much larger man, wearing a mask she saw people wearing back in her world, the weird ones that reminded her of a bird's face. As for the rest of him, nothing really stood out, just a plain old white shirt, dark pants, 2 belts for some reason, and gloves that looked like they were made out of some sort of wrapping. By this point, the man was almost on top of the horn girl. Reaching out with one of his large hands, he went to grab the little girl by the back of her hospital gown and pull her back into the darkness of the alleyway. But before his fingers ever made contact with the material, Kana moved, so she was instantly between them. Upon seeing a new little girl appearing right in front of him, the large man pulled his hand back in surprise while coming to a halt. As for the horn girl, she nearly tripped over her own feet. Yet the other girl managed to right herself as she continued to run with tears in her eyes. In the blink of an eye, Kana was running right next to the new white-haired girl. "What's going on?" she asked. The look of fear seemed to grow more in those red eyes, only to flinch when the man spoke. However, the girl wasn't the one to speak up. Instead, it was the larger man as he strode toward them. "This is such a headache. Come on, Eri. The boss is going to be really mad if he finds out you escaped again," said the man. Now Kana could see the look of fear growing all the more intense in those red eyes, tears threatening to spill out at any moment while she bit her lower lip. And while this was going on, the man continued to talk. "So, be a good girl, and if you come back quietly, I might not need to tell him that you were out. It'll be our little secret. No one will have to get hurt. And no, I didn't want to get hurt again," whispered the girl, now known as Eri, more to herself than to anyone else. At the same time, Kana believed she understood enough of what was going on, so she stopped running, turning around to face the man who was taller than Izuku while planting her feet on the ground. In return, the man rolled his eyes behind his mask before swiping at the girl to knock her out of the way. Or at least he tried to, but the girl remained where she was as if she were rooted to the ground. What's more, her expression showed that she didn't even feel, or perhaps even register, what he had done. Figuring that this had to be her quirk in action, Rappa decided on a less than gentle approach. If he couldn't knock her to the side, then he would have to knock her out. So, after pulling his fist back, he fired a punch while making sure he only used half the strength he normally used when beating the ever-living shit out of someone. Yet the blow never made contact, as the girl just held up a single, tiny finger to block the blow. What was even more amazing was that it worked. Air was displaced as his fist came to a complete stop, while feeling like he had just punched a triple reinforced safe. For a moment, the criminal known as Rappa stood there looking down at the girl, with a slightly dumbfounded expression on his face. But halfway through trying to figure out this was possible, he simply gave up as a wide grin appeared underneath his mask. Forget how it was possible. There was someone who could stop one of his punches. A weak one, but she did stop it. Now, the question was this. Could she stop multiple ones going full force? Well, there was only one way to find out. "Let's see what you got, kid," yelled Rappa as he pulled his fist back, preparing to punch straight at the girl with all his might. He didn't care if he seriously hurt her, because if he did, then the boss could patch her right up in order to prevent people from growing suspicious. The blow struck with enough force that the aftershocks knocked down a still fleeing Eri. Several trash cans and their contents were sent flying up into the air. People around them seemed to finally notice what was going on, screaming in fear as they ran away. Either call a hero or just get out of the way in case they too might get dragged into whatever this was. But despite all of that, the little two-horned girl just blocked the blow like it was nothing. Rappa then launched a punch with his other fist, only for the girl to use the same finger to stop it. Laughing with glee, Rappa began to rain down blows upon this seemingly ordinary girl. The force behind the blows got stronger and stronger, while their speed increased until they were nothing but a blur. Yet, despite all this, the girl just blocked every single one of them as the wind whipped about, always with the same little finger, while utterly unfazed by it all. After a solid minute of this, the girl vanished from the path of his fist, and then reappeared closer to him. Rappa only had a moment to register what was happening before she poked him in the stomach with a single finger. To his surprise, it felt more like he had been punched in the gut by someone with a strength-enhancing quirk. Doubling over, Rappa fell to his knees while clutching his stomach before then falling to the side. As the man began making sounds like his breakfast would be exiting his stomach at any moment, Kana turned to the girl she had saved. Eri, still lying there on the sidewalk, trembled in fear at what would befall her now. Less about the person, and more to do with the power they had shown, as well as what Overhaul would do to her. While Eri was aware she didn't know much about the world outside of the compound, she knew that what just happened wasn't natural. She knew that Rappa was one of the elites who served under Overhaul, and that all of the others who watched her whispered how terrifying he was. That even if they all ganged up on someone like him, they wouldn't stand a chance. So to find someone who could stand up to a person like that was incredible. Yet, in the end, it wouldn't matter. Eri knew just how dangerous Overhaul really was. With just a single touch, he could bring down even the strongest that serve him. And he would do to this girl the same thing he had done to her so many times, cutting her over and over again, taking out pieces of her body until she could no longer continue living before exploding and reforming all in an instant. A constant cycle where she was tortured, killed, and then brought back to life only to repeat it all over again. Then there was her own curse. She didn't want anything bad to happen to this girl. She had to tell her to, "Let's go play," said the girl as she reached out a hand. Eri, dumbfounded, just stared at the hand as she tried her best to register this alien request. She had heard something similar from the people who worked for Overhaul whenever they brought her something. They always said it was something for you to play with. But she didn't know what play was, and none of the men ever stayed long enough to show her. "Come on, let's go play," repeated the dual-horned girl as she then grabbed Eri's hand. The next thing Eri knew was that she was being pulled down the street, away from that dark alleyway, and into the light. Later, over at UA, Izuku Midoriya set down his lunch tray before slumping down into his seat. The green-haired teen's eyes were wide with veins visible due to the unusual amount of stress he was feeling at the moment. It all began when he had arrived at school this morning, having to make it past a slew of reporters gathered at the front of the school. Apparently, the press had finally heard that All Might had become a teacher at the school. So, naturally, they had a lot of questions for the man as well as the students. He, along with every other student, had been bombarded with questions on what it was like to be taught by All Might, as well as asking him how the symbol of peace was adjusting to his life as a teacher. Something the dragon teen really didn't want to answer given their complicated history. If he said the wrong thing, he knew in his heart that it would only make the clear tension between the two worse. Thankfully, he had been able to get past them while keeping his mouth shut before Aizawa appeared on the scene to tell the reporters to leave. Unfortunately, the press had delayed the dragon teen, not so that he would have been late for class, but for something that he knew he shouldn't put off for too long. That thing being talking with all might. Izuku had planned on getting to school early so that he could go to the teacher's lounge and ask to speak with the symbol of peace in private, hoping to finally clear the air with him. Yet today, of all days, the train was running late, not because of a villain, but thanks to Luko of all dragons. Apparently, she had decided to dress, less casually than what she had worn when she had visited his house. Something about wanting to ride the train to the beach so she could go for a swim. Long story short, the police arrived and led Luko away while draping her with a towel, so that it delayed the young Midoriya, seriously tempting him to just fly to school. When you add that delay along with the press, it didn't leave much time for a meaningful talk between him and All Might. Izuku had hoped that maybe he could pull All Might over the side during their lesson today. Yet that plan was dashed pretty quickly, as the pro hero would be working with 1B today instead. What's more, he found out that they would be discussing how their battle trails went as well as voting on class reps. For some strange reason, he had been elected to be their class's representative with Yaoyorozu receiving the vice rep role. It was honestly something he never expected to happen to him, even after leaving his old middle school. Then there was Toru. He didn't know what was going on, but she had been acting funny since last night, and he could tell she was planning on doing something. What it was, he had no idea. He just had to be on his guard in case something crazy or unexpected happened. "Relax, Midoriya," came Tsu's voice, snapping Izuku out of his thoughts so quickly that he nearly jumped out of the seat. Instead, he placed a hand over his heart while breathing heavily before turning to look over at his froggy friend. Like him, Tsu had her lunch right in front of her and was already digging into it. "You'll do fine. Ribbit. Besides, you wanted the job too. I saw you raise your hand when the position was brought up. Ribbit." For a moment, Izuku just sat there feeling slightly confused as he watched his friend munching on her food. Slowly, Izuku began to relax as a thoughtful smile appeared on his face. Tsu was normally really good at reading people. No doubt she had seen the state he was in and guessed what was bothering him. Well, she was right, as that was one of the things that was freaking him out right now. Not to mention that she was also right about wanting the position, as it looked good on resumes. Plus, many of the top heroes in Japan had been class reps as well. There was a lot this job could teach him to prepare for the day when he would run his own hero agency. "Guess I'm more surprised that I got the job," admitted Izuku after a moment. "It's a first for me." "Understandable," replied Tsu, nodding after swallowing a mouthful of food before speaking. "Just remember, if you feel in over your head, you can always count on your friend for advice." To that, Izuku smiled brightly. "I'll keep that in mind," said Izuku, smiling brightly as he did. He was about to take her up on the offer, bringing up the strange behavior with Toru, so he could at least cross that off his list of issues, until he noticed something was missing from their table. But, speaking of friends, have you seen Uraraka? I thought she was going to be having lunch with us. Now it was Tsu's turn to look thoughtful as she raised her head to look at the ceiling, tapping her chopsticks at the corner of her mouth. "She told me she needed to talk to Mr. Aizawa alone about something private, and that she would be with us as soon as she could," said the frog girl as she looked back at the dragon boy. Hopefully Mr. Aizawa isn't too mad at her for keeping him up during his break. Though come to think of it, Ida isn't here either. "Oh, I spoke to him when we were leaving the classroom," said Izuku. "He apologized, saying that he had scheduled a meeting with Principal Nizu. I wonder what it's about." A shrug was the only answer he got, causing the dragon teen to let out a sigh. Rather than continuing to ponder what it was that his two friends were up to while devolving into a muttering spree, Izuku opted to instead start eating his lunch in peace. At the same time, Kana and Eri found themselves sitting on a park bench with what would be their lunch for the day. Originally, when Kana had started out on her little journey, she had wanted to stop at a ramen shop or get some okonomiyaki. That was something that was no longer possible with her newest friend, as she quickly found out. No matter what restaurant or store that they visited, both were turned away as the staff there informed them of the establishment's no shirts, no shoes, no service policy. And since Eri wasn't wearing any shoes, they were regretfully turned away. Luck, however, had not abandoned them. After being turned away for the fourth time, the two spotted an elderly man selling large bags of apples in the park. What's more, the kind man even gave them a couple of additional apples on the house. So now, the two were happily munching on their fruits, seemingly oblivious to the man watching them from behind a tree. Said man was wearing a burlap sack over his head, with two large holes cut out, so he could see as well as a stitched-on smile. This man was known as Soromitsu Tabe. "So hungry," whispered Tabe, drool escaping from his mask. As he began to pant, a few people who had just been walking away suddenly became creeped out by his actions and quickly made their exit, while trying not to draw his attention. Not like they could, for at this moment Tabe was hyper-focused on his mission: get Eri back and eat whoever stood in his way. Unable to control himself as the hunger continued to grow, Tabe bit into the tree he was still hiding behind. His teeth sank through it as if the wood was as soft as pudding, swallowing it to allow his stomach to disgust it with ease, just like everything else he ate. Yet still, nothing could satisfy his hunger for long. Right now, he could see his target as well as a tiny obstacle. He could do this. He would bring the girl back to repay the boss for everything he had done for him, and would let nothing stand in his way. "So hungry!" screamed Tabe as he rushed from his hiding space, waving his hands in the air like one of those inflatable things you find at used car stores. "Hungry! Hungry! Hungry!" The man ran towards Eri, waving his hands wildly in the air like a crazy person, all while never letting a sigh off the girl who Overhaul wanted. He could see Eri looking back at him with fear in her eyes, looking ready to bolt. But the other girl just looked at him in what seemed like confusion as he continued to scream. Fine. If she wasn't going to run, then he would just eat her. He didn't care. This was all for the boss. This was for... Tabe was suddenly stopped right in front of the little girl with Eri as she had just shoved an apple into his mouth. The man blinked, chewing on the apple and feeling its juices splash around his mouth. He could feel his teeth connected with the girl's arm, but for some reason, he couldn't bite through it. Yet, that didn't seem to bother him, as the apple just tasted so good at that moment. Eventually, the girl pulled her arm out of his mouth before standing up on the bench to pat him on the head. "Does that feel better?" she asked. Tabe blinked before slowly nodding his head. "Would you like another?" she continued. Again, Tabe nodded. The two-horned girl nodded before gesturing to Tabe to sit next to her. Slowly, awkwardly, the man sat next to the girl, who plopped back down to where she was sitting before then grabbing another apple. Once it was presented to him, he thanked her before taking it. Together, all three of them began to eat their apples in peace. And it was filling. While this strange scene was going on, Shigaraki stood within the mass of reporters, all trying to claw their way past the UA security gate. Unlike the rest of the reporters, he stood there wearing a hoodie that kept his facial features hidden along with jeans to make him look as unassuming as possible. The perfect look to begin the destruction of hero society, as they would never see it coming. Oh, this was a limited event he had been waiting for when he heard that All Might was teaching here. All he had to do to trigger was to destroy the gate with his quirk to allow the reports in, and then he could... Excuse me. This caught the attention of the gamer villain. Turning his gaze to the side, his face hidden underneath his hoodie, he saw a cosplay made with a picnic basket carried under one of her arms. Shigaraki blinked at this for a moment before quickly using the side of his hand to rub whatever had to be in his eyes to see something. Only the maid was still there, now that he was looking at her fully. He could see that she had these small bat-like wings coming out her back, as well as a large green tail that dragged on the ground behind her. A part of him knew that her appearance had to be because of her quirk. After all, what else could it be? Yet something felt a little off about her. Despite her cheerful expression, she emanated that same aura of death that radiated off of All for One. Now at the gate, she knocked on it several times. "Hello? I'm here to make a delivery," said the maid in a cheerful tone. However, nothing happened just as Shigaraki expected. Yet the cosplay maid just waited for a moment with that smile on her face until she tried again with a bit more urgency. Again, nothing happened. She knocked on the gates a few more times, her smile faltering as she repeated herself. With each knock, that aura around her grew stronger until it could almost be visibly seen by not only the villain, but the reporters around her. Pitiful, puny humans. "You dare ignore me?" she bellowed in rage, ceasing her knocking as she pulled back a leg to kick the door. While all the other NPCs took a step back, Shigaraki just stood as he knew she would only live to instantly regret this. After all, this was the famous UA Gate and was supposed to be top of the line in defense. Rumor had it that All Might had tested it himself 6 or 7 years ago, punching it with all his might, resulting in only leaving behind a fist imprint that they later fixed. What's more, other top heroes over the years have been approached to use their quirks on it, to see how well it could stand up to their quirks. People like Endeavor, who went scorched earth on it, couldn't melt it. The only thing that could destroy it would be something like his decay quirk. So, naturally, Shigaraki expected to see her either hopping on one foot as she held her broken one with both hands, or just making a scuff mark on the gate. What he got instead was seeing the doors of the school go flying forwards at high speeds, crashing into the school and becoming embedded into the walls directly on either side of the main building's entrance. He, as well as all of the reporters, felt their jaws drop at what they had just witnessed before they were further stunned by the maid rushing into the building while giggling. As the alarms began to blare, Shigaraki said the one thing that everyone was thinking. What the heck was that? X. Inside the school, the lunchroom was in a panic as the alarm sounded. Older students dashed towards the doors leading out, not bothering to give the younger or confused students an answer to what was going on. Yet this level of fear seemed to be infectious, as more of the illustrious students of UA devolved into a panic mob. As for Izuku, he stood with Tsu as the pair tried their best to call out to everyone asking what the alarm meant. These calls, however, were ignored in favor of crowding around the door as they all tried to push their way through all at once. Perhaps this was something they were supposed to learn at orientation? Then, Izuku heard a familiar voice that seemed to cut through all the shouting of UA students, as well as the blaring alarms. A voice that made his eyes go wide. And it was getting closer. Quickly turning towards a mass of students and the door, Izuku opened his mouth, ready to shout at them. But before a sound could escape from him, the doors burst open with enough force that the assembled mass was flung back as something entered the room so quickly that it couldn't be seen by the naked eye. Only a dust cloud shooting forward, heading toward Midoriya, before stopping right in front of him, causing the debris to wash over both him and Tsu, obscuring them from view. Then, when the cloud faded away, Toru seemed to just appear in front of Izuku with a carefree smile on her face. "Good afternoon, Mr. Midoriya," she said cheerfully while holding up a picnic basket. "Toru here, ready to serve you a delicious, homemade lunch made by your ever-faithful dragon maid." Without waiting for a reply, Toru looked down at the meal Izuku had been eating before making a face like it repulsed her. With a quick motion, she slapped away the already paid-for meal with the side of her wrist, causing it to sail across the room. Wincing at the sound of the tray coming to a clatter and hitting someone in the process, the green-haired teen took in the sight of the lunchroom and the people who were still there. Most of them lay on the ground, their bodies covered in food as they landed either in large piles or in awkward positions. Some of them had landed on tables, breaking them in the process. Nearly all of them seemed to have passed out, but he did notice a few of them were still twitching as the alarm continued to blare above them. "Ah, Toru," he began, turning to Maid, who was setting what looked like a 5-course lunch at his seat. "Could you, hold on for a moment?" "Holding," replied Toru in an almost sing-song tone. The dragon maid turned to look at him with a smile on her face. "How did you get in here?" asked Izuku. "Oh, that's easy, silly. I walked into the gate like your average inferior human," she said before her smile began to fade as annoyance took over her features. "Though I have to say that this place is rude. I knocked on the door, but they refused to even talk to me. And since I didn't want the food I made for you with all the love and care I could give it get cold, I had to force myself inside. Then, when I got inside, I realized just how big this place was. Plus the people in charge of this place were so rude. Instead of giving me directions, they told me to remain where I was." "Toru, did you use the visitor's entrance?" "The what?" asked Toru as her eyes went wide and white, her head tilting to the side as she looked at the Midoriya. That answer made Izuku want to cry, ready to say goodbye to his dream school. Not only would he be expelled for this, but knowing Toru, she would most likely destroy it in retribution. How could things get any worse? You damn shitty maid. Oh, yeah, that's how. Slowly turning, Izuku saw Bakugo approaching them with the remains of Izuku's lunch in both his hair, as well as running down his face. His eyes seemed to be alight with rage, veins pulsing around his temple. Saying the wrong thing would certainly cause him to explode. Oh! If it isn't a tsundere, commented Toru as she gave Izuku's classmate an unimpressed look. How did she ever learn that term? Screamed Izuku internally as he felt his soul leaving his body. What the hell did you call me? Demanded Bakugo, his anger increasing no doubt due to the comment as he stomped over to the dragon maid. Yet despite being so angry that spit was flying from his mouth while screaming, Toru just continued to regard him with an unimpressed stare. Geez, you're more annoying than those small bugs that get wedged in my teeth, complained the maid. With that, Toru went back to setting out Izuku's lunch as if she had never been interrupted by the blonde. By this point, many of the students were slowly picking themselves up, a few glancing over at the strange new woman in the room, wondering where she came from. While a few of them wondered why a maid was suddenly in the lunchroom, the sound of the alarm still sounding returned their attention to their previous panic. Quickly, many students began making their way towards the door, while Toru just continued to set up Izuku's second lunch for the day, while Bakugo just kept screaming at her. Meanwhile, Izuku sat there with a dead look in his eyes, wondering how he was going to explain all of this to the teachers. I'm sure it's not as bad as it seems, said Sue as she sat next to Izuku, patting him on the back. Just as long as nothing happens to make the situation worse. Ribbit, you should be Dash. All right, the school has gotten us maids, cried a familiar voice, one that caused Sue to rest her face in her hands as she realized that it was about to get so much worse. There, crawling on the floor like a demented, perverted, lumpy purple spider was Mineta. There was an obvious look of lust in his eyes, as his focus seemed to be laser-focused on Toru. More specifically, the bottom of Toru's skirt, as Mineta continued to crawl towards his target, drooling the entire way. Toru turned to glance at him. Well, less of a glance and more of an I will destroy you so thoroughly that not even ashes will remain type glare. To make it even more potent, Izuku saw her slit eyes becoming smaller, while more of her dragon traits could be seen on her face. Yet, despite this, Mineta continued towards his and the world's doom. Midoriya, you have a maid too, cried Yaoyorozu, as she seemed to forget everything around her as she made her way over to Izuku's table. There was a look of genuine joy in her eyes, making them sparkle that didn't seem to fade even when she stepped on Mineta's head. Whether she knew or not that this action, which knocked Mineta out cold, had saved the world, no one knew. Excuse me, began Toru, looking irritated that another girl had approached the table, though, thankfully, she was clearly far less angry. I am trying to serve Mr. Midoriya a proper lunch to make sure that he has the energy he needs in order to be at his best. Oh, please, barked Bakugo. Even moldy bread is too good for Deku. This brought back some of Toru's anger as she glared at Bakugo, her eyes now seeming to glow red. I can see that, said Yaoyorozu happily, seeming to ignore the ashen blonde statement. She then took hold of Toru's hands, confusing the dragon maid. Midoriya is fortunate to have such a wonderful and dedicated maid, such as yourself, looking after him. Hey, I'm Dash, began Bakugo, only to get knocked across the lunchroom by Toru's tail, as the maid stared at Yaoyorozu gleefully. Really? Asked the dragon maid, bouncing where she stood with sparkles in her eyes. Absolutely, agreed Momo with a nod. Not only have you brought him an exquisite meal, but did so at your own peril. Why? Not even the maids of the Yaoyorozu estate would be so dedicated to make their way into a building with an alarm sounding. She then turned to Izuku. I wish you had told me you had a maid. At long last, I feel like I'm connected with my classmates, as we now have something in common. As Toru began giggling with happiness at Yaoyorozu's comment, the doors to the cafeteria opened once more. Turning his head, Izuku spotted Ida, with Nizu sitting on the teen's shoulder drinking his tea. Behind him were several of the other teachers, including Aizawa, Vlad King, Midnight, Present Mike, and Power Loader. Ah, Miss Toru, said Nizu in a cheerful tone as the alarms finally turned off. How wonderful to see you again. If you don't mind, Would you kindly follow me to my office so that we may speak on your conduct? Starting with as to why you broke in, damaged the front gate, and then ran away from the heroes. X. Later, when school finally ended, Izuku walked back to the train station with Toru by his side. Said maid was smiling triumphantly, swinging her arms back and forth as she walked beside him, though it would be hard to blame her given how light her punishment was. He was sure that when Nizu said that they would let this slide, asking her to pay for repairs for the gate as well as cleaning the mess in the cafeteria, that he had expected it to be more challenging. Nor did he expect a counteroffer from Toru, saying she would simply fix it as good as new, doing so with her magic in just a few seconds. As for himself, he wasn't in any trouble. They just had to make sure that this never happened again. Ever. Once they got on the train, Izuku pulled out his phone to relax with a little hero news. However, what he saw when he opened the app made his eyes bulge. "Is something wrong, Mr. Midoriya?" asked Toru, who was sitting next to him. Silently, Izuku showed Toru, who after a few minutes of reading gasped with her eyes wide. It was an odd article, much different from the ones Izuku normally saw. It seemed that several villains were attacking the same two children in broad daylight. They seemed desperate, using their quirks and firing guns in public. Yet, before the heroes arrived, those villains had been taken down while the two little girls went on their merry way. According to one witness, this guy who had a quirk that drained people their stamina fell to the ground after getting jabbed in the stomach with her pinky. Another told the story how three figures tried to ambush the two, only to end up on the ground clutching their stomachs. The only connection that all these villains seemed to have were the masks they wore. There was even a picture some random passerby had taken of the two little girls from their phone. Not a very good picture, as it only showed the backs of the two girls in question. But while most people wouldn't be able to figure out who it was, neither Izuku nor Toru could mistake Kanna's hairstyle, horns, or her tail. Sure enough, when the pair got home, Kanna was waiting for them in the living room along with another little girl who was trying her best to hide behind her. Before Kanna even introduced him to Eri, Izuku's eyes had seen enough to notice the signs that a great deal of harm had been done to her. The bandages on her arms and legs were one thing, but there was also the way her entire body shook as she looked at them with fear, clearly evident in those eyes. "You noticed it as well, didn't you, Mr. Midoriya?" said Toru after they had finished lightly questioning the two, giving the duo their side of the story about their day. Now they sat at the kitchen table, cups of warm tea placed before them as Kanna was watching something on the television with Eri. "That girl has been through something horrible." "Yeah," said Izuku before taking a sip of his tea. "Though, I'm surprised you noticed." "True, most humans I've met over the years have reacted that way when they bear witness to a superior being like myself," replied Toru. "Usually, it's a knight or warrior who thought themselves powerful enough to take one of my kind on, only for all that bravery to be replaced with absolute terror once they realize just how inferior they are before us. Other times it's a peasant who came across our path. Honestly, they're the smarter ones as they try their best not to irritate us. In the end, it's all the same as they all cower in fear before a mighty and superior dragon." Then Toru looked away. "But that doesn't mean I haven't seen that look while in this form. There was a time where I made a horrible mistake traveling with this one gluttonous dragon. One day, we were stopping by a stall to get her bottomless stomach some sweets, and there just so happened to be a slave market across the street. That's when I saw it for the first time, a slave cowering in fear when I looked at them even in this form. I later found out through that glutton that they had most likely been abused by their previous masters. Torture for amusement day after day." "That's horrible," cried Izuku. He was then about to ask if they helped the slaves, but bit his tongue. Given how Toru saw most humans, he had a feeling he wouldn't like the answer she would give. "On that we can agree, Mr. Midoriya," said Toru. The maid then turned to look over at Eri. "Still, we will need to decide how we are going to handle this situation. Based on what I have seen on your television programs, the correct move would be to take her to the police." "That," began Izuku, but paused as he mulled over the situation. For a moment or two, he remained still, looking down at the table. Then, when he lifted his head, there was a firm look in his eyes as he spoke. Normally, I would agree that taking Eri to the police would be the correct decision. But if whoever took her was desperate enough to try and capture her on the streets in full view of the public, it makes me wonder just how far they'd go. I can honestly see them staking out the police departments across the area, looking for any signs of her. And I wouldn't put it past them to break in to find more information or launch an all-out attack. Sending her to the heroes is another option, but I don't know how many have the resources needed in order to take care of her or would have safe rooms up and ready for her. Izuku then took a breath. But I think there is a bigger issue beyond keeping her physically safe. Based on what Eri has told us, I think she's been held captive for most of her life. We're probably the first people she had ever positively bonded with, or at the very least, Kana, ripping her away from the first potential friend she's had in ages, and being thrown into another area full of adults might do more emotional damage. Honestly, I'm afraid that she might begin to fear that any happiness she finds will be ripped away sooner or later. So, maybe it would be a good idea for her to stay with us. Began Toru as she crossed her arms over her chest. It certainly wouldn't be too much trouble taking care of her. However, the dragon maid's eyes then narrowed as she turned to look at Eri. I don't like the idea of having another woman in the house, especially one that could become attached to you, Mr. Midoriya. What do you take me for, Toru? Asked Izuku, having anticipated this response. I'm only suggesting this because I know just how reliable you are, that you can handle this no sweat. At that, Toru's cheeks began to turn a slight shade of red. Oh, really? She asked. Of course, continued Izuku. I mean, who would be more suited to protect her? A human hero or a mighty dragon? In fact, we have 3 dragons living here. Can you think of any place safer? Pretty sure it would be like a group of dragons protecting an egg. As Izuku took a sip of tea, he missed how Toru's face went nuclear red. While he had only meant it as an expression, 3 dragons protecting a regular egg, Toru had taken the comment much differently, that they would be protecting Eri like she was their egg. Their child, a child with Mr. Midoriya. Toru screamed internally before a perverted grin appeared on her face. Perhaps I can use this to my advantage. If I can show Mr. Midoriya my superior mothering skills, then maybe he'll consider having our own egg. One that we created during a night of unbridled passion that humans simply cannot comprehend. As Toru then looked towards Eri, her smile vanished slightly. Besides, I can't simply kick her out now. Even if she is an inferior human, she has been through enough suffering. With the matter settled, the dragons of the Midoriya household set to work taking care of their newest resident. The first thing Toru and Eri did was take Eri to the bathroom. There, the two began to remove the bandages before giving the single-horned girl a bath. While they were doing this, Izuku went through his old things that were boxed up in his room's closet. Thankfully, his mother had kept his old All Might onesie even after all these years. With the outfit in hand, he brought it to the bathroom before loudly announcing that he was leaving something for Eri to wear by the door. When they finally stepped out, Izuku smiled when he saw Eri wearing it with a blush on her face. The outfit looked a little snug on her, and she couldn't pull up the hood due to her long hair, but would do for now. It was certainly better than that old hospital gown. This is only temporary, Izuku said in what he hoped was a reassuring tone as he began to pat the little girl's head. Just give us a little time, and we'll be able to take you out to get something that fits better. While Eri remained quiet, she did nod her head. With that done, Toru made her way back to the kitchen to continue working on dinner. In a short while, she had managed to make them all a plate of omuris. Eri, for her part, only stared at the dish for a moment before looking up at everyone else who had begun digging in. As if realizing it was safe to eat, she picked up a spoon before clearly imitating them, scooping up a spoonful of the dish before placing it into her mouth. As soon as she did this, her eyes widened before tears began to form. Eri, what's wrong? Asked Izuku as he stood up. He looked at her, fearful that she might have burned her tongue or something else. But before he could begin asking 1,000 questions, Eri just shook her head to signal that nothing was wrong. It tastes really good, whispered Eri before eating another spoonful. Of course it does, stated Toru. It was made by yours truly, and everything that I make is simply the best. Why? Because I just so happen to be the world's greatest, most charming and humble maid. Everything I make is simply the best. Mere humans just can't compete on my level. Go ahead and praise me more." "So, yummy," whispered Eri as she ate. Once dinner was finished, Izuku went to help Kanna with her Japanese history homework, while the new white-haired girl watched on in fascination. At the same time, Toru was singing her cleaning destruction song, as Izuku liked to call it, while she did the dishes. Everything was peaceful until a sudden knock on their door caught their attention. "Coming," said Toru in a sing-song voice, moving to the door and opening it. There, standing in front of her, was a man wearing a plague doctor mask with white gloves on his hands. Toru's friendly smile vanished, her face becoming neutral, while the man gazed at her with eyes that believed that she was something beneath his notice. Then, slowly, he took off one of his gloves. "That girl has caused me a lot of trouble," said the man, more to himself than to the maid. Thankfully, she was not too far from my reach. Now to clean up the mess. With that, he reached out a hand towards Toru's shoulder, only for the maid to grab his wrist. A bloodlust filled her eyes as she added a tiny amount of pressure to her grip, breaking every bone in her grasp. The man then fell to his knees, tears forming his eyes as he tried to scream. But he couldn't due to the magic circle that was hovering just in front of his mouth. "I can smell it on you. The blood of Eri," growled Toru in a low tone that only the man before her could hear. "You can try and hide it with all those chemicals you inferior humans created, but the scent is so ingrained into your body that it can never be hidden from me, and I can tell exactly what you were doing to her. Tell me, did it make you feel all big and powerful cutting up a little girl? How utterly pathetic." Overhaul tried to scream something out, but the words wouldn't come. Not even a sound escaped his throat as the maid's eyes seemed to glow yellow, while her arm became more dragon-like. "But that's not your grievous sin, you filthy human. You dared to touch me with those hands." "Only Mr. Midoriya is allowed to do that," growled Toru, her jaw transforming now, so that her teeth had grown into massive fangs. Overhaul was beyond panicking now, desperately trying to remove his other glove by using the floor to try and peel it off. This ended when the maid's tail slammed down onto it with enough force that massive cracks could be seen on the floor. The man screamed in silent pain, unable to look at the bloody paste that had been his other hand. He just kept his eyes locked on the maid as she opened her jaws in a manner that didn't seem physically possible. Meanwhile, those at the table heard the growl along with a few other muffled sounds that made them all look up. It sounded a bit like a chomping noise along with a few other noises. Then there was a moment of silence before the sound of the door closing could be fully heard as Toru made her way back to the kitchen. "I swear, salesmen these days are getting more and more pushy," she complained. "Just won't take no for an answer." Shrugging, Izuku went back to helping Kanna with her homework as though nothing had happened. None of them noticed when Toru leaned near the trash can to spit out the plague doctor mask before dumping more trash on top of it. "Midoriya, there's something I need to say to you," said Sue. Izuku let out a hum as he looked at the frog girl, sitting next to him on the bus. It was currently the day after Toru's not-so-little break-in at the school, with classes continuing as normal. Today, 1A's heroic lesson will be focusing on the topic that most excited Izuku, rescue. To make things even better, they would be heading toward a special off-campus facility. Seeing as UA was the type of school to pull out all the stops for every training scenario, the entire class was excited to see what they had in store for them this time. What's more, Aizawa had told them that there would be 3 teachers supervising them, himself, All Might, and one other. After the announcement had been made, and everyone had changed into their hero costumes, Izuku and his vice rep Yaoyorozu led everyone towards the bus. During this time, Momo was very curious about Toru. It became very clear that Yaoyorozu had wanted to ask so many questions about her since yesterday. Though, strangely, it wasn't about how Toru had broken into the school or anything like that. She just had questions on how she had come into his service. Had he gone through an agency or put up a job request online? Did he conduct an interview process? And, if he did, what was her formal training like? Was her attire the standard of what maids who served the middle class wore? Izuku did his best to answer these questions, and more as Yaoyorozu looked at him with sparkling eyes, full of wonder and curiosity. Thankfully, The barrage of questions ended as soon as the last student boarded the bus. When that happened, they confirmed it with Aizawa, who simply nodded before all three of them made their way onto the vehicle. Once inside, their teacher gave them a firm warning to be on their best behavior before pulling out a sleeping bag and getting into it, though Izuku didn't think he had much to worry about, as the atmosphere during the ride, so far, had been lighthearted and upbeat. Mainly everyone was relaxing on the bus, with a few people chatting in low tones as they wondered what they were going to be doing today, as well as speculating on who else was going to be teaching them. "Sure. What is it, Sue?" asked Izuku, noticing movement out of the corner of his eyes as he spoke. The first had been their pink-skinned classmate Mina Ashido. As soon as Sue had spoken, her head snapped towards the pair with a hungry look in her eyes, like she was expecting some juicy gossip material. And she wasn't the only one watching the two green nets. Both Kaminari and Mineta also turned their attention to the pair with clear jealousy in their eyes. If Tsu noticed this, she didn't seem to show it. Instead, his froggy friend averted her eyes downwards and away from him, like she was having second thoughts about what she had been about to say. Then, after taking a breath to steel herself, she lifted her eyes once more, so that they became locked with Midoriya's. "I guess it's more of a question." "Ribbit," Tsu amended. "Are you going to be okay today with All Might teaching again?" For a moment, Izuku's eyes widened before it was his turn to avert his gaze as he recalled the last time that he and the symbol of peace had been in a room together. That had been during the battle trail. What's more, he recalled their last conversation together, or rather, the lack thereof. When he and the other three students who had taken part in the first exercise of class had walked into the monitoring room, it was to find the rest of the class waiting with nervous energy, while All Might had seemed uneasy. After coughing into his fist, the pro hero asked the class to analyze how the two teams performed as well as to pick the MVP of the match. Once Yaoyorozu had finished doing most of the talking, mainly stating that the hero team came with a plan, while the villains were careless and unorganized, All Might gave his own limited thoughts, though no one missed just how short he had been with Izuku, already turning his back to the class as he spoke. After that, Japan's top hero never said another word towards Midoriya. Even though he knew he was most likely at fault, Izuku couldn't help but feel the sting of pain at having his hero reject him like this. "It'll be all right," said Izuku after shaking his head before turning to look at Tsu with what they both knew was a forced smile. "I mean, he's not going to be the only teacher, so maybe I won't interact with him." As he spoke, Izuku could see that Tsu's expression didn't change, which wasn't really surprising, as he knew she had difficulty expressing herself due to the nature of her quirk. But he could see her shoulders relaxing a bit while her body seemed to become less stiff in her seat. No doubt she was still worried, but less so now after hearing her friend's point of view. "Tisage must be killing a shitty All Might nerd like yourself," came a loud comment from Bakugo, drawing the attention from everyone on the bus. Almost as one, they turned to look at their explosive classmate who sat there with his arms crossed over his chest, his head held high with a smug look on his face. Being in the same room and not being able to fawn all over him, guess even All Might knows just how worthless you are. As everyone continued to stare and process what the ashen blonde said, Ciro snorted loudly. "That's rich coming from you, man," commented the tape quirk user. "Even with all that firepower, you still couldn't scratch Midoriya during the battle trail." "What did you say, tape dispenser?" raged Bakugo, his eyes going white as he leapt forward and grabbing the back of the seat in front of him. Ciro just let out another laugh, adding more fuel to the fire by calling the blonde a toddler. Then, while Bakugo continued to scream his head off, the tape user grew a thoughtful expression. "It is pretty weird, though," continued Ciro, a hand under his chin as he ignored Bakugo completely. "It's pretty obvious that All Might doesn't like you. Even someone like Kaminari could see it even after he fried his brain." "Hey dude, not cool," cried Kaminari. "But he was like that as soon as he saw you in class," said Ciro, continuing as if Kaminari had never spoken. "Sure, you can be a little weird with your mumbling and note-taking, but other than that you seem like a pretty okay guy. So I wonder what the deal is with All Might. Was your father some major villain that he took down, or are you a secret illegitimate love child?" As soon as he heard love child, Todoroki's head snapped away from the window. He eyed Midoriya, as if using this new information to see him in a new light. What? Midoriya almost screamed at the top of his lungs, his eyes becoming nothing more than large, white saucers while the teen's body went rigid. How could they even consider him being an illegitimate love child of possibility? They looked nothing alike. That sounds like something from a soap opera, cried Mina as she stood up, her dark eyes somehow sparkling with excitement. As the pink-skinned teen began bouncing in her seat, she began looking at everyone as she began talking animatedly with her hands balled into fists. All Might, in a moment of pure primal weakness, succumbs to his urges one night in a secret love affair with Midoriya's mother. Time passed, both moving on with their lives while keeping the matter buried in their memories. That is until one day Midoriya's mother discovers that she is pregnant. Knowing who the father is, she insists he take responsibility for the child and be a part of his life. However, All Might clings to the old-school logic that should anyone ever find out that he has a family, that they will become a target, thus distancing him from them. But she won't let that stand, so, in a final act of desperation, demands that All Might take some form of responsibility, or else she will blackmail him by going to press. Feeling trapped, All Might agrees. Years pass, and that feeling of bitterness continues to grow. So now that they're both here at UA, All Might is taking out all his frustrations out on Midoriya. Oh! It was then that the words finally sank into Ashido since all her excitement died, her hands moving to cover her mouth. Tears formed in her eyes as she lunged over to Izuku. It'll be okay, Midoriya, she began to cry while hugging the dragon. Not that he seemed to notice, as Izuku appeared to become frozen in time. As Ashido continued to wail, sorry for bringing up painful memories, his mind just continued to play what she and Ciro had said through a loop. As for the rest of the people on the bus, well, most of them had also been stunned by what the carefree girl had said. And by the time Izuku snapped out of it, he could see several of them contemplating this theory. It was an utterly insane theory, one that belonged on a conspiracy theory blog, but now that they had heard the students were mulling it over. Mineta was one of them, clearly believing that the All Might had been getting some action when he wasn't in action. Then there was Tokoyami of all people, who whispered something about there being darkness in everyone's hearts. Todoroki was just staring at Izuku with something akin to understanding, while Ciro just said that it makes sense given how nervous All Might got sometimes whenever reporters try to talk about his love life. Oh no, thought a panicking Izuku. If I don't deal with this now, then these rumors might spread. If I let that happen, it'll be harder to deal with them, and some might actually believe it. Everyone is going to get mad at All Might for something that's my fault. And if All Might hears this, then he'll be even madder at me. So, after taking a breath, Izuku gently pushed a still-crying Ashido off of him. Then, ignoring how wet his chest was from all her tears, he gestured for everyone to listen. Look, I'm thankful that you're all worried about me, he said in a tone loud enough for everyone to hear. But I think I know why All Might is acting this way towards me. And it's not because my father's a villain or I'm his secret love child. The thing is, we sort of met over a year ago completely by accident. It didn't... let's just say that he might be under the impression that I lied to him about something important. So he's probably just really mad about that. And I haven't been able to set the record straight with him. A new uneasy tension filled the air. Everyone, including Bakugo, became curious as to what had been said during this meeting. After all, what could Izuku Midoriya have said or done to make All Might that angry with him? Somebody wanted to ask, but one look at Midoriya's body posture showed that he was uncomfortable even saying this much. Well, all but one who was determined to get to the bottom of this. Soon enough, 1A was brought into the USJ. Instantly, Aizawa crawled out of his sleeping bag before telling everyone to not waste time getting off the bus. Izuku was about to lead the class, but the hand of Tsu landing on his shoulder stopped him. For several long moments, he stared into her eyes as everyone else left the bus. And while Izuku himself didn't see it, Aizawa had lingered by the door for a moment longer as he appraised the situation. Then, before he left the bus and saw that Tsu had noticed him, he held up 4 fingers before exiting the bus, leaving the two alone to talk in private. Okay, Midoriya, Now I can't just let this go. Ribbit, began Tsu quickly. You're the biggest All Might fan I've ever met. But in all the time I've known you, you've never once mentioned meeting him. So please, tell me what happened. For a moment, Izuku stared his friend dead in the eyes. For a half-second, he seriously considered just brushing it off, just saying something like it was private, and that there was no need to worry. However, as he continued to look in those eyes, he could see the worry and concern she had for him, a friend, one he didn't want to lose or alienate, one he knew he could trust with pretty much anything that wasn't dragons or real related. So maybe he should tell her the truth, at least the parts he was comfortable with, and perhaps this would be for the best. Tsu had a really level head, giving him honest advice whenever asked, so maybe she might know a better way to handle this situation. Okay, he said at last, sighing as he did. It happened before I started getting sick. I was having a bad day, like a really, really bad day that just got worse when I was attacked by a random villain. Honestly, I thought that was going to be my end, dying under some random bridge with... Anyways, All Might got there at the last possible moment and saved me. He even signed my notebook before waking me up, but after making sure I was okay, he said he had to go. Only I didn't want him to go. I had a question I had to ask. So before I knew what I was doing, I grabbed hold of his leg right before he leapt into the air. Of course you would do something like that, said Tsu, while her face remained neutral. There was a hint of amusement in her tone. Well, All Might wasn't too happy that I endangered myself like that, continued Izuku. So he landed on top of a roof, so I could get off. But before he could leave, I shouted my question. I wanted to know if a quirkless person like myself could ever become a hero. At that, Tsu's eyes widened in shock, while her mouth hung open slightly, while Izuku just looked away. Midoriya, you were... I don't understand, was all Tsu could manage to say as she processed this new information. You have a quirk. Tsu, have you ever wondered why Kakin calls me Deku? Asked Izuku. Or why he tried ripping off my wings when he saw me again? It wasn't because I discovered a new part of my quirk or trained with it to become stronger. It's because back when we went to school together, I didn't have one. I was quirkless. And as far as I knew, I would always be quirkless. Izuku then sighed. But despite that, I want to be a hero just like All Might. I never really aspired to get to the very top like he was. I just wanted to make people feel reassured when they saw me, knowing that because I was there, everything would be all right. It was a dream that no one believed in. Not my parents, not my friends, and not even All Might when I asked him. He just told me it wasn't possible before walking away. His last words being, it's not wrong to have a dream. Just make sure it's realistic. That's when I was at my lowest. How? Began Tsu only to stop herself. She took a moment to gulp before continuing. How bad was it? Izuku couldn't turn to look her in the eyes. I was just about to give up on everything, was all he could say to that. Then I got sick. When it began, it was nothing like what you saw when I transferred to our middle school. It was so much worse. Later I understood that it was my quirk coming in, altering my body over a period of time. My best guess is that it was either me being a late bloomer or some sort of weird quirk awakening. I've read that during extreme circumstances that a quirk can radically change in order to preserve the life of the person. Normally, this happens when a person's life is in danger or they go through extreme emotions. Izuku then paused for a moment to let out a sigh, feeling a little guilty about lying to his friend. Well, it wasn't all a lie. He had done the research quirk awakenings back when he had started middle school. At the time, there was a theory going around about it being possible that a quirkless person born from parents who had quirks could awaken a quirk through the normal process by which people normally through quirk awakening. However, given how rare these situations work, as well as how immense the physical or psychological trauma would have to be, no ethically sound studies could be made. In fact, most people never even considered a possibility. The only reason Izuku had brought it up now was because he had been talking with Tsu as he remembered just how depressed he had been that night. Still, he knew there were things he couldn't tell her, like the truth behind his illness. Honestly, he didn't know how she would react. Heck, it took him a while to wrap his head around the fact that Toru was a real dragon. How would someone like Tsu or anyone else in the world handle it? And then going into the fact that Toru had been cutting off parts of her tail meat and cooking it just so he could get a quirk would more than likely make people think he was some sort of insane freak. Then there were the little bits about All Might. It was a given there were certain things he couldn't say about the hero, like his injury. He had also kept his peace about the most painful part of it all, how All Might left him standing there on that roof all alone after shattering the last bit of hope he had left. While Tsu was a level-headed person, he felt like she would be more upset with that than anything he said. "So All Might is mad at you because he thinks you lied to him?" asked Tsu. Slowly, Izuku turned to look at her, finding a rare frown on her face. "That's my best guess," replied Izuku. "I bet he thinks that I interrupted his hero work and endangered myself all for a silly prank. The school knows that I used to be quirkless, but I don't know if they told All Might or not." "Well," began Tsu as Aizawa knocked on the side of the bus, signaling the pair that time was up. As Tsu stood up, there was a determined look in her eyes. "I think he's taking it too far. Ribbit." With that said, the pair left the bus to find everyone waiting for them at the gate of the USJ. There their homeroom teacher stood, gesturing to them to hurry up. Together, the two friends joined the rest of the class as they entered the building, where they were then met by none other than the Pro Hero 13. Seeing a pro hero he had never met before in the flesh caused many of the depressing feelings Izuku had been feeling to flee for their lives as he began a fast-paced ramble about the space-themed hero. One joined by an excited Uraraka, who seemed to beam towards a green-haired dragon boy, who began to rattle on the details of one of her favorite heroes. This continued as the class entered the USJ, and while the class marveled at all the different zones it held, Aizawa called the space-themed hero over to the side to talk more privately. "Where's All Might?" asked the tired-looking man once he was sure that no one would overhear them. "He's supposed to be here. Don't tell me the fool booked an interview or got held up signing autographs." "No," replied 13 as she held up 3 fingers. "He's at UA resting. Apparently, he accidentally used up his 3 hours this morning." "Accidentally, you say?" said Aizawa slowly as he shot a look over to Midoriya. What none of them knew was that he had been awake for the entire trip here, listening to every word they said. And while he had not eavesdropped on the conversation between the Midoriya and Azui, he had an educated guess on what they talked about. It had been the entire reason he had allowed them private time. Given what he had heard from Midoriya on the ride here, the way Azui looked when they had gotten off, along with how the big oaf had been acting up to this point, painted a picture that Aizawa found distasteful, making him wonder if All Might had intentionally used up his time just so that he wouldn't be here with Midoriya. Well, whatever the case, Aizawa couldn't interfere at this moment. Not until either All Might did something seriously grievous right in front of him, or Midoriya launched a formal complaint in person. He only hoped that Azui could convince Midoriya to do so, for his own sake. At that moment, All Might was in his skinny form within the privacy of the teacher's lounge. He sat there on the couch with his head down. Bony fingers covered his face, so that no one would notice the dark circles around his eyes. He understood something was wrong with him. It was keeping him up at night, tossing and turning in his bed, preventing sleep from taking hold. It was making him sloppy, briefly wondering if he had used up his limited hero time subconsciously just to avoid the problem. Not like that was easy to do, since every time he closed his eyes, the images came rushing back to him. The sight of Midoriya standing there as a massive explosion raced toward him. He didn't even notice what was happening right in front of his eyes until it was too late. Young Midoriya could have been killed under his watch. The pro hero wanted to cry. He had almost allowed that boy to die just because he was being paranoid. Sure, it was odd that the boy suddenly acquired a quirk, but there was no reason to jump to such extremes. There was no proof that All for One was still alive. He had flattened the man's face, so of course the man shouldn't be alive. His friends had even checked and spoken to the boy while one of his closest friends used his quirk to see if the boy was lying. Why didn't he believe them? With each breath All Might took, the more he began to realize just how foolish he had been. There was no way All for One would have made young Midoriya a spy. It would have been too obvious. Slowly, All Might glanced at the door, which remained closed. A part of him had expected Nizu to have walked in by now to chastise him for not taking his duty as a teacher more seriously, to remind him why he was here, looking for his successor, along with teaching the next generation. But the principal hadn't said a word to him since the battle trail with 1A. No doubt he was still trying to figure out how to handle the situation. And for a genius like Nizu to be taking this long, it probably didn't bode well. However, regardless of what Nizu planned to say or do, All Might knew what needed to be done first. Talk to young Midoriya. An honest apology from him, and hopefully clearing the air between the two. I might be able to make it before the rescue lesson ends. Thought All Might as he nodded firmly to himself. I'm already pushing myself in that form, but if I can manage to talk to young Midoriya in private, then it won't matter. It might be better that way. X. Little did All Might know that that lesson was already canceled due to a villain assault. Everything had happened so fast. One moment, Aizawa's class was listening to 13 as she spoke on the dangers of quirks, and then next a portal opened allowing dozens of villains to enter the USJ grounds. Aizawa was the first to act, telling 13 to get the kids to safety while he dealt with their foes. However, as soon as the underground hero left, the floor beneath the feet of the heroes in training became covered in darkness. "Greetings, we are the League of Villains," said a villain who seemed to rise from the darkness itself. Shadows and darkness seemed to cover his body almost like a cloak or costume save for the two yellow eyes that seemed to look down at the group despite the politeness in his tone. "We have entered these hallowed halls of heroics in order to kill All Might. Sadly, it seems our intel was wrong. Oh well." Without another word, the ground beneath the students' feet seemed to vanish as they were all dropped into a seemingly unending abyss. The next thing Izuku knew was he was underwater. Glancing around in confusion, he spotted Uraraka as she thrashed about as large bubbles of air escaped her mouth. All thoughts other than saving one of his friends were pushed out of the teen's mind, ignoring the villains who swam towards him at high speed. With a flap of his wings, Izuku pushed himself through the water as his body glowed a bright green before transforming into his dragon form. Not that the villains realized as for them. One moment, the kid they were about to kill was glowing, and then the next they all got knocked away by a giant tail. Thanks to his dragon form, Izuku was able to ensure Uraraka's safety as she found herself on the top of his head before the two became airborne over the water. Flapping his wings, Midoriya hovered in the air looking down at the water rescue training area, while the girl he saved remained on her hands and knees as she coughed out water. As Izuku gave her time, he noticed what looked like dozens of aquatic villains slowly coming up to the surface with their mouths agape at what they saw. "Does Ryukyu have a little brother?" shouted one of the villains. However, his question was only met with silence as the rest continued to process what they were seeing. They had been told that they were going to be dealing with a group of kids that had less than a week of training under their belts. Sure, their quirks were strong and impressive enough to get them into the top hero school in the country, but with their numbers and them separated, they should have been easy pickings. But now, as they stared up at Izuku, they felt less sure about their odds, especially given how he had just knocked several of their group out with just a swipe of his tail. Meanwhile, up in the air, Izuku let out a thankful sigh as he spotted his other classmates. There, near a boat in the middle of the man-made lake, was Tsu helping both Sato and Ida into a boat. He also spotted Mineta, who was already on the boat as he cowered in a corner. "Deku, where's the rest of the class?" asked Uraraka, her lungs finally free of foreign substances. Izuku didn't answer right away. Instead, he turned his attention towards the rest of the USJ. Almost instantly, he noticed several explosions coming from an area that looked like a city that had just suffered an earthquake followed by loud curses that he picked up with his enhanced dragon hearing. "Looks like Kakin is safe," said Izuku, his tone indicating that he was not concerned. Over in the landslide area, the dragon teen could see waves of ice being formed. Unless the villains had a powerful ice quirk user with them, then it was most likely Todoroki. "I think they're scattered all over the USJ." Izuku said at last. "What should we do?" asked Uraraka. "We need to regroup. But how would we?" While flying in the air, Izuku Midoriya began a massive muttering spree. His words seemed to go a mile a minute, small bits of green flames escaping his maw from time to time as he spoke. His eyes darted around, taking in everything. They needed to get to everyone. Well, that was covered as Izuku could fly to all the areas and bypass all the villains. But the problem was how to transport them. He was big, but he didn't know if he could carry 20 people on his back. 22 if he included Aizawa, and 13. He could take his classmates from the various zones, drop them off at the exit, and go back for more. But that would leave those he left behind open to attack, or else being sent back to the villains by that warping villain. He needed something. Looking back down at his classmates, his eyes widened in realization. "I have a plan," exclaimed Izuku. "Uraraka, I might need your help." Without waiting to hear the brunette's reply, Izuku flew down to the boat where he dropped Uraraka off next to his friends. Once she was safe and sound, the dragon teen grabbed the boat with his claws before lifting it out of the water. It didn't take long for his classmates to realize what he was planning, Uraraka helping out by removing gravity's hold upon the ship. The others braced themselves for whatever may come their way, save Mineta, who just continued cry. Now airborne, Izuku took them from zone to zone. Each time he let out a mighty roar like he had during the entrance exam that altered everyone to his presence. Thankfully, his classmates got the message, doing their best to single the flying dragon. The hardest had been, of course, Bakugo, who needed to be dragged onto the boat, kicking and screaming. And oh, screamed Bakugo as he fought against the hole Kirishima had him in. "There's no way I'm going along with Deku's plan. I can get out of here all on my dash." The teen was then cut off by an exasperated Zero, who tapped the teen's mouth shut. Soon enough, Izuku had gathered all of his classmates along with the pro Hero 13 who had been in Yaoyorozu's group. Yet, despite the good time they had made, Uraraka was reaching her limit. Her face was looking greener, hands over her stomach as she looked over the edge. It was clear that she could vomit at any moment. Izuku was thankful there was only one person left to get, Aizawa. And while getting him out of there without directly engaging the villains would be tough, it wasn't impossible. As soon as they flew over the main courtyard, Izuku called out to both the vice rep and the grape-themed pervert. As they flew over the villains, Mineta began throwing his sticky purple orbs down at the masses, many of them striking the villains on some part of their body, rendering their limbs mostly useless when they tried to remove them. A few even stuck their legs to the ground, making them immobile for the time being. As for Yaoyorozu, she was creating flashbangs and sticky foam, grenades which she tossed overboard. But that didn't mean that the villains were just taking it lying down. Those who were not fighting Aizawa or unconscious turned their attention to the flying boat. Several of the long-range attackers fired upon the ship. While they managed to get a few hits in, Tokoyami was able to block several of the shots thanks to Dark Shadow, while Kirishima used his hardened body to take a few hits. Even Bakugo decided to help out, taking out his pent-up frustration by knocking away objects flying towards him with his explosions. If only that's where it ended. The mist villain who had separated them returned, multiple warp portals appearing all around them. Izuku had to constantly dodge them, roughly jerking the boat side to side, and almost knocking his classmates off their feet, to avoid being sent somewhere far worse. While he was avoiding those portals, from the ones above their heads came more villains who leapt out towards the hero class. This, however, became a treat for Izuku as he got to see 13 in action. The space hero moved to the side of the boat, where she activated Black Hole, pulling the villains in her direction before deactivating the quirk. Those she ensnared zoomed away from the boat and toward the ground below. As for the rest of the class, they helped out with any the pro hero missed. Sato and Ojiro were able to use their close-range combat skills to knock out whoever they could, along with Kaminari, who acted like a living taser. Unfortunately, due to all the shaking and overuse of her quirk, was putting a toll on Uraraka. More than once she vomited rainbows over the side of the ship, which fell on the villains below. Yet still, despite being well over her limit, she refused to let gravity take hold of the ship once more. Not until they were all safe. It took longer than Izuku would have liked, but eventually they reached where Aizawa was fighting. Midoriya shouted to Tokoyami and Zero, both of them understanding what to do without being told. The underground hero looked upward, panting heavily as the boat shot towards him. As it passed, he felt tape attaching itself to his back while Dark Shadow grabbed up. Both lifted him upwards while the boat gained distance away from the ground. This is such an insane, reckless plan, thought Aizawa as he was pulled up. It would have been more rational for Midoriya to escape and go for help. Just then, Aizawa's feet made contact with the ship. Instantly, he looked around, making a quick tally of everyone who was there. No one had been left behind. Everyone was safe, and, most importantly, unharmed. Seeing this caused a bit of pride to appear. But if he had, then there would have been a greater chance that not everyone would be making it out of this. Seems like no one is hurt. No. Nomu, don't let them escape. Izuku blinked when he heard the words scream behind him, but before he could fully process what he had heard, the world seemed to slow down for everything but him and one other. A dark-skinned creature with an exposed brain and a beak had jumped into the air, so that he was now high above the boat. Midoriya watched as it punched the air behind it, rocketing down towards the boat. If something didn't happen, then it would either crash into or destroy the boat before his classmates even knew what was happening. The only other one who seemed to realize what was going on was Aizawa, whose eyes began to glow red while his hair stood on end. But despite this, nothing seemed to happen. The creature did not slow down, nor did the massive amount of muscle that it had seemed to deflate. What's more, Aizawa looked like he was getting ready to fight, but thanks to Midoriya's enhanced senses, he could tell that his homeroom teacher would be too slow to react in time. So that left, "Guys, I'm sorry for this." With that thought, Izuku chucked the boat forward before flying upward to fight Nomu. As the boat flew through the air, Zero acting quickly as he used his tape to keep his classmates from flying off the deck before it crashed through the doors of the USJ and into freedom, Midoriya bit into Nomu. Or rather, he tried to. Somehow Nomu was holding his jaw open with his bare hands. Feeling panicked, the green-haired teen began thrashing his head in every direction until the Nomu was flung off and sent downwards. Now nervous, Izuku watched as the black-skinned monster crashed into the ground below, creating a large crater in the process. The teen was only able to take a single breath before the monster shot up from the ground, appearing before him again with a fist pulled back and its tongue hanging out. A sudden blow connected with Izuku's snout, one with enough force that he was sent spiraling away from the gate and towards the other side of the USJ where the ruined city landscape was. With a wince and a groan, Izuku rose from the rubble that had been 3 office buildings caused by his crash landing. Much like a dog, he shook off the debris while ignoring the slight throbbing on his snort. As he did this, Izuku could hear a small voice inside of him protest, demanding that he lie back down, that if he played dead, then he wouldn't have to fight that thing. But Izuku knew that if he did that, then there was a good chance that the villains would order that monster to go after the rest of his class. There was no way he was going to let that happen. So, instead, Izuku let out a roar so loud that it almost shook the entire USJ. Upon hearing the sound, Noma charged at the dragon, running on all 4s like a gorilla. Once it was in the same zone, it leapt into the air, flying for Izuku. But this time Izuku moved faster to counterattack this monster, grabbing one of the nearby buildings, a tall, half-destroyed skyscraper, which he swiftly pulled out of the ground before using it like a makeshift bat. Sadly, Izuku hadn't really thought this plan out very well, as it didn't knock the monster away. Instead, the Nomu crashed right to the windows of the building, getting cut up by the glass and various other objects until it passed through the other side. Feeling foolish, Izuku dropped the building as he turned to face his foe. That's when he saw it. There on the ground, Nomu paws, his glass, and various other items that had impaled the creature were pushed out of its body before the wounds healed at a rapid pace. Not knowing what else to do, Izuku took a deep breath before unleashing a wave of green flames that washed over everything in its path. The Nomu took the blast as the building around it melted and evaporated into nothing. When the green flames had subsided, there was a massive V-shaped slab of land within the zone that was now completely flat. The ground itself appeared black and charred while being spotted by areas that were still glowing red as the earth continued to smolder. There were even some spots where green flames continued to dance along the edges of half-melted pipes. And the only thing to remain standing was a charred figure of the Nomu. Yet almost instantly, its skin began to peel off and was replaced by a new layer. Nomu, what is taking so long? You should be at a higher level than All Might. Finish that kid. Now! Out of the corner of his eye, Izuku saw the villain who had spoken as he stepped out of a warp gate. Said villain was covered in hands and rainbow vomit? However, the teen didn't have long to dwell on it, as he noticed the other warp portals appearing all around the zone. Through them stepped a massive amount of villains. A growl escaped Izuku's throat as he glanced around, noting how they trembled. For a moment, he wondered why. That is until he heard it. I thought that thing was supposed to take down All Might, but it's having trouble against one kid, whispered one of the villains. That's when Izuku understood. These villains had attacked the USJ, thinking that they could kill All Might because they had this monster on their side. And right now, he was crushing that idea. It was probably the reason the villain was focusing on him right now, as he presented an obstacle to that vision. Throwing his head back, Izuku let out another mighty roar that caused shock waves to roll around the ground with the giant dragon's body acting like the epicenter. Despite being so far away, many of the villains were pushed back, with some even getting knocked over just from the sheer force as they covered their ears with their hands. "What are all of you doing?" screamed the hand and vomit-covered villain, looking ready to begin stomping his foot in frustration. "He's one stupid child. Just gang up on him and hit him till he dies." For a moment, none of the villains made a move as they all stared at the giant green dragon before them. It wasn't until one of them, clearly still afraid yet stealing his nerves, managed to let out a roar before charging at the teen while his hands turned into oversized bear claws. Izuku would have been fascinated by this change, but that quirk nerd in him was pushed to the side as the rest of the villains moved to attack as well. Dozens of people with close-range quirks rushed from the corners of the zone. Once they were close enough, they began to attack. A villain with 4 large, rocky fists tried to pummel one of Izuku's toes, while another transformed his hands into blades in order to stab the end of the teen's long, massive tail. Izuku could feel something crawling up his back, someone with a chameleon quirk who had a knife in his maw. As more of these types of villains tried in vain to pierce Izuku's scales, the ranged, quirked enemies began to fire off their own attacks. Bullets, fireballs, streams of electricity, and so much more were launched in his direction. Of course, Izuku wasn't just going to stand there and take it. The teen brought his head low to the ground, hind legs raised as he let out another mighty roar that sent nearly all the villains in front of him flying backwards. He then turned, his tail colliding with many of his attackers much in the same way a bat collides with a baseball. His wings then extended to their full length before they began to beat hard, the wind pressure pushing all the villains backwards. And as all this was going on, Shigaraki stood there processing what he was seeing. The sight reminded him of it's like the final boss of an MMORPG fantasy game, cried Shigaraki as his eyes beheld the sight with childlike wonder, watching the melee DPS players charging at the big boss, attacking him from all sides while the spellcasters and hunters stayed in the back spamming their attacks. And it was against the dragon. He was living the dream that every hardcore gamer desired, to be in the game itself. "This is the greatest day of my life." "Master Shigaraki," said Kurojiri, his tone dripping in polite disapproval. Right, said Shigaraki quickly before correcting himself. "Greatest day of my life so far. When we kill All Might, then it will be the greatest day." At that, Kurojiri let out a sigh as he realized that this might be the best he would get for now. Just then Nomu reared the fray as it jumped into the air, ready to punch Izuku once more. Thinking fast, Izuku transformed back into his human form, causing the creature to miss. Downside to being so big is that there's more of you to hit, thought Izuku as he flapped his wings, eyes focused on the real monster before him. For several long minutes, Izuku managed to dodge the Nomu's attacks using his more agile form, as well as his flight to avoid a direct hit. However, it wasn't easy as, from the sidelines, those with long-range quirks continued to fire at him. Most of the time the attacks missed, but there were moments when Izuku felt himself getting pelted by their quirks. Portals appeared around the teen, and more than once, he saw that hand villain looking like he was making his way through like a horror movie monster. Said villain tried swiping at the dragon, missing but in the process showing what his quirk could do. More than once his hands touched an object, causing it to decay rapidly. Finally, the villain scored a big hit. The Noma shot out a portal that suddenly appeared right in front of the teen and landed a clean blow to Midoriya's face, sending him crashing down the ground so hard that a massive crater was formed. As he slowly got up, Izuku rubbed his slightly bruised cheek. He had to admit that while it hurt, Kana punched much harder. "Come on, Nomu! Kill him already!" screamed the hand villain. As the exposed brain monster began to charge at Izuku once more, tongue swaying from side to side as it did, a figure rushed past the shattered gates of the USJ. All Might had finally arrived. Izuku watched as the number 1 hero moved through the USJ, knocking down all the villains in what must have been an instant for someone who didn't have enhanced senses. Everyone save the hand villain, the warping villain, and the Nomu. The battle that ensued was intense, as All Might discovered, thanks in part to Shigaraki, that the Nomu had several quirks. Not only did it have enhanced strength and regeneration, but shock absorption as well. That explains why my blows weren't as effective against it, thought Izuku as he ignored the winds that were caused by All Might. Winds so powerful that both Shigaraki and Kurojiri seemed to struggle to stay where they were, while Midoriya just stood there as if this was a pleasant breeze. But it looks like All Might has it handled. Since it's shock absorption and not nullification, that means there's a limit to what it can handle. That's why he's increasing the power of his blows and punching more rapidly. No wonder he's the greatest hero in the world. Izuku's eyes began to sparkle with pure adoration as he watched his hero fight with everything. Then, after a minute, All Might landed a punch so powerful that it sent the creature flying into the area. When the Nomu hit the roof, the building looked like it was rippling from the force for a moment before it shattered, sending the monster flying through the clouds. Why do I suddenly have the urge to say, "Looks like Team Rocket is blasting off again," thought Midoriya as he gaped at the hole, Noma becoming a twinkling star in the sky above. With that, the villainous leaders made a quick retreat while leaving behind all of their goons. Once the authorities arrived, as well as the rest of the school's heroes, Izuku was checked out by paramedics with healing quirks while the police spoke to the teen. The first thing they told him was that his class was okay. As soon as Izuku got them out, they contacted Yue as well as the other heroes in the area. Hearing that helped Izuku relax before answering their questions. Yet, while he was telling them about when All Might came onto the scene, Izuku couldn't help but feel like something had been off. That All Might seemed to grow agitated when he realized that the Nomu had multiple quirks. That, and more than once during the fight, the symbol of peace had looked right at the dragon teen. "I believe that spy is Izuku Midoriya," All Might declared as he stood from his seat. The staff of Yue, along with Tsukachi, stared blankly at the emaciated hero as the words sunk in. It was now a few days after the event of the USJ, with the school suspending classes, as all the heroes on staff were helping the police to investigate the scene as well as to bump up campus security. After all, while there weren't any serious injuries besides the ones that All Might receive fighting the Nomu, parents were voicing their concerns that the school wasn't taking their students' safety seriously. Today's meeting was to officially reveal their findings to the entire staff now that the police had finished the investigation on their end. With Detective Tsukachi taking the lead, the man started by going over the criminals that they caught along with a creature named Nomu. So far, what the heroes heard was chilling. Nearly all the villains there had a history of crime, but never anything outside of a minor assault charge or purse snatching. What's more, very few of these people had worked together before. Instead, the villains had all been solo active before the attack, only brought together by the promises of the man they called Shigaraki. That was when a detective went over what they knew about the two known as Shigaraki and Kurojiri. Mainly that there was not much to tell at this moment. The police had checked the quirk data bank looking for the two, only to come up with nothing, meaning they were either unregistered or using false aliases. Both seemed like good possibilities as, according to the report given by Midoriya, he had heard Shigaraki making comments that made it seem like the man thought of this as a game. Something that an All Might's report later confirmed with the way the man acted. Upon hearing this, Midnight brought up that the one known as Shigaraki probably never received the proper quirk, consoling that most children received. As for Kurojiri, both options were still on the table. He could have been a man who, through his own hard work, discovered a new aspect of his quirk but never reported it. meaning the use of an alias was not a waste of time, as only the villains knew his true potential while hiding behind his fake name. Or he was simply a man who had slipped through the cracks. But one thing was certain. All the villains that the police had interviewed stated that wherever Shigaraki went, Kurogiri followed and obeyed like a manservant. Often, the Mist villain had to talk the Decay Quirk villain out of making impulsive decisions with the sort of ease. Then came the subject that everyone in the room had been anticipating, the Nomu. The police had done several DNA tests, revealing that the creature had once been a normal human, and that the form he was in now was not a part of his quirk. Not only had the test shown that he had a number of additional quirks, but his genetics had been twisted and mutilated by someone with enough experience to make such a monster. But that wasn't all they had done to that poor man. In the pursuit of making the perfect killing machine, they had seemed to erase all sense of self as well as decision-making. When they had found the Nomu, it had crashed into a field and had children playing with it. But when the police came, it followed their orders without any resistance. So they expected that it simply took orders from the person most likely to be in charge at the moment. To All Might, this was the proof he needed. There was only one person who could do something like that. All for one. Somehow that man, that demon lord, was still alive. That also meant that his fears about Midoriya were founded, that he hadn't been wrong. Then President Mike brought up the idea that there was a spy within the school. Given how the villains had planned things, attacking an off-campus facility, jamming the communications, and knowing that All Might was supposed to be there meant there had to be someone within the school feeding them information. That was when All Might stepped in to say his piece. After a moment or two, the slender hero's colleagues began to react. President Mick's jaw dropped while his shades fell to the table with a clatter. Midnight looked like she wanted to run over to the blonde hero and check his temperature, while Recovery Girl appeared ready to smack him with her cane. Nizu and Tsukachi remained where they were, giving their friend a look that said, "You're on your own." Snipe crossed his arms over his chest, shaking his head. Cementos lowered his head, not bothering to look at the man. The only two that appeared unfazed were Aizawa and 13, at least outwardly. "Sorry, they're All Might," began Snipe, the first to recover as he tilted his hat up slightly while looking at the man in question. "But I seem to have something in my ear. Mind running that by me again, because I could have sworn you said Midoriya is the spy." "I did," said All Might firmly, his eyes narrowing to show he was serious about this. "That little listener? A spy," laughed President Mike as he picked up his shades. As the man slid them back onto his nose, he eyed the slender hero, without moving his head to look at him while never dropping his grin. "All Might, the idea is at the bottom of the charts. He's in our classes, and believe me, I've seen his notes as I've moseyed around the class. If he were the spy, they would have known all the quirks of the students there." "I agree," added Midnight as she let out an unamused laugh. "I've only known Midoriya for a short amount of time, same as all of you, but I can tell he genuinely loves heroes and quirks. During my first class with him, he remembered an old villain I took down and how I did it. If Midoriya were a naughty spy, then he would have talked their ears off telling them about what he had seen, his theories, and so on. They would have been far better prepared. Not to mention what that boy did during the attack," stated Snipe, his tone getting more serious. "It was reckless, a situation that no first year should ever be putting themselves in. I think that is something we can all agree on. Still, he did a mighty fine job keeping everyone safe and getting them the heck out of Dodge. Even old Aizawa admitted in his report that had that youngin' not done what he did, it would have only been a matter of time before he and the other students were overwhelmed by the villains. Heck, we might have had to put both him and 13 in a grave. The kid was even willing to stay behind and fight that Nomu, potentially sacrificing himself just to buy time for the rest of class to get some distance from danger. Heck, if he hadn't done that and held them at bay until you arrived, then those villains would have just chased one down and killed them or made a break for it. Now, I don't want to sound like I completely condone what he did, but I would have thought you'd be the first one singing his praise. After all, aren't you the one to say all that stuff about self-sacrifice being at the heart of heroism? And none of you find that suspicious?" demanded All Might, frustration mounting as he slammed his fist onto the table with a small amount of his quirk leaking through. just enough to make noticeable dents while cracks formed around the indentations. I faced that Noma myself. I had to push myself to the max, launching over 100 blows beyond my normal limits, and all I could do was launch it out of the building. Afterwards, I was rushed to see Recovery Girl because of the injuries I sustained. Tell me, Recovery Girl, did Izuku Midoriya need the same medical treatment as I needed? Was he even close? Almost as one, the eyes of the heroes in the room fell onto the elderly woman. I don't like discussing my students' medical history, she began as she eyed All Might disapprovingly, especially after a certain hero asked me to admit that he needed a day's worth of bed rest from said records out of fear that some reporter might get their hands on it. But with that said, besides some minor bruising, the boy walked out of that incident no worse for wear. You see, shouted All Might, Izuku Midoriya faced all those odds on his own only to come out with some minor bruising? After making sure he got everyone else out of there, ensuring there were no witnesses? What's more likely is that it was all an act to further gain our trust, as a fail-safe in case I won against the Nomu. As the teachers looked at each other, All Might felt a swell of confidence grow within him as he could see that he had done it. While they had all been quick to sing the boy's praise, they had overlooked that fact. How could anyone other than himself stand before those odds and come out in one piece? No, that was simply impossible. It would have been more likely that Midoriya was a backup plan created by All for One, though there was one thing that All Might still didn't fully understand. Why use someone like Midoriya? That was the one thing that eluded the pro hero. If he were operating under the assumption that the villain knew he was going to be a teacher here at UA before the press found out, All for One had to know that All Might would have been suspicious of Izuku Midoriya the moment he saw the formerly quirkless student in the entrance exam. Heck, even if he didn't know, the school would check the records of the boy to see that he had just recently awakened to a quirk, or All Might would have seen the kid during the sports festival. So the odds that All Might would not have noticed Midoriya suddenly having a quirk after admitting to the man that he was quirkless were slim to none. There were only two ways that would have made sense. All for One didn't know about the meeting between them, or thought that All Might would have forgotten about the boy. Both options, however, were off the table. All for One had always been careful in his planning, checking every little detail before enacting his plans. He would have found out either by talking to the boy or using a quirk that Midoriya had encountered All Might, and given the fact that Midoriya had not only clung to his leg as they bound through the air before finding out a secret, one that very few people knew about, made it very unlikely that anyone in his position would forget about the kid. So why use him? It would have been more in line of the villain to find some quirkless kid 10 or 11 years ago, give him her a quirk, and then have the grateful family owe him a favor, which he would cash in by telling them to enroll the child into UA. Also, why give him such a flashy quirk that would just draw more attention to him? Wouldn't it have been smarter to give him something more basic? There had to be something behind the mad villain's reasoning. There were just so many questions that All Might's head hurt. Okay, said President Mike at last, drawing All Might's attention back to the meeting. He could see the DJ hero placing a couple of fingers on either side of his head, rubbing them slightly. Let me get this straight. You're saying that the villains attacked the school with the intent of killing not just you, but also our students. That they went to all the trouble getting all those villains and creating a creature that you admitted forced you to go beyond your limits to defeat. But they also had a fail-safe or backup plan in case things went wrong. That their spy would act in a way that would further gain our trust. And to do that, the little listener completely made their entire main plan pointless by rescuing everyone the moment the attack went to hell, even going back and saving old Aizawa. That, is a really good plan. I agree, stated Cementos, speaking for first time while ignoring the shocked look on All Might's face. Given what I have seen from the footage of the entrance exam and from our time in class, I would have given this theory more weight had the boy just laid low out of fear or something like that. Or if he had waited to act only after you arrived with things looking like the villains were going to lose. But that's not what happened. Midoriya acted the moment he and the others became separated, getting not just himself but the rest of his class and teachers to safety while preventing any injuries or deaths. That goes completely against the plan of the villains. That's just what he wants, began a frustrated All Might, but was stopped by another teacher speaking up. "You're also ignoring all the evidence," stated Midnight as she went to the file before her, turning the papers with her eyes, skimming them. The city zone was completely destroyed. We all saw it with our own eyes when we went to investigate. No rubble or anything was left in a good chunk of it. According to the statements made by several of the captured villains, Midoriya did that while fighting the Nomu when he transformed into a dragon. In fact, that area was destroyed when Midoriya used his fire breath. He used it to such a degree that the Nomu had to use his regeneration quirk just to survive. She then turned to look at the only non-hero in the room. "Detective Tsukachi, were you able to verify this information?" "I did," stated the detective, causing All Might's shoulders to slump while his expression was one of betrayal. "We interviewed several of the villains. Not all of them saw this, but there were a few, those that gave the exact same recounting of the events. These villains also recounted Shigaraki ordering them to group up and hit him till he dies, as well as ordering the Nomu to kill Midoriya. More than once I used my quirk on them in order to confirm what they were saying." "Whoa, doggy," laughed Snipe, slamming an open palm on the table as he did so. "I said back at the entrance exam that it looked like Midoriya would be giving All Might a run for his money one day. Looks like I wasn't too far off. Strong enough to stand toe-to-toe with that varmint, but lacked the skills needed to end the fight." Snipe then turned to look at All Might. "Don't tell me you're spewing all this hogwash on us because you're jealous, All Might?" "I'm not jealous," roared All Might, his muscles slightly expanding while his face turned red in rage. "You're all falling for his act. You dash." The man was then cut off as blood began to spew from his mouth. Unable to help himself, the pro-hero bent over as the liquid life force vomited towards the floor. As this happened, All Might mentally cursed the poor timing. No doubt this would help cement the idea that he was jealous of Midoriya, that he was no longer as strong as he used to be while a fresher face was capable of doing everything he could do without the injury limiting his time. What nonsense. "Then please, All Might," began some Mentos as he extended his rocky hands. "If you know anything else about the boy that the rest of us don't, then I beseech you to tell us. Because right now, I'm not seeing how he could be the spy." As the rest of the staff watched him, the symbol of peace took several breaths to get his emotions in check while also wiping away the blood from his mouth. Of course they would question his logic. How could they not when they had no idea about All for One, about the war he and his predecessors had waged in secret against the man since the dawn of quirks? That the quirk boogeyman of old was real, taking away quirks and giving them to others to create an army of followers. That he had met Izuku Midoriya before who told him he was quirkless, while Nizu and Tsukachi were willing to overlook that. Perhaps if he told the rest of the staff the truth, then they would certainly take his side, maybe even pressuring Nizu to finally take steps against the boy. Yet, All Might knew that there would be another position that they would take when he told them the truth, one that caused him to lower his eyes as he remembered the boy from that day on the roof. His fellow heroes and educators would see a desperate boy who just wanted to be seen as normal in this world of quirks. Then it would become a deal with the devil's story. How the young man had somehow come across All for One who would give him everything he wanted on a silver platter. Probably so happy and excited that he didn't even know what he had agreed to until the moment of the USJ attack. They would pity the boy, seeing him as an innocent caught up in some ancient war he knew nothing about. From there, All Might had a good idea what they would do. Rather than pressuring Nizu to detain Midoriya, they would instead talk to the boy, to get him to open up with what he knew, offering him some sort of deal if he complied. In truth, All Might couldn't blame them, as he too had felt sorry for the boy when they had first met. But as he looked up at his fellow heroes, he hardened his heart. While he did pity the boy's plight, that did not mean he could forgive him. The boy had been giving information about UA to All for One, putting the students he was in charge of at risk. His further silence only added to the fact that he felt no guilt over what he had done. What's more, he couldn't allow their emotions to interfere with doing what needed to be done. If they did not take this seriously, the moment Midoriya sensed their weakness, he would either escape to his master or unleash some other plan concocted by that villain. It wasn't pretty, but they couldn't risk taking any chances. However, All Might knew he could not tell them any of this. If he did, then he might have to come clean about his own secret, about the sacred torch he carried within him, something he swore he would never do. The risk of the nature of his quirk coming out was far too high. If something went wrong, there would be no telling of the chaos that it would cause. I have my reasons for suspecting Midoriya, said All Might carefully after a while. I wish I could tell you, but I can't. However, I'm asking you to trust me on this. For a moment, all the teachers seemed to stare at him in disbelief, like he had grown a second head, something that surprised a hero. In the past, people had always trusted his word. He was the greatest hero in the world, the symbol of peace and justice, the pillar who held up their society, all on his own. So why weren't they taking him at his word when he said he had a good reason? Then a familiar sigh caught the man's attention, causing him to turn and focus on the man in question. I might have entertained such an irrational notion as this, if only to humor you on the off chance that you may be right, began Aizawa, speaking for the first time as he locked eyes with All Might. But you've had it in for Midoriya since the very first day. You were watching him from the corner of a building during my assessment test, remember? And what was it you told me when I confronted you about it? Oh, that's right. Be wary of the boy. All Might felt himself growing pale as he received several disapproving looks along with Recovery Girl's grip on her cane tightening. But that wasn't the only thing. I heard all about how you acted during your first lesson. Do you know how I found out? Because the notes you gave me about Midoriya's match were complete garbage. I had to look up the footage of the match because you only wrote a single sentence that didn't tell me anything. When I compared that to the several paragraphs you wrote for everyone else, I decided to look at what you were doing during the battle trails. Look, that was Dash, began All Might as he averted his gaze. However, he was quickly silenced as he noticed out of the corner of his eyes Aizawa glaring at him with his quirk activated. I'm not the only one who has noticed, stated Aizawa as his eyes returned to normal. While most of my class is still lacking in awareness, even they can see that you can barely contain your disdain for Midoriya. On the day of a USJ, I overheard several of them voicing their concerns, such as Azui, who was the first to ask if Midoriya would be all right. Zero later chimed in, stating how weird it was before he and Ishido began voicing their own theories on what it could be. Those theories ranging from him being the son of a villain you apprehended or your secret love child that you're ashamed of. That got a reaction from everyone in the room. Midnight, who had been taking a sip of water, suddenly began to choke as it went down the wrong pipe. President Mike began looking back and forth between his old friend and All Might. Several of the other heroes had expressions on their faces, like they were trying to see if Midoriya really was All Might's illegitimate child. As for the blonde hero himself, he just felt his soul leaving his body at the idea that he has such a child. Midoriya has denied all of this to the entire class. Continued Aizawa once everyone had finished reacting and were ready to pay attention to him again. He claims to know the reason, or at least suspects, why you are treating him the way you are. Nothing specific was given beyond that he believes that the reason you dislike him, as Midoriya charitably put it, is because you believe he lied to you about something important. Once more, this got everyone's attention. After this, I allowed Azure to stay on the bus so she could speak to Midoriya in private. Given the emotional states of both students, when they left paints a pretty dark picture. All Might sat there, growing pale as his fellow teachers looked at each other with worry. As his throat went dry, the pro hero wanted to tell them about that meeting, about how the boy had discovered his true form, how All Might shared with him his injury to inform him of the true dangers of being a hero, and how he didn't believe he could become a hero without a quirk. But the man felt it would be pointless. If he brought up that the kid was once quirkless, Nizu would no doubt reveal their findings on the matter. The only way All Might could argue that would be to inform them of All for One, but such an act would begin to unravel all his secrecy. Please do not think that that was the only time my students were concerned with All Might's hostility towards Midoriya, spoke Aizawa, his tone becoming harsher. I'm sure you all remember the first time there was a breach in UA's security, when Midoriya's maid had kicked open the gates just to bring her employer his lunch. Before that incident began, Uraraka had stayed behind to speak to me. While she didn't inform me of anything that I didn't already know, she expressed her own worry about the situation within the heroics class. Mainly that she was afraid that if things were left as they were, Midoriya might get hurt or will continue to be treated unfairly. Normally, I would have reminded her about my attitude towards concepts like fairness in regards to our work. However, she had a point. If All Might is unwilling to set aside his personal feelings towards Midoriya, then this will result in sabotaging the foundation of his hero training through gross negligence, meaning it would be one of us hampering the full potential of one of our students. That's concerning, stated Power Loader while shaking his head. What did you tell her? I asked her if she had any suggestions, answered Aizawa, briefly glancing back at All Might for a moment before turning his attention to his fellow educators. She wondered if it were possible for someone else to teach Midoriya, but only as a last resort, as she didn't want him to feel isolated from the rest of the class. Though, I got the feeling she wanted to suggest something else. As Aizawa said this, All Might wondered what else Uraraka wanted to say. However, before he could ponder this, another noise broke him from his concentration. Yes, I too had a student approach me for that same reason on the exact same day, said Nizu, drawing everyone else's attention. I'm sure some of you were wondering why I came to the cafeteria on young Ida's shoulder, though I suspect some of you might have easily assumed that I ran into him in the hallway. However, the truth is that the young man had scheduled a meeting with me the day before. Like young Uraraka, Ida expressed how worried he was about his classmate, as well as how scared he was when he had to draw your attention to the situation. However, what concerned me the most was how flustered and torn the young man was when I too questioned him on what he wanted the school to do. He understands what an honor it is to be taught by the #1 hero in Japan without an internship or as part of a work studies program. But should he deprive the entire class of such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the sake of the well-being of one student? Or should Midoriya be the only one deprived, made to feel isolated from the rest of his class? I had just calmed down the poor boy, telling him that the school would find the best possible solution before the alarm sounded. As All Might looked at Nizu in shock, 13 spoke up while raising her hand like she was in class. I don't like saying this after everything you've done for Japan, but it needs to be said, began the rescue specialist. Given everything I have heard, it sounds like you're just using the attack as another means of going after Midoriya. That, or maybe throwing him under the bus for not being there at the start class. Hearing that caused All Might's eyes to widen, nearly falling out of his chair. Was that how he sounded to them? If that is all, I believe that we should be moving on with the meeting, Nizu said before his eyes locked onto All Might. When the principal spoke next, he did so with a tone so cold it might have been considered an ice quirk. But rest assured that what we have discussed here will not be swept under the rug or disregarded due to All Might's position. After the sports festival, when we will have far more free time, both myself and All Might will be using every possible moment needed to go over what we discussed today in great detail before I make a decision on how to proceed. Then, like a switch had been flipped, Nizu began to speak in his more friendly and upbeat tone as the meeting was back underway to discuss the heightened security at the sports festival. As the unidentified mammal led the conversation, having already drafted a heavily detailed plan, All Might lowered his head as he barely paid it any mind. His mind was reeling with what was happening, that the heroes didn't trust his word, though he could hardly blame any of them. Given how he had acted before the USJ and his refusal to tell them anything, it was natural that they would be skeptical of his words. If only he hadn't. Wait, thought All Might as a sudden horrifying realization came to him as he looked at his fellow heroes. I think I get it. This has to be all a part of All for One's plan. The reason he picked Midoriya, a person so obvious to myself, was twofold. The boy wasn't just a spy, but someone who was sent here just to mess with my head, to make me seem like a paranoid nutcase in front of the other heroes, get them to doubt me, turning them against me while he uses the information to sow chaos until the time is right to strike. Knowing All for One, he thought this out very carefully down to the last detail. He would have taken it into account that I would have brought this up with Nizu, who would then begin to investigate the boy. All for One would have known we would have used Tsukachi to interrogate the boy, so he prepared something that would muffle Tsukachi's quirk. That would explain why I am the only one who realizes the truth. Midoriya, as the symbol of peace and justice, I will not let it stand. Whatever wicked, evil plans you two are plotting shall be denied. X. At the same time, denied. Izuku stood there, his mouth hanging open as tears ran down his face. He then took a few steps backwards as one of his hands flew over his heart. But Toru, began Izuku, his voice unable to hide the betrayal as he looked at his maid. The blonde dragon stood before him with a frown on her face and hands on her hips in a defiant stance. You don't understand. This is Dash. Not something cute for either Kanna or Eri to wear, interrupted Toru as she put her foot down, thankfully not hard enough to destroy the floor this time. Honestly, Mr. Midoriya, use some common sense. Izuku merely looked down at the garment held within his free hand. It was a pink shirt around Eri's eyes with All Might's face on the front, smiling that wide, reassuring smile the teen loved so much and giving a thumbs up. He honestly didn't understand why this small store in Toru's favorite shopping district didn't have more like this. After all, if he were a girl around Eri's age, then this would have been something he would have begged his mom for. Okay, he would have begged her for it regardless. Heck, there was a small part of him that wanted to buy it just for the collector's value. Turning quickly to the side, Izuku looked over at Eri and Kanna, hoping that they would support him. His heart fell, however, as when he showed it to the girl standing between the racks within the store said it all. Kanna just gave him a sullen look while muttering, not cute, just loud enough for him to hear. As for Eri, who was still wearing the All Might onesie, she just looked between him and the shirt in confusion. Seeing that broke Izuku's heart. Whoever abused her had kept her away from the greatness that was All Might. Please take this seriously, Mr. Midoriya, said Toru with a huff when she saw Izuku with a look of utter defeat on his face. We need to get Eri some new clothing for when she's ready to go to school. And Kanna needs a few things as well. Fine, sighed Izuku. His shoulders slumped as he put the shirt back, only to stop himself and put it off to the side. He couldn't help himself. It was a piece of All Might merchandise that he didn't have in his collection, and Toru could give him all the exasperated look she wanted. But he was having this. For the next 15 or so minutes, Izuku and Toru went through all the shirts in that area while Kanna and Eri looked around nearby. However, for some reason, all the shirts that Izuku picked out were instantly rejected, though, for the most part, he couldn't understand why. He managed to find a shirt with Best Jean's face on it before finding a Hawks, Wash, and even a manual shirt for girls. Each one was flatly rejected. How about this one? Asked Izuku as he held up a Ryukyu shirt. Hopefully seeing a dragon would appease his maid. Mr. Midoriya, said Toru as she looked down at him while a shadow covered her eyes. Are you suggesting that we allow the image of a faker into our home? Suddenly, her eyes began to glow red, making the slits seem more piercing while her foot and tail tapped on the ground in impatience. Well, I'm waiting. Ah, no, squeaked Izuku as he quickly placed the garment back on the rack. Good, said Toru as she instantly went back to her cheerful self. Seeing this, Izuku breathed a sigh of relief as he picked out the next one. Maybe this one, he suggested as he held up a Mariko shirt. This pink garment was a bit more dynamic than the others that the hero nerd had chosen. It depicted the rabbit hero in the middle of a flying kick, heading right towards anyone looking at the image. There was a wild, savage smile on her face with her eyes clearly filled with the thrill of battle. It was a far cry from All Might's reassuring smile, Endeavor's frosty yet no-nonsense scowl, or even Hawk's cheeky grin. But it seemed to go well with the text above, which read, Girl Power. Hopefully this would make it past Toru. Was all the dragon maid could say as she gave it once over. I suppose this is a slight improvement, though it might not be cute enough. What do you think, Eri? With that, Izuku and Toru showed the small horn girl the shirt. Eri looked at the image of Mariko before quickly ducking behind Kanna, as if the other dragon girl would shield her. She looks scary, whispered Eri, trembling a little. Looks like she thinks it's scary, said Toru while Izuku's shoulders slumped. Figuring that maybe going the hero route wasn't presenting any results, at least for now, as Eri still needed to be exposed to the glory that was all things hero-related, Izuku found some other designs. Most of these looked rather basic. Just shirts with no real image or anything like that. Just pure, creamy colors that he supposed were meant to be soothing or something. But he wanted to find something a bit better for Eri. After looking for a while, he believed he found something. A shirt with a unicorn's head on it. "How about this?" he asked as he held it up. "Well, I suppose it'll do," replied Toru as she brought a hand to her chin. Though knowing that smug jerk, he's probably happy knowing that he's popular in this world. As the pair turned to show their find to Eri, they found that the little one-horned girl had wandered off, though neither Izuku or Toru were worried as Kana was probably with her. Thankfully, the duo didn't have to travel far to find the girls who were looking at some dress sets. Currently, Eri had her eyes focused on one in particular, one that had a white dress shirt with a frilled collar and a plain red pinafore with 2 large golden buttons that were shaped like apples. As Eri's small hand reached out to touch the fabric, Izuku and Toru moved so that they were bent down on either side of her. While Izuku looked at this thoughtfully, noticing that this was the first thing that Eri had shown a genuine interest in, Toru seemed to have grown excited. "Oh, going for something dyed in the blood of the fallen," stated the dragon maid, eyeing the pinafore. "Someone has good taste." Hearing that, Izuku felt a new wave of panic rush over him by Toru's choice of words. Seriously, what was going on in her head to say something like that to a little girl who had been through so much? Thankfully, Eri didn't seem to mind as she kept touching the dress. "Actually, it reminds me of those yummy apples we ate at the park," she said. That works too, I guess," replied Toru with a shrug and a slight smile. Shaking his head, Izuku turned to look at Eri. "Would you like to try it on?" he asked. The teen watched as the girl seemed to stiffen while her eyes went wide. Slowly, she turned to look at him with an expression that was easy to read. Was this really okay? Seeing that, Izuku pushed down the heartbreak he felt at seeing her like that as he patted her on the head. It was just another reminder of all the things that had been denied to this girl before now. Whoever had hurt her had clearly never truly treated her like a human, allowing her to do simple things that the rest of society took for granted, even shopping for clothes. "No fair, Mr. Midoriya," whined Toru suddenly as she got next to Izuku. "I deserve head pats too." With that, she presented her forehead, causing Izuku to roll eyes. After giving in to the dragon maid's demands, as well as Kana's once she saw that it was head pat time, the girls went into the dressing room with Eri to help her get changed. When the little girl stepped out, she looked like a whole new person. While she still looked around nervously, her movement appeared more relaxed than before, though that might have had more to do with the fact that the onesie was a bit tight on her. That was probably his fault. Still, she liked the dress. With her timid thumbs up of approval, Izuku and Toru went to work collecting everything else that Eri would need. The first was to get a few more matching sets, as she needed more than one set of clothing. While Izuku collected those as well as some gray leggings, Toru went to get some footwear. When she came back, she had brought some brown boots which, thankfully, fit the girl. Apparently, the rest were far too flimsy for her liking, making Izuku wonder just what she had done to the other pairs. Afraid to find out, as well as afraid he would have to pay for them, Izuku quickly made their purchases before ushering them out of the store. From there, they used the money that Izuku and Toru had been saving up, the extra cash that his mother had sent them that neither had spent, to get a few more things that Eri needed. Things like sleepwear, a toothbrush, a hairbrush, a blanket, a couple of books to teach her how to read and write, and so on. One of the more uncomfortable moments for Izuku was when he had to help her get underwear, as neither Toru or Kana knew how to select them. Thankfully, there was a staff member who was willing to help once she saw how awkward Izuku was as he tried to help his little sister. As for Kana, she didn't need much. Just a messenger bag, as she had been collecting many trinkets since she had started living here in the human world and wanted someone to carry them in when she wasn't in school. Things like whistles, tops, dice, a small notepad, a pen, a camera, her phone, and so forth. She had managed to find herself one that matched her normal dress, while at the same time finding a dark red one for Eri. As they exited the store, Izuku saw something directly across from them that caught his attention. As an idea almost instantly formed in his head, the young man knew he needed to get away from the group if he wanted to make this purchase. And thankfully, he knew how to do it. "I need to use the restroom," he announced, juggling the bags he was carrying from arm to arm so he could rest for his wallet. After opening it, which was naturally All Might themed, Izuku pulled out several bills before handing them to Toru. "How about you go with Kana and Eri to get some drinks and take a load off your feet?" Toru, rather than seeming relieved or thankful, looked almost offended as she placed a hand on her chest. "Mr. Midoriya, are you suggesting that a little outing like this would tire a dragon?" she asked. "As your loyal, humble, and simply greatest maid in the whole wide world, it would be my duty to wait for you by the entrance." A perverted smile, then crossed her features along with a blush. "Or I could join you inside in case you need assistance." No, none of that," said Izuku quickly, his face turning bright red as he glanced around. Thankfully, no one had been around to see it. He was also thankful that he knew exactly how to handle Toru. "It's just that I trust you so much to watch over the girls. I mean, Kana may be a dragon too, but she's still young. And Eri is a human. It would put my heart at ease knowing you were looking out for them." "Really?" exclaimed an excited Toru, her pupils turning into hearts as her face got really close to Izuku's. "Then have no fear. Maid Toru will not let anything happen to either of them." With that, she turned to usher both girls to one of the food stalls, eager to make her Mr. Midoriya happy. Meanwhile, Izuku slowly made his way toward the restroom while glancing back to watch them. Once they were out of sight, he dashed back towards the store he had spotted to make his purchase, which he then added to one of the bags he had been carrying. When he returned to his makeshift family, Izuku found the adorable sight of both Kana and Eri drinking apple juice from plastic containers shaped like red apples. It was so cute that Izuku couldn't help himself, pulling out his phone to take a picture. By this point, Midoriya and the girls had gathered most of the essential things that they needed, save for one on Izuku's list. But on the way to their last store, Izuku noticed that Eri had paused to look through the window of an old used toy shop. Backtracking slightly, the green-haired teen glanced inside and quickly spotted what she had been looking at. It was an old plush orange pony toy wearing a Stanton hat, a blonde mane, and apples on its flank. While Izuku had no idea where it was from, it was clear that it appealed to Eri, more so than the All Might plush he had tried to give her back when she had started living with him, something that had always helped him sleep better when he had nightmares. But to each their own. Without another word, he bought the plush while asking Kana if she wanted something. "That one looks wicked," said Kana, pointing to the pile of Endeavor plush toys that were in the bargain bin. "Weird how they were just released 2 months ago." "Oh, going for the flaming villager toy," said Toru happily as Kana picked up one of them. "A must for all young dragons." In shock, Izuku watched as Kana nodded, though he didn't have a heart to tell her that the man with the flaming beard and mustache was really the number 2 hero. Thankfully, the store also had the last item that they needed, a cheap fish tank. Once everything had been purchased, the small family made their way over the river to fill it not just with water, but a few fishes as well. Ones that were just small enough to swim around easily within the tanks, which Kana carried over her head with ease. While Kana and Toru had wanted to take Eri to school right away, Izuku could see that the newest addition to the family wasn't ready. Not just because she was behind on her learning, but also because she still had no control over her quirk. Rewind. This was where his depressing childhood obsession with quirk activation came in handy. He had spent countless hours reading articles aimed at children to teach them how to activate their quirks. From the ages of 4 to 10, he had tried them every single day in the hopes that he would awaken his dormant quirk, proving the doctor wrong. While that never happened, he felt like he could put that knowledge to good use. So, while classes were canceled due to the USJ attack, Midoriya had planned to help Eri with everything she would need, with Toru's assistance, of course. The plan was simple. Most of the day would be spent showing her the basics of math, writing, and reading with short breaks in between the subjects, as well as doing some important quirk training. That was where the fish came in. According to Eri, her quirk only seemed to work on living things, thus they needed something to practice. To get a feel what it felt like to activate her quirk. Once she could activate it on command and not completely erase the fish, she should be ready. And whatever free time he had left, Izuku was checking the internet for a good quirk counselor for her. The one thing he didn't need to worry about was her registration. On the day of the USJ attack, Toru had used the same methods she had used for herself and Kana to take care of everything. What those methods were, he had no idea. Now, as far as the government was concerned, she was Eri Midoriya, though he was glad she hadn't gone too far and registered them as a married couple. He had checked several times. X, as the Midoriya family made their way back to their apartment, All for One sat on his chair within the hidden location of his Nomu facility. The man was now a shell of his former self, his face heavily damaged thanks to the final blow from All Might that had nearly caved in his skull. If it wasn't for his own preparations as well as his vast collection of quirks, then the greatest supervillain of all time would have died. Still, that did not mean that he had left that battle unscathed. His face had the most noticeable amount of damage done, with scar tissue covering the spaces where his eyes and nose should have been, while his head would never have hair ever again. But that was just what others he allowed into his chambers could see. Inside, it was far worse. His lungs had been mangled to the point where he could not survive without a breathing apparatus. There were a number of other issues inside of him. However, this was the most pressing. If it were for the doctor, as well as the number of life support equipment and quirk he had managed to find, All for One would have left this earth years ago. Currently, the man was looking at his greatest pawn to one of the many television scenes before him. Tamura was on an operating table, with the good doctor tending to the bullet wounds inflicted upon him, while Kurogiri stood off to the side. So Tamura began All for One smoothly. "Are you ready to tell me what happened at the USJ, so that I may better assist you in the future?" At that, Tamura turned his head to look at the scene with eyes that didn't seem right. Eyes that he had ever since he returned, like he had experienced a roller coaster of emotions and was still processing them. "It was the weirdest yet greatest day of my life till All Might showed up," whispered Tamura, causing All for One to raise an eyebrow. If he still had them, of course. See, we went in there ready to start the raid, but the big boss wasn't there. But what we got was much better. A dragon. One of those little hero wannabes could turn into a dragon. It picked up a boat, became some weird mount for his entire party, and removed them from the game. Noma fought for a while, and then whoosh! Fire everywhere. Noma was down for a moment, so I got the rest of my party to surround the thing, to kill it just like a real live raid boss in a fantasy RPG. It was glorious. Then a darkness fell over Tamura's eyes. Then All Might showed up before we could get any loot. Not even an achievement for bragging rights. "Wait," said All for One, several of his life support devices beeping as his mind took in what he had heard. "A dragon? Are you sure that the school didn't invite Ryukyu at the last minute for this exercise?" "No, Sensei," replied Tamura. "This kid looked completely different. Big and green and actually breathes fire like a real dragon. Even has dragon wings in human form." For a moment, All for One sat there with his mouth hanging open. He knew what Tamura was saying was the truth. There was no doubt in his mind thanks to his quirks. But to hear there was a quirk out there that made a kid as strong as All Might during his prime and could turn him into a flying, fire-breathing dragon was, "I want that quirk," whispered All for One as visions of his youth came back to him. He could remember reading old, discarded comics that other people had thrown away back when he was a boy. Remembering his favorites were the ones featuring demon lords whose presence was so powerful that the world seemed to tremble, forcing the weak civilization to call for help from another world. And what complemented such a setting? Dragons, of course. Allowing his mind to drift slightly, All for One remembered the days when he had sought out a dragon quirk, one that would allow him to become the beast of legend, inspiring fear as he flew over all of those beneath him, how they would cower in fear, wondering if today would be the day he would rain fiery death upon them. However, the closest he could ever find was Ryukyu's, which was rather weak, more for show and size in his opinion, though with his collection of quirks, he could make it work. But now, this student who had fought his Nomu, "I will have his quirk," whispered All for One as a smile appeared on his face. There was a chance that this student possessed one for all, which would explain why his quirk was so powerful. With all the power stockpiled within that quirk, it would explain how the student could do everything that he had done. Moreover, It would also explain why this quirk had never shown up on his radar, because if it had been natural, one of his agents would have reported it to him. No doubt that if All Might had spotted the boy, seen his heroic heart, or whatever crap that man want to call it, and gave him one for all. Yes, All for One would have it all. His brother's quirk and the ability to become a fire-breathing dragon. And he looked forward to crafting the perfect plan to lure the boy away from protection that All Might was surely providing. X. At the same time, Katsuki Bakugo was in his room doing sit-ups. Something he had been doing for a while now, as sweat was now glistening off his body. As he worked, the teen tried to pay attention to the audio of his notes from school to keep his mind in the best of conditions. If he wanted to ensure that his hero story went the way he wanted from here on, he needed to up his efforts. However, this was something that was easier said than done, as his mind kept wandering back to Deku. As the teen continued his workout, a faraway look appeared in his eyes as memories of the past couple weeks played out before him. When he had first gotten to UA, he had believed that things would go back to the way they were in middle school, that the weird feeling he had when Deku left would be gone forever, replaced with a more familiar sensation that told him he was back in control. To be the top dog here at UA while Deku took his place at the bottom of the ladder, not even being allowed to climb to a higher position. Only that's not what happened. When he first saw Deku, he could see that the teen had changed, and not just gaining those shitty wings of his. No, Deku seemed to be more confident now than he ever was back then. Deku, the boy who would have no doubt freaked if a girl spoke to him, could look at Midnight as she flaunted her body at him without batting an eye. The nerd was also making friends. First, and most obvious, was Frogface. He had managed to hear that they had met in the middle school he had transferred to and had become close. Honestly, he could have done worse for himself than making friends with a girl who was part frog. At least she wasn't completely useless like some of the others he had seen in class, like that invisible girl. Then there were round cheeks and glasses. Again, Bakugo had heard that they had all met during the entrance exam, having been placed in the same testing area. As Bakugo thought of all of them together with Deku, his movements began to slow down. Briefly, he allowed his mind to go to an area he honestly didn't know he was capable of. What he was seeing with all of them was what Deku's life could have been like if he hadn't bullied the damn nerd. Okay, in all fairness, Deku was weird, and not just because he was quirkless. The guy had that mumbling habit, was a huge fanboy of all things hero-related, and a bit of a nervous wreck. But, thinking about it, Bakugo knew he didn't help matters in the friend's apartment. He was the alpha wolf in the pack, singling out Deku. The other worthless extras saw this and pathetically copied him. When he laughed at the nerd, they all laughed and then kept on laughing, even when he didn't have the energy anymore. When he sneered at the damn nerd, so too did everyone else, even when Bakugo didn't feel like doing so. In a sense, he set the mood for the rest of the people around him. In fact, now that he thought about it, people were still somewhat nice to Deku after he found out he was quirkless. It wasn't until the river incident when Bakugo slapped his hand and became aggressive towards him that the rest of their friend group turned against him. So, if that never happened, then maybe Deku would have still had a social life, had he really affected, slapping himself to shoo away these thoughts. Bakugo resumed his workout as his mind went over the most important thing that had changed with Deku. He was stronger now. Bakugo had first realized it when he tried biting off the nerd's wings. His teeth, something he took very good care of, had felt numb after chewing on them for a bit. He didn't know if Deku was running around the class while he was doing that just because he wanted Bakugo off of him, or if he was just messing with him. But regardless, one thing was clear. Bakugo hadn't hurt him at all. What's more, the fact that Deku could run around the room like that with him on his back, and even sitting at his desk like he wasn't there, showed just how strong he was. Face reddening in anger, Bakugo's thoughts went to the other times he could not deny how much stronger Deku had gotten. It was pretty obvious during the quirk assessment test that the hobo teacher had given him that Deku was powerful enough so that he upstaged him on the first day. Then came the battle trail, which had been a complete disaster. Nothing Bakugo had done, including using his ultimate move, had managed to even scratch him. Hell, Bakugo wasn't even sure he had managed to burn off a single stitch on the green-haired teen's costume. What the fuck was that made of? But the biggest show of strength was at the USJ. Remembering that day caused Bakugo to stop in mid-sit-up before plopping back on the ground as he stared up at the ceiling. He could still recall the rage he felt when they had forced him into that boat, only able to vent steam by blasting away all the villains who tried to board or attack them. It honestly reminded him of that time back at the river when he had fallen in, with Deku being the only one to come down to offer him a hand, like he was weak or something. But that feeling was mixed in with a dose of reality, something that had been handed to him by the slimy bastard that had taken control of his body. He was not unbeatable. A villain, even a pathetic one, might have a quirk or some shit to take him down. And, as they flew above the hordes of villains, he could not escape the feeling that he was glad not to have fought them all at once. Then, Deku did the stupidest thing he had ever seen. He threw them out of the building to fight that brain-exposed thing all on his own. He could still recall the look on the hobo's face when they crash-landed out of the USJ, and the cries of all the other students there to go back and help the damn nerd. But damn it, the hobo had been right. Deku had sacrificed himself to give them time to get away, to get help. If he hadn't done that, then that warping freak would have just brought them all back. And the fact that the hobo was right, the fact that Bakugo had run away along with everyone else to save their own shitty lives, just pissed him off. Hell, he didn't even do what Frogface had done and try to go back. At least she tried until the hobo stopped her, quickly laying down the facts before releasing her shoulders. But him? Nothing. Not a fucking thing. And when it was all over, Deku walked out of it like it was no big fucking deal. As his eyes narrowed, his pupils turning white with rage, the ashen blonde got to his feet to towel off. While he did this, Bakugo knew that his origin story was off to a rocky start. That was why he had to get better quickly. He had to retake his spot as best in the class sooner rather than later. He would excel in everything from his normal classes to his heroic classes. No one was going to beat him. He would get stronger, so that soon Deku would be nothing to him once again. Not like he cared or anything. Spoken like a tsundere. He heard the voice of Izuku's ugly maid saying in his head, causing tick marks to appear along his forehead. "I am not a tsundere," screamed Bakugo. "Yes, you are," shouted his mother from downstairs. "Now shut up and accept a brat." This started the 1097th Bakugo family civil war. X. As familiar screams of rage could be heard around the Bakugo family home, the residents of the Midoriya apartment were hard at work. Due to the sudden addition of their newest member, some minor changes had to be made. This was in regard to the guest room/office of the apartment, which was in the process of becoming Eri's room. Originally, Izuku had considered moving toward to that room, so that Kana and Eri could share a room together. That thought died quickly when he realized that should something happen, like if Eri had a nightmare and clung to Kana tightly, it would be the end for the one-horned girl. The placement also worked out better in his opinion. Toru and Kana's shared room was at the front of the apartment closest to the front door. Meanwhile, Izuku had taken a room closest to the back of the apartment. Eri's room was directly between them, meaning if the people who had hurt the girl ever found her, they would have to pass the dwelling of at least one dragon to get to her. As of right now, Izuku felt the room was about half converted. Toru had managed to find Eri a bed from one of the local second-hand shops in the area, as well as a dresser. However, the family computer and desk were still where they were along with the printer. There was also a filing cabinet that held all their family's important documents near it, though at the moment, it was being used as a stand for the fish tank. "All right," said Izuku as he finished placing some of Eri's new outfits in the closet. "What's next?" As he turned to look at the collection of bags, he noticed one box that didn't belong with the rest. Upon looking at the label, his eyes widened as he had almost forgotten about his spontaneous purchase earlier. Briefly, he kept his gaze on the box, wondering how he should handle this, before looking over the other two occupants in the room. Both Kana and Eri were on the bed with the young dragon girl, trying her best to show the other how to play with their plushies. Right now, it seemed like Eri was having trouble with the concept of make-believe, which sent another arrow of pain through the green-haired dragon boy's heart. "I'll be back in a minute," he said. quickly snatching up the box and heading out the door. Once outside, Izuku held the box in front of him as he did his best to move towards his room as casually as possible. Hopefully Toru, who was in the kitchen working on dinner, wouldn't notice him. So, "What are you doing, Mr. Midoriya?" came Toru's voice right behind him. Cursing his luck, the teen turned to look at his maid, finding her standing almost directly behind him with a curious expression on her face, though that quickly turned into a scowl as she noticed the box in his hands. "Mr. Midoriya, did you sneak off to buy even more All Might junk?" "It's not junk!" Izuku exclaimed defensively, wings extending out of instinct while Toru placed her hands on her hips. However, a moment later Izuku averted his eyes while a blush appeared on his face. Slowly he turned around, still unable to meet her gaze, as he held out the box to Toru. "Also, this is for you. I was, going to give it to you once everyone else was asleep." As Izuku said this, he turned around just in time and noticed that both Kana and Eri were sticking their heads out of the doorway. No doubt they wanted to see what was going on. However, a moment later his attention was drawn to his maid. Toru's irritation could no longer be seen as she took the box with both hands. It almost looked like she was having a hard time comprehending this. "For me?" she asked. "Yeah," whispered Izuku, as he wrapped his arms around his head to cover his face. Why was doing this 1,000 times easier than when he fought the Nomu? "You've done a lot for me ever since we met. It's because of you that I was able to get into my dream school and was able to save so many people at the USJ incident. But more importantly, I'm no longer alone. My life hasn't been this lively in a long time. So this may not be enough to convey how thankful I am, but I wanted to at least try." As Izuku spoke, Toru opened the box to reveal a bright pink blouse, one that didn't have All Might or any other hero's image on it. She stared at it for a moment, head lowered so Izuku couldn't see her expression. Then, just as Izuku was going to ask her if she liked it, the dragon made her race the distance between them and wrapped Izuku in a hug, one that had the hopefully unintended side effect of having her breasts smashing into his face. "Oh, Mr. Midoriya, I love it," she cried as she swayed from side to side, taking the teen with her. She then released him, allowing Midoriya to fall to the ground as her hands reached for the bottom of her uniform. "I'm going to try it on right now." "Toru, you're in the living room," shouted Izuku. "Oh, Mr. Midoriya," replied Toru with a blush and a lusty smile. "There's no need to be shy. There's only you and us girls. Nothing they haven't seen before." Slowly, Toru lifted up the blouse she was wearing, causing Izuku's face to turn bright red as he could now see her stomach. "Toru, no!" shouted Izuku. "You need to set a good example for Kana and Eri." This caused the dragon maid to pout, her shoulders slumping as she turned around. As she made her way back to her room, Izuku was sure he heard something like, "Never lets me have any fun." What fun she had planned. He didn't know, nor did he think he would be ready for even if he did. Later, as Toru went back to making dinner, wearing her new blouse plus a happy smile, Izuku sat in the living room as he went over the textbook for All Might's class, basically going over some of the stuff they had done in the exercises, but in much greater detail. Hopefully, when they returned to class, he could impress the pro hero. As Izuku was about to make a note about the best ways to check a room for a villain ambush, Kana and Eri approached him, and in their hands was a book. "Could you read this to us?" asked Kana with Eri nodding. For a moment, Izuku eyed the pair silently before his eyes fell on the book. Just by glancing at the cover, he could tell that this book was a grade or two down from the types of books that Kana normally read in school. And given how smart she was, he felt certain that she could have read it aloud without needing him. But just as he was opening his mouth to tell her that he was busy right now, a memory flashed through his mind. He recalled what he knew about Kana's upbringing, about how she needed to perform pranks just to get them to notice her, and when they did, they sent her away. As he thought about this, he wondered if her parents ever played with her or did any of the other things that caregivers should do, like reading books to her or telling her stories. And then he wondered if Kana had overheard some of her classmates talking about how their parents had read to them, making her jealous. Meanwhile, as he glanced at the other girl, He felt certain that it had been a long time since anyone had read her a story. So, with a slight smile, Izuku set down his textbook. "Sure," he said before taking the children's book, mentally telling himself that All Might could wait for now. As he did, he noticed how Kanna's face lit up with joy while Eri appeared to be trying to smile. Sadly, she was not there just yet, but he would give her all the time in the world to help her recover. Still, seeing both their reactions told him he made the right move. As Izuku was about to open the book, the girls climbed up onto the couch on either side of him. Once she was up, Kanna took hold of Izuku's wing that was on her side and wrapped herself in it. Seeing this, Eri copied the motion, with both little girls snuggling up to him. Izuku opened the book to the first page and proceeded to read. X. "All right, everyone," announced Toru as she turned around from the stove. Maid Toru had prepared another amazing meal. The dragon maid blinked in confusion at what she beheld. On the couch were Mr. Midoriya, Kanna, and Eri in a sight that would normally send Toru through the roof, literally. In jealousy, both girls were clutching at his pants leg, their tiny hands gripping the material as they rested their heads against his chest. Their eyes were closed in peaceful slumber as they used Mr. Midoriya's wings like blankets. As for Mr. Midoriya, a book lay at his feet as he was sound asleep as well. Honestly, was all Toru could say, though it was done quietly so as to not wake any of them. She couldn't blame them, or did she feel the need to make a scene. After all, today had been a rather busy day for all of them. After taking the food off the stove and storing it for later, Toru approached the sleeping trio. Carefully, she got on her knees, placing her head on Mr. Midoriya's lap, as she then closed her eyes. Soon, she too was asleep. The light of the sun was just starting to peek over the horizon, a bright glow chasing away the shadows as it did so. Or, at least, most of the shadows, as there were some places where the darkness seemed to cling to as if by some unseen force. One such place belonged to a factory, where All for One lay in hiding, surrounded by the medical equipment, keeping the ancient villain alive. All for One was already very active, despite not being able to leave his chair until the special life support helmet the doctor was working on reached completion. That did not stop him. Before him was the information he had requested from a spy within the school, with a text-to-audio app reading the report softly, or at least what his spy could get their hands on at the moment. For a brief moment, All for One allowed his mind to wander a bit as he thought of the disaster that was a USJ attack. Specifically, how things could have gone a bit better planning on Tamura's part. Had the boy just asked the spy for information on the students' quirks, things would have played out much differently. They would have been able to place the students in areas where they had the worst terrain to make use of their quirks. Or they could have ensured that certain students were sent to areas with villains who had quirks that could better counter the heroes. Why? They could even remove certain pieces from the board entirely and have them brought to All for One as a sort of gift. If that had happened then, even if they had still failed to kill All Might, the stain on both the school and the number one hero would have been great. Still, in the end, it had been Tamuru's plan, and he would respect the boy's decisions. And it wasn't like he didn't understand them. Those hero children might have the skills worthy to get into UA, but they were, in the end, still children. With enough pressure put on them, separated from the rest of their classmates and teachers, while facing large numbers of villains who were not machines made to test them, the odds were that they would panic. They would slip up or try to flee, and those that did manage to keep it together would, under normal circumstances, be pushed to their limits after a time. The only one he could see posing a problem would have been young Todoroki. Then, when you add the Nomu into the equation, learning more about those who would be die would seem like a waste of time. At least to Tamuru. Hopefully, after this, he would rethink how he planned things and would grow. As for himself, All for One needed to begin making his own plans of future. And for that, he needed the information that would be the groundwork, which was why he had contacted his spy to begin getting information on not just the quirks, but anything they could about the student of 1A, specifically one Izuku Midoriya. His spy had, of course, done their best to relay whatever he could about the dragon teen, and what he discovered just made the ancient villain want this quirk all the more. The power, the speed, the transformation, It was everything he could ever want, and then some. Yet, there was one part that All for One found most interesting. So much, so that he had repeated that part of the report several times now. As far as the spy could see, despite Izuku Midoriya being an honest student, All Might seemed to despise the boy with a passion. So much so that, before the first heroic class began, the hate was so palatable that All for One spy thought the hero would punch Midoriya, right there, in front of the whole class. Furthermore, at a later date, he was able to confirm that he wasn't the only one to notice this. The entire class seemed to believe that All Might just hated the boy. While there were a few theories as to why, all Midoriya would say was that the pro-hero believed that he was lied to. This caused All for One to hum as he leaned back into his chair, as his mind raced to try and process this. When he had first heard about the boy and how he fought the Nomu, he believed that the teen's unnatural strength came from one for all boosting his dragon quirk, that he had been chosen by All Might to be the next one in the long line of succession with that legacy. Had he been wrong? No, whispered the villain. If there had been a quirk out there that made someone this powerful, then he would have heard about it before now. Nor did it make sense for that buffoon to get that upset over being lied to. Having known that idiot for so long, All for One had an idea on how he would have handled it. All Might would have pulled the kid to the side and asked him directly what was going on. After all, the man had his image to maintain. Clasping his hands together, All for One began to ponder what was really going on. His first logical thought was that All Might was upset that Midoriya was showing off. One of the many things that All for One knew about the pro-hero was how he did everything in his power to keep the true nature of his quirk a secret. Something he would have stressed the importance of to Midoriya when he'd pass it on. But having a kid showing up out of nowhere before displaying All Might's level of power was bound to raise more than a few eyebrows. However, just as quickly as the thought came, All for One shooed it away. Despite wanting to keep his quirk a secret, All Might wasn't the type of person who would want to keep this on the down low. Rather, he would want to help young Midoriya stand out, so that he could introduce him to the world as the next symbol of peace. No doubt laughing the entire time and grinning like a fool as the dragon boy crushed every obstacle in his path. Also, judging by what a spy had reported, Midoriya was not an attention seeker. Based on what he had read, it would be more likely that Midoriya was still getting used to his quirk's upgrade and was not doing any of this on purpose. Could it be an act? Asked the villain to no one. It seemed very unlike the hero to do something like that, but All Might was the type of fool who liked to go overboard. He probably thought that if he suspected All for One to still be alive, then no one would think that he would hand over his quirk to someone he actively disliked. Or, if he foolishly believed that All for One was truly dead, then putting distance between the two would help prevent others from linking their connection. However, All for One found that possibility preposterous. While All Might was a fine actor, he had to be one in order to continue that facade. His feeble mind was incapable of coming up with such a plan. He was too straightforward and headstrong to come up with any type of feinting tactics. Perhaps on Nizu's orders, and All Might is having trouble toning it down, that he could believe. I will need more information, muttered All for One after a moment. Yes, it was too early to formulate any theories to uncover the true meaning behind this behavior. It would vex him for a while, but in the end, he would figure it out. Then, when he took that dragon quirk, he would be able to laugh about their foolishness before them. All for One would then watch with glee as their faces fell, despair overtaking them as their plan crumbled into dust at his feet. Oh, that would be sweet. But before he could do that, he needed to learn all he could about Izuku Midoriya. X, I need to learn all I can about you, Izuku Midoriya, growled All Might as he sat in front of his personal computer, typing away on the keyboard so hard that it could break, just like the last several which filled up 3 trash cans in the teacher's office. As the man typed away, he chastised himself for his blunder at falling into the trap laid out by Midoriya and All for One. If only he had realized it sooner, he could have prevented himself from looking like a paranoid nut job. If only he had thought ahead, coming into that meeting with just a tiny bit of proof rather than asking them to blindly trust him. And given how he had acted before he realized the depths that All for One and Midoriya had sunk to, he couldn't blame the other teachers for not believing that the boy was a spy. Still, as the #1 pro hero, he could not give up. It would be hard convincing the others of the truth. But he was more than up to the task, because he was All Might, because he would defend his students. And it all began here at the greatest and most credible place for information, the internet. Or, to be more specific, he was looking into the government's database in order to look into the boy. Looking into these files was a special privilege given only to the heroes who work at UA when doing background checks on their students. Normally it was done by the homeroom teachers, but there was nothing saying that other teachers couldn't do it. Nor was it uncommon to go back and double-check shortly after the year began, when the teachers noticed some odd behaviors from the students. So it should all be fine. The first file All Might have looked at was Izuku Midoriya's quirk registration. Here, the currently slender man could see the complete history of Midoriya's quirk. Or, rather, the complete lack of one until recently. Though, he did wince a little when he saw the original file complete with a teary-eyed 4-year-old Midoriya, who looked like he was trying and failing to keep his emotions in check. It was so honest that All Might had to clutch at his heart after looking at it for too long. After that, the file remained untouched. Not even the picture had been updated like it should have been in case something happened to the boy. That is until around the time after the entrance exam. After that, his quirk registration had been updated with seemingly no questions asked. Upon seeing this, All Might frowned as he silently cursed the system. Okay, he understood that updating your quirk was something natural, and most of the people working in quirk registration just accept things. This was because, as you get older, you begin to better understand how your quirk works. What you thought as just creating water from your index finger turns out to be gathering moisture in the air around the tips of your fingers. So, updates were bound to happen over time, meaning there was no reason to question it. Well, as long as it doesn't happen too often. Then they begin to think you're pranking them. Still, you would think going from quirkless to being able to turn into a super strong, fire-breathing dragon would earn at least a few questions. Once again, All Might considered using this as information to be used against Midoriya. After all, wasn't this proof that something had happened to the boy? And didn't they have proof that Nomo had all those extra quirks in his body? However, All Might just sighed and shook his head. No, this wasn't enough. If he tried to bring this up, they would once again point out that, while it was odd, he still helped them at the USJ. And even if they did grow curious, they would likely speak to Nizu first, who would tell them about the interview he had with Midoriya, the one where All Might knew, without a shadow of a doubt, that the boy had fooled the living lie detector. After another hour or so of looking through Izuku Midoriya's records, he discovered something. A few months after that meeting on the rooftop, the boy had moved out of the apartment he had grown up in. Curious, the man decided to look into all the people living there. Soon enough, he had 4 windows on his screen, one for each resident of the Midoriya household with all the information that would be allowed to him. Patting himself on the back for coming up with this idea, All Might lean forward as he began to go over the maid's, Toru, file first. But as time passed, his shoulders began to slump while his eyes moved back and forth across the screen. Then, "What am I even looking for?" shouted All Might into the empty room, hands moving to his head as he looked up at the ceiling. Okay, so he knew what his strengths were. Incredible strength, amazing combat ability, and winning over just about any crowd he came across. But his weakness, something that Sir Night-Eye had always chastised him for, was his investigation skills. Now, that weakness was coming back to bite him in his deflated rear as everything he was looking at seemed normal. In fact, he didn't know how to tell if something looked suspicious. All the appropriate areas were filled out, and nothing appeared to be overblown. Damn it! Cursed All Might as he looked back at the screen. Is this another one of All for One's doing? Did he hire someone to scrub her file? Or did he conscript someone who was squeaky clean? Feeling like he wanted to cry, All Might moved to open the other windows. After bringing them both up, splitting the screen so that he could examine them both at the same time, the symbol of peace stood up quickly, With wide eyes, he stared at the images of the two adorable girls in horror. "Oh, this is worse than I realized," gasped All Might. "All for One and Izuku Midoriya, you both truly are fiends, finding poor lost souls and raising them to become instruments of evil." As he said this last point, he pointed a bony finger at the screen. At the same time, he could imagine the images of the two girls on the screen, Kan and Eri, holding on to each other while the looming shadows of Toru and Midoriya loomed over them with glowing red eyes. It made sense. Both files said they had been adopted, with the one named Eri being a very recent addition. No doubt they had been scouting for children with powerful quirks or who had been neglected by society. Once found, they would bring them into their home to shower them with kindness while at the same time brainwashing them, getting them to hate the hero society that failed them or something along those lines. Then, in a few years, that fiend would have completely loyal followers willing to do his bidding, willing to destroy society and the heroes all while gathering quirks for All for One. Clearly seeing the urgency of the threat, All Might sped out of the teacher's office, only to find Nizu standing in the hallway waiting for him. "All Might," began Nizu slowly, "can you please tell me why you were accessing the files related to Izuku Midoriya? Because, as far as I am aware, you are not his homeroom teacher, nor have you submitted any formal complaints about him that would warrant such an action." "What began All Might as he took a step back. "How did you— Oh, I get it. You had cameras watching me this whole time. That's how you knew what I was doing." At that, Nizu chuckled. "Oh, All Might," replied Nizu, shaking his head as he took a few steps closer. "Why would I need to go through all that trouble? I make it a top priority to know when one of my teachers has concerns about the students we allow inside the school. So, whenever a member of the staff does a background check, I receive both a text and an email informing me of which teacher is logging into the government's databases. After all, an extra set of eyes, as well as a different point of view, can be most helpful in those types of situations." "Oh," was all the pro hero could say, suddenly feeling really stupid. Of course, he had to log into the system using his teacher's ID in order to get into the system. "Not only do I know who is logging in, but which student they are investigating," continued Nizu with a smile. However, All Might could see the small glint in the eyes of his boss, which betrayed his irritation. "So, All Might, please tell me what you were exactly looking for that you believe that myself, Aizawa, and Detective Tsukachi missed. I am dying to know what you found. You did find something, didn't you? Given the way you were heading out, I'm sure you managed to find some evidence to support your, theory that young Midoriya is a spy for One for All." "Well, All Might, feeling sweat running down his entire body. Then, All Might managed to find his courage while straightening himself up as he looked down at his boss. "Sir, with all due respect, you're being far too reckless. That boy is working with All for One. Can't you see the danger?" "I take it, from that response, that you found nothing," stated Nizu, ignoring the comment made by All Might. "All Might, I am starting to reach the end of my rope with this behavior. Principal, I know Midoriya somehow fooled both yourself and Tsukachi," shouted All Might, his voice echoing down the halls. "I don't know how, but he did. It's the only explanation that makes any sense. You said his maid was by his side, right? Maybe she has some sort of quirk that allows her to block Tsukachi's quirk. It would explain everything. And with the two of you fooled, All for One and Midoriya can corrupt those two little girls. We need to stop this." For a moment, Nizu was silent as he stared up at All Might with those large, unblinking black eyes of his. In that moment, All Might felt hope swell within his heart, that he had finally gotten through to the principal. "Let me get this straight," said Nizu at last, his tone crushing the hope within All Might. "You believe that Midoriya's maid, the same one who kicked down the gate at UA when she brought her employer a meal, has a specific quirk to counter one person. The same maid who also, after the incident, fixed what she broke as good as new. Better, in fact, according to Power Loader, she could have multiple quirks," stated All Might, given to her by All for One. Nizu, for his part, took a deep breath. "And the evidence to back up this theory is?" he asked, eyeing the taller hero. When nothing was said, Nizu just shook his head. I would say that you are grasping at straws, but that would be far too generous right now. For another moment, neither said a word. Nizu closed his eyes, as he appeared to be deep in thought. All Might didn't know what was going through his boss' mind, but this break allowed him time to think as well. He needed to figure out a way to convince Nizu and the rest of the staff that they were being tricked. But what could he say that he hadn't already been said? What could he do to show them the truth? All Might, said Nizu finally, I believe it is well past time you actually talked to the residents of the Midoriya household in person. What? Asked All Might, his mind coming to a crashing halt. Yes, I believe a sit-down would be best, continued Nizu with a nod, his smile slowly reappearing. All Might, from what you have told me, you have not had an actual conversation with young Midoriya, since he admitted he was quirkless. So, rather than looking at him from a distance, growling at him, and making all sorts of wild conjectures, I would like you to just sit down and talk with him. Have an honest heart-to-heart with that young man. Get to know him as a person, not just what you can find on a screen or whatever goes on inside your head. And not just him. Speak with his maid, Toru, and you'll find both an energetic and charming woman. Speak with young Kana and the girl the family recently adopted. It has to be better than what you're doing right now. All Might open his mouth, ready to argue that that would be like walking into the spider's web. However, before he could voice this, an idea popped into his head, causing him to close his jaw. This was his chance. Nizu might be smarter than him, but there was no one on the planet who knew All for One better than him. He would be able to dig right at the heart of the matter, perhaps even snooping around the apartment looking for something to bring back as evidence of their evil. He might even be able to prove to everyone that his theory, that All for One was training children, was correct. Yes, this was his moment. All right, said All Might as he walked past Nizu. There was a bit more confidence in the pro-hero as he walked. There was a chance he may be walking into another trap, but he had managed to save up all his time in his hero form. So, if any of them tried fighting him, he would be able to handle himself with ease. X, what's that? Asked Eri, Izuku spotting her pointing at something out of the corner of his eye. As Izuku looked over, he paused with the rest of his found family stopping shortly after as well. While Eri was still timid and quiet, she was slowly coming out of her shell. Bit by bit, she was becoming less afraid to ask questions of the group and make personal requests of them. Perhaps it was a shopping trip they had gone on yesterday that really helped her to see that she could voice her opinions. So, seeing this as a positive, Izuku would respond to any questions she had. He only wished she would ask more about heroes. Turning, Izuku looked in the direction of where the one-horned girl was pointing. His gaze moved across the street where a park was. To him, it looked far better than the ones he used to visit, as all the equipment there looked brand new. Though, when he thought about it, given the area they were traveling through, it really wouldn't surprise him to learn that the playground equipment was replaced yearly, with an entire staff coming out to clean it every hour. At first, Izuku was a bit confused as they had passed by the playground around their apartment on the way to the train, and she hadn't asked about it then. So why was she suddenly asking about it now? Taking another moment, Izuku did his best to follow the path that Eri was pointing to, only to then have his heart sink. Yeah, now he knew why she was curious. Those are seesaws, said Izuku, sweat forming on his brow while Kana and Toru let out excited gasps. He could also see the glimmer in their eyes. Seesaws, repeated Eri. How do they work? We can show you, said Kana. Right, Lady Toru? That's right, replied a super-excited Toru, pumping her fists in the air. It's been so long since we had some good, old-fashioned fun like this. With that, the maid and the young dragon girl walked across the street, so giddy at the prospect of playing on one of their favorite toys that they failed to look both ways before crossing the street. Thankfully, said street was empty at the moment. Toru, Izuku called out as he and Eri followed behind the naturally born dragons, this time making sure to look both ways. Don't you think we should be on our way? Oh, don't worry, Mr. Midoriya, said Toru happily and with a giggle. We've made plenty of good time, so we won't be late if we play for a little bit. Besides, isn't it more important that we show Eri how humans play? Izuku, knowing he was in a losing battle, just stayed to the side while holding Eri's hand as the two watched the disaster that was about to happen unfold. Kana got in place at one end of the seesaw, where she remained standing. Once she was in place, Toru jumped up into the air to land on the opposite side, using so much force that it sent Kana into the air. In fact, she went so high that she became a twinkle in the sky. Time passed, with Toru waiting with a giddy expression, while Eri just seemed scared that Kana was gone for good. Then, the little dragon fell back down to the earth while still in a standing position and landing on the seesaw. This sent Toru laughing and cheering into the air in the same manner as Kana. "Izuku, I don't think I like this," whispered Eri as she held onto his hand a little tighter, while also pressing her body against his. "It looks scary." "I don't blame you, but that's not how most people play on seesaws." Just sighed Izuku as Toru landed, sending Kana flying upwards. He only hoped that they wouldn't keep playing until the seesaw shattered just like the one back home. Well, that as well as hoping that a hero didn't show up. Little did the Midoriya family know that, at that moment, All Might was making his way to the door of their apartment. The man had changed from his oversized pinstripe suit to the same outfit he had worn when he first met Midoriya on that rooftop. If something would go down, he could better cut loss dress like this. When he reached the door, pausing for a moment to pull out a small piece of paper to double-check that he was at the right door, he rang the bell. As the man waited, his arms tensed slightly as he wondered what he was about to walk into. He could almost picture Midoriya sitting in front of his computer, typing away a report. One meant not for the school, but for the Dark Lord who he had sworn allegiance to. Then, when the doorbell rang, he quickly saved his evil file, while the maid began to make sure that nothing that could give away their true mission was in plain sight. No doubt the last thing they would do was to remind the girls they were brainwashing to be on their best behavior. Such thinking about the wickedness going on inside that apartment made his heroic heart weep. His fears only grew with each second that passed. When a minute had gone by, the slender hero pressed the doorbell again, his leg bouncing rapidly as he continued to wait. Still, there was nothing. It wasn't until the third or fourth ring of the doorbell that All Might began to wonder if they were even home. Slowly, carefully, he leaned in closer to place an ear against the door. Once that was done, All Might closed his eyes to better focus on his sense of hearing, as well as better sensing the surrounding vibrations. He stayed like that for several long seconds before pulling his head back. "Might not be home," he muttered while rubbing his chin while his eyes darted around. He didn't spot any cameras around the door that would cause the people inside to remain perfectly still and pretend the apartment was empty. But, with that said, just because he didn't see any here didn't mean they didn't exist. For all he knew, he could have passed by dozens of cameras connected to devices that were programmed to alert them if he, All Might, showed up. They were no doubt placed in areas that would allow the fiends inside enough time to turn off every device before moving into a backroom. For a moment, All Might stood there pondering what he should do. He knew the right thing to do was to return to school, inform Nizu that he tried visiting Midoriya with a surprise visit, explain no one was home, and then schedule an appointment. But there was something else he could do, the heroic thing, and that was to investigate this matter here and now before anyone else got hurt. If they were hiding from him, then he could get to the bottom of this. And if they really weren't home, then he had the perfect chance to look for clues. Nodding to him, All Might took hold of the door handle, while adding just enough one for all energy to break it when he turned the knob, with a grin and serious expression on his face. He slowly opened the door, whose creaking was the only sound that seemed to echo in the room. Then he entered, not even bothering to take off his shoes as he moved in. Now inside, All Might was assaulted by scents and images that brought back so many memories that caused him to pause as he stood near the open kitchen. The first thing he noticed was the smell. The lingering scent of breakfast still hung in the air, causing his mouth to water. He could almost taste the large, fluffy pancakes dripping with butter and maple syrup, the crunchy strips of bacon, and freshly squeezed orange juice. If he was correct, All Might had no idea as when he looked into the kitchen, he spotted all of the dishes had been cleaned and were on a drying rack. Glancing around the rest of the apartment, All Might had to admit that the place looked tidier than his own home. The only exception was a stack of children's books near the couch, one open to a random page showing a doodle of a man and a tree. On the kitchen table were a few other books. Those were clearly textbooks. One of them he recognized as one of the novels that Cementos was going over for the first year literature. Across from it was a basic math book, one meant for small children, and seemingly completed. Slowly walking further into the apartment, All Might made his way towards a pile of books close to the couch. The slender pro hero then picked one up, examining the cover. As he looked at it, memories of his own past washed over him. He could remember sitting in his mother's lap, the book which seemed so huge as it was held before him, while his mother read it to him. He could still remember how they laughed happily, never once glancing behind her at the ironing board behind her, a reminder of the work she still had to do within their small home. No, what mattered at that moment was the warmth and light they had in that moment shared between them. As tears appeared in the pro hero's eyes brought on by memories he hadn't thought about in so long, All Might had to admit that this didn't look like a den of evil. Pausing for a moment, All Might used his bare arm to wipe those tears away before an almost sheepish expression appeared on the man's face. Looking around the room again, it all seemed so normal, so genuine, so much so that he began to think that maybe... Suddenly, a loud sound filled the room, causing the pro hero to scream out in alarm while dropping the book. It was coming from the side, sounding like a chainsaw running while gravel was being put through a blender. This noise was so loud that All Might had to place his hands over his ears. Just in time, too, as a new noise entered into the mix. Loud music began to play, several guitars along with howling and screaming sound that didn't sound like any human alive could make it. Veins began appearing on All Might's neck as he did his best to endure, but another noise from above crushed that hope. All Might fell to his knees as the sound of 100 drills filled the room while tears appeared in his eyes. He had no idea how long all these sounds continued to fill the room as he struggled not to scream in pain. All he knew was his head had crashed onto the floor, praying for mercy that he hoped would come soon. Then it all ended, leaving the man panting on the ground as he was graced with the sweet sound of silence. This breathed All Might weakly, who would rather be listening to Present Mike singing at the top of his lungs in the shower right about now. This has to be a trap of some kind. No doubt in case of intruders. He could see the twisted plan now right before his eyes. This den of villainy was designed to get people like him to lower their guards. No doubt there was some sort of hidden sensor that would activate their trap. Little did All Might know that the Midoriya's neighbors, who normally did their best to keep the noise levels down when the kids were home from school, were aware that the residents of this apartment were away at the moment, meaning they could be as loud as they wanted to be. Elsewhere, Izuku and the rest of his mostly dragon family had reached their destination, the Yaoyorozu estate. Even from the front gate, which seemed to be a fair distance away from the main building, the place seemed massive, even more so when the family was being driven to the front gate via limo. The closer they got, the more he began to realize just how great in scale the house was. Even Tora had to admit reluctantly that she was impressed. "I've seen human castles in some of the greatest kingdoms smaller than this," she said as a dozen or so of the staff grunted while slowly opening the massive doors. Then she huffed, crossing her arms and looking away. Still, it would be no trouble for a dragon to utterly destroy this place. Not even a single ballista. Like, what are they thinking? "Ah, Toru," said Izuku quietly, gesturing to the dozen or so anti-aircraft rocket launchers that were in the front yard. Why this family had them, and out in the open no less, he had no idea. Perhaps they were there to deter anyone from getting the idea of coming to this place with ill intent. After all, if they were willing to show they had these, and what were they hiding? Then again, he had to admit that, given what he had experienced while being a dragon, those would at best tickle them. Once the doors had fully opened, Izuku's eyes widened at what lay before him. It was a grand entrance hallway with heavy emphasis on the grand. If he had to guess, this one room was at least 2 stories tall and made completely out of marble with various streams of gold embedded within it. He could also see several family portraits hanging on the wall, each one drawn in a manner that seemed to replicate the Renaissance style. Above their heads were several chandeliers, which he could tell with his dragon's senses were made of pure diamond. Turning his attention back to the sight before him, Izuku nearly did a double take. Standing before them was his classmate Yaoyorozu, with one of the biggest smiles he had seen on her to date. She stood upon a fine red carpet that went from the front door, before splitting into three in the middle of the room as they headed towards other doors, one directly across from them and two on the sides. But what was really shocking were the 20 made with her. There were 10 on each side, standing just off to the side of the carpet, dressed in identical black uniforms with polished golden buttons, and their hair all braided identically. "Greetings, young sir and madams," all the maids said in unison. "Thank you so much for coming," exclaimed Yaoyorozu, clasping her hands together in glee. "Please, follow me and I'll lead you toward the private tea room. The maids you see here spent the morning preparing it just for us. They even went to the trouble to make sure there were plenty of healthy snacks for your little sisters." At that, the maids all raised their heads with content smiles on their faces. Izuku could practically feel their satisfaction when Kanna placed her hands on her cheeks while letting out an "oh" sound. Eri, however, was a bit more reserved as she hid behind Izuku and clutched at his pants tightly. Toru was not impressed. "Really?" she said as they all walked inside. "You needed this many maids to clean a single room? Sounds pretty pathetic if you ask me." At that, all the maids began giving the dragon a death glare. Toru, however, paid it no mind as she shrugged with her arms extended. "Toru!" yelped Izuku in a panic as he looked from the smug dragon girl to his classmate. Said classmate was now holding a hand over her mouth with her eyes fixed on Toru. "Come on. You need to set a good example for Kanna and Eri." Upon hearing that, the dragon maid looked down with shock at the two girls who had been watching her, as she began waving her hands about wildly, thankfully not creating massive winds in the process. Izuku turned to look at the raven-haired girl before bowing apologetically. "I'm so sorry for that." Oh, it's no problem at all," replied Yaoyorozu as she turned, gesturing for the group to follow her. "It just goes to show how, confident she is in her beliefs on how a skilled maid should be able to handle things. But perhaps she'll reconsider her opinion once she sees the tea room." With that, Yaoyorozu led the way with her 20 maids, keeping step with her on either side. As they moved towards the door on the right, which led them down a large hallway, Izuku noticed more than a few of them still giving Toru the stink eye. Others had looks that showed they couldn't wait for Toru to eat her words. About 5 minutes later, they arrived at the tea room. While not as massive as the entryway, it would have made Izuku feel tiny and insignificant if he were still a regular human. Surrounding the room were marble archways which gave the appearance that they were holding up a glass ceiling. Just by looking at the ceiling, Izuku could both see and smell the evidence that it had been thoroughly cleaned recently. In the middle of the room was a small island that one had to walk over a bridge to get to. Izuku could hear the light lapping of the water, as well as the sound of a small waterfall from somewhere. No doubt done to give the room a more relaxing vibe. On the island was a lone table made of wood that looked like it had just arrived from the Amazon, with golden chairs with fancy red cushions surrounding it. Next to the table was an elegant trolley full of everything they could want. Seeing all this, Toru had one thing to say. "Yeah, I stand by my previous statement," she said while giving the maids the Yaoyorozu manner an unimpressed look. As the Midoriya family sat down to have their tea time with the wealthy girl, All Might finally managed to compose himself enough to rise off the floor. His ears still ached from the sound, but that would not stop him from searching through this apartment of evil. Once he was on his feet, the pro-hero moved back towards the kitchen. There, he grabbed some paper towels, which he rolled up as quickly as he could before plugging them in his ears. He knew this was a poor excuse for earplugs, but it was the best he could do on such short notice. If that sound trap activated again, he would rather have something than nothing. And if he managed to find where the All-for-One's agents hid their noise-canceling ear protectors, then he would use them. With that finished, All Might began his search properly. Quickly, he began looking through all the cabinets and drawers, searching frantically for anything suspicious. He tossed out all the clutter that was in his way. Every dish shattered on the floor as he tossed it behind him. Every single pot and pan flung to the side. Every single utensil was dropped to the floor. Then, Once he had moved all the obstacles out of the way, All Might began searching for any hidden compartments or notes. Gritting his teeth at finding nothing but kitchenware in a kitchen, he moved towards a fridge. Perhaps there he would find something useful, like body parts from those whose quirks they wanted or samples of blood. Maybe even something worse. Only again, everything looked normal. Someone had even gone to the trouble of placing name tags on all of the containers. But did that stop the symbol of peace? No. He began tossing everything out, searching for any hidden compartments. He didn't care that he was tossing some things far across the room so hard that it might break something or stain the walls. His student lives were in danger. Those little girls were about to be used for evil. He had to save them all. As All Might tipped the fridge over, he thought he heard a noise from the floor below as well as to the side. But the sound was so muffled that he chalked it up to his imagination. Instead, he focused on his search, quickly checking back for any hidden notes or flash drives or anything else. But there was nothing. Letting out a sigh, All Might cursed all for one. That monster never made things easy. Shaking his head, All Might decided to check the bedrooms. As he moved to the room furthest in the main entrance, his mind raced to make a plan. He would search each room like he had, while also seeing if he couldn't find any computers or laptops. If he did, he would see if he couldn't access any files on them. But if they were password protected, he would just take the device and see if he couldn't get one of his colleagues to hack it. Upon opening the door to the first room, All Might discovered that this had to be the boys. And what he saw made his eyes widen while taking a step back. "He's a stacker," declared All Might. Everywhere he looked, he could see his muscular image. Action figures were placed on shelves. Posters hung on the wall. Even the comforter on the bed had his face on it. Clearly, Izuku Midoriya was obsessed with him, no doubt due to his evil nature of trying to learn all he could about the symbol of peace, driving him to do everything he could to get into the man's head. Just as All Might was about to actually enter a room, to both grab the laptop on the desk, as well as to see if the boy had any of his hairs or the like, movement by the front door caught his attention. Turning around, he saw a young woman wearing tight jeans and a plaid button-up shirt. What was most striking about this woman was her mutation, making her a giant nearly as tall as himself with green, fox-like features and long blonde hair. For a moment, the two just stood there in silence as they stared at each other. Then, "A hero! Police! Somebody!" screamed the fox lady as loudly as she could. "Intruder in the Midoriya home." All Might almost raise a hand, trying to calm the woman down. He, at the very least, was aware how this would look to an outsider. Here was a strange man, standing inside a wrecked home wearing clothing that looked super baggy on him with paper towels stuffed in his ears. Not the best position to be in. However, he could already hear the sounds of movement from the other apartments. People pulling out their phones to call the police or grabbing something to use in order to detain him. In any other instance, All Might would have been proud of this sense of community. But not now. Instead, he silently cursed this as he was so close to his goal. Gritting his teeth, he ran towards a fox woman who screamed as she jumped out of the way. Rushing past her, All Might could hear her calling him a villain, causing the man's heart to stop for a brief moment. It hurt him so much to be called that, especially after all he had done for Japan and the rest of the world. In fact, hearing it almost made him want to turn around and say that he was a hero, but he knew he couldn't. There was no way they would believe him after being found in the home of a villain he had broken into. The only way they would was if he transformed into his more muscular form. Something he couldn't do, as it would only be a matter of time before the rest of the world found out about this pathetic form of his. So, all the hero could do was keep running, as doors began to open, either take pictures of the man or swinging random objects they had grabbed from inside their apartments. Somehow, All Might manage to leap down the stairway several steps at a time until he reached the sidewalk. Once his feet made contact with the pavement, he continued to sprint towards freedom as quickly as he could. Meanwhile, Toru walked down the halls of the Yaoyorozu estate with a frown. Not because of Mr. Midoriya's classmate, as one would expect given how she coveted her master's affection, but she knew she had nothing to worry about. The girl might be richer than most of the pitiful humans of this world, But she had made it clear since the moment they met that she was more interested in Toru's maid skills than anything else. In fact, that was the sole reason for inviting them to her home. The moment they sat down in the tea room, with her own pathetic maid serving them tea, small cakes, and fruit bowls, Yaoyorozu had inquired about Toru, how she came into the service of her Mr. Midoriya, where she learned her craft, what her duties were around the household. She was just genuinely interested in how Mr. Midoriya, a member of the middle class, had such an amazing maid. Then they had a bit of what Toru liked to call a maid-off, as Yaoyorozu wanted to test the skills of one of her maids against a superior might of a dragon. Of course, those foolish humans had looks of satisfaction on their faces, as if they actually believed they stood a chance against her. As for Mr. Midoriya, he was so excited to see her in action that he began to sweat uncontrollably. And when she heard that this family had kitchen maids who only worked in the kitchen, well, she almost told him that there was no need for her to take this challenge. After all, she did all the cooking and cleaning around the Midoriya household. So, of course, she was better than maids who could only do one job with help. Still, she wasn't the type of dragon to pass up a chance to put fools in their place. Toru could still remember heading into the kitchen, finding it to be just as large and oversized as the rest of this place. Honestly, it felt like whoever commissioned this mansion was trying really hard to overcompensate for their own shortcomings somewhere else. Once she got herself familiarized with everything, she went to work against an entire team of maids preparing lunch for everyone. The part that took Toru the longest was figuring out what to make. She stood there, back turned to the team of maids preparing a freshly made lunch, while placing a finger on her cheek. Toru knew she could pull out all the stops given she now had access to some of the highest quality ingredients of this world. However, she had to take in the taste of those she was going to be serving, something that would be good for both the teens as well as the little girls. Her first thought was omurice since she knew everyone liked it, but she had recently cooked that. Then she had an idea, katsudon, Mr. Midoriya's favorite dish. With her mind made up, Toru sped around the kitchen. In what appeared to be a blink of an eye, she moved between prepping the dish for 5 people to bringing it to the stove to begin cooking. The maids of the Yaoyorozu family even paused several times, their mouths hanging open as they watched Toru working. Of course, Toru made sure to make it with all the love she had for her Mr. Midoriya and their little family. Naturally, she finished first with the rest of the maids, taking time to properly plate the part of the meal that was done. And it was pretty clear who won as, after taking a single bite, Mr. Midoriya's classmate was squealing with joy as she devoured the katsudon. It also didn't hurt that both Eri and Kanno were singing her praise with Mr. Midoriya chiming in that he was thankful to have her. When the other maids brought out their lunch, well, Toru knew that everyone at the table was just being polite when they complimented the meal. "Hello," began Mr. Midoriya. Within moments, his eyes widened while making various sounds of agreement to whoever was on the other line. Then, before hanging up, he said they would be there as soon as possible. That was the police. Someone broke into our apartment. While the other humans gasped, Toru's eyes narrowed. Some fool had dared to invade a dragon's den while they were away. And not just any den, but the love nest between her and Mr. Midoriya had been sullied with their filthy hands. When she found out who did this unforgivable crime, she would rain hellfire upon their entire family. "I'll get you there as soon as possible. We'll use the helicopters," said Momo. "Ah, that's okay," began Mr. Midoriya, using the tone she had come to love and hate at the same time. It was the voice he used when he was trying to politely turn down her efforts to help him with things outside of her maidly duties. No, I insist," replied Momo, taking one last glance at her parents before shuddering. "Anything to get me away from here." The scene that Izuku found when he and his family arrived at their apartment was one that he was sadly seeing more often. Looking up at the doorway, he saw that the police had tapped it off with officers sliding through the gaps as they collected evidence. He didn't even need his enhanced dragon senses to tell him they were bringing out little evidence bags with what they had found. Other officers could be seen either checking the stairways for whatever additional clues that had been left behind or talking to neighbors. Well, all but two who had already spoken to the police. The first was Izuku's neighbor who lived below them, Ippan Josei. The large fox woman was dressed in jeans, as well as a button-up plaid shirt, both needing to be special ordered due to her size. As she stood there, holding Toru's smaller hands in her own, she looked ready to cry at any moment. Beside her, with a worried look on her face, was Mrs. Sasakaib, gently patting the larger woman's back in an effort to comfort her. "I'm so sorry, Toru," cried Josei, bending down a little so she could look Toru in the eyes. "I started hearing all these loud noises coming from your apartment. Then, when I called out after hearing a loud crash and no one answered, I thought for sure someone had gotten hurt. So I rushed up hoping that, at the very least, I could help. But when I got there, I found your front door ajar, and inside was a skinny homeless man just destroying everything. He had to be on drugs or something, as he had paper towels shoved in his ears. Or maybe his quirk just let him dispense them from there." Josei then let out a little whimper as she then lowered her head. "When I saw him, all I could do was stare at him and cry for help. I should have at least tried to stop him." "No, dear, it's not your fault," said Mrs. Sasakaib quickly, her voice gentle. "I heard everything that was going on in there, but all I did was call the police before hiding in the back of my apartment with my husband. Maybe if I had been braver, I would have been peeking out the door to see what he looked like. Or I could have told you that the police were on their way." "It's fine, really, you too," said Toru with a smile. "Don't worry, none of us are blaming you. In fact, we're thankful to have such good neighbors." "She's right," said Izuku, interrupting both Josei and Sasakaib, who had already opened their mouths to protest. Slowly, Izuku walked over to them, with Eri clutching at his pants leg. Then he bowed at them. "If there is anyone to blame for this, it would be me." As Izuku straightened up, he could see the looks of understanding in his neighbor's eyes. The entire building was aware of the USJ attack. How could they not when it was the single largest villain attack to ever take place at the famous school? And while UA had done its best to keep as many of the details away from the press, everyone here knew that Izuku had been a part of that attack and that some of the villains had escaped that day, meaning that this homeless-looking person could have been a member of the League of Villains. Either he was a villain who had managed to slip out before All Might and the rest of the heroes arrived, or he was a new recruit sent to kill him. Honestly, to Midoriya, that made a lot of sense given how he was the one who had done the most to foil their plans. However, there was another possibility that caused a pit of fear to form in Izuku's stomach. While it was more likely that this invasion was caused by the League of Villains, there was still a chance that it had been done by the same people who had imprisoned Eri. How could Izuku forget what he had seen on the news sites that day detailing all of their public attempts to capture the one-horned girl? If they were willing to go that far, acting in public despite the risks, then that meant she had to be very special to them. No doubt because of Rewind. What they wanted it for, he had no idea. If it was them, how did they find her? Had the reason the Midoriya family hadn't heard anything from them was because those villains were looking for someone with a quirk that could help locate her? Maybe someone with a bloodhound quirk, one that would allow them to track her scent, or maybe some form of a locator quirk. "Please," said Mrs. Sasakaib quickly, gaining Izuku's attention while waving her hands about. "No one is blaming you for any of this." "She's right, Mr. Midoriya," said Toru as she turned to look at Izuku. "You can't control what foolishness goes on in some people's minds." But then her eyes narrowed in sudden anger while clenching her hand into a fist. Fire suddenly appeared around her, signaling her rage. Speaking of fools, this intruder made a grave mistake. Trying to pilfer a dragon's den while they are away is an unforgivable offense. Made doubly so when that den is the love nest that is shared between me and Mr. Midoriya. How dare this poor, pathetic human defile it in such a manner? When I get my hands on him, I will make him pay dearly. "Oh my," was all Josei and Mrs. Sasakaib could say as they slowly moved away from the dragon maid. "By saying you'll make him pay dearly, I hope you mean you'll call the police," came a familiar voice. Both Izuku and Toru, who still looked ready to breath fire, turned in time to see a familiar person walking over to them. It was Detective Tsukauchi. Dressed in the same trench coat he wore the first time they met, the man walked over to them with a small notepad in his hand. "Detective, what are you doing here? asked the surprised Izuku. You can thank Nizu for that, responded Tsukachi as a small smile appeared on his face. After the USJ attack, he wanted to make sure that all the students involved were safe from any immediate retribution from the villains. So he contacted all the precincts close to your classmates, asking us to pay extra attention to where you all live. I just so happened to be close by, dealing with noise complaints from the Bakugo's neighbors when I got the call about the home invasion. Thank you, said Izuku in a genuine tone, as he was grateful that the police were looking out for them. Sure, he knew that he and Toru could take care of themselves, but it was nice knowing that the rest of his class would be safe. Not only that, but his neighbors would also feel a bit more secure. Are you able to tell me what you found out? Began Detective Tsukachi as he looked down at his notepad. Well, I can't go too much into detail, but one of the first things that I did when I got here was to get a sketch of the invader from Ms. Josei. We also found some fingerprints, as well as some DNA samples within your apartment. Things like hair and dried sweat. Do you? Began Izuku, pausing to gulp. Do you think he was involved with the USJ attack? Detective Tsukachi didn't answer at first, just rubbing his forehead like a headache had just appeared. Yeah, he was there that day, the man said before letting out a tired sigh. Then, when he looked at Izuku again, he tried to smile. Don't worry too much about it. We know where to find him. But just in case something goes wrong, we'll be leaving a couple officers stationed nearby. After that, Izuku and Tsukachi spoke for a bit longer. The young man relayed his insurance information to the detective, who promised that he would personally see that the company paid out. He would also be sending the same report to Nizu, who, knowing the principal, would contact his legal team should the need arise. When they all left, Izuku and his family headed up to the apartment, which was still trashed, though not for long as Toru used her magic, earning a cry of amazement from Eri as the dragon maid fixed everything as if nothing bad had ever happened. The only thing she couldn't fix was all the ruined food. The next day, I hope everything was all right, began Yaoyorozu, rushing over to Izuku as soon as he entered the classroom with Tsu by his side. Did the police catch whoever broke into your home? Did the cleanup take you all night? Or did you simply spend the night in a hotel? You know, the offer my parents made last night still stands, added Tsu as they continued to move towards Izuku's desk. If you need someplace to spend the night, you can use our apartment. Ribbit, I know space might be an issue, especially now that you have another younger sister, but it would be less dramatic than going to some random hotel. What's this about another younger sister? Yelled Bakugo, spinning around in his seat to look at Izuku as he stood next to his own. Since when? Oh, she's adopted, began Izuku as the class began to turn and look at him, obviously curious as to what was going on. In fact, we adopted her the same day when Toru came to bring me my lunch. She's such a polite little girl. Cooed, Yaoyorozu. I got to meet her yesterday when Midoriya visited my home to talk about maids. Lucky, replied Tsu. I still haven't had the time to meet her. Ribbit, but I have seen pictures. Let us see, cried Uraraka as she and the other girls, as well as several of the guys, began to crowd around Izuku's desk, all of them curious as to what kind of girl had been adopted by the Midoriya family. Seriously, what the fuck is wrong with you? Yelled Bakugo as Izuku pulled out his phone to pull up some pictures, listening to the blonde as he did so. You can't just go around adopting every little homeless child you find like they're damned Pokemon. You should be putting all your efforts into getting Dash. Bakugo was then cut off. A bright, golden light shone from the screen of Izuku's phone. A light so pure with its golden radiance that Bakugo had to shield his eyes for a moment. So bright, he managed to say while glancing down at the image. When the light faded, Izuku showed the class the picture. On his phone were both Kana and Eri, taken right after their shopping trip to get their newest family member some decent clothing. Both girls were pressed together, their cheeks smushed as they stared at the camera. Anyone could tell that Eri looked scared but was trying her best to be brave. Meanwhile, Kana just seemed confident. Tsu was the first to comment, one that summed up what everyone else was thinking at that moment. Adorable, she said. At the same time, All Might stood in Nizu's office looking down at a sheet containing the deductions to his paycheck and the exact amount of damage, he calls to the Midoriya's apartment.